opener is a European banger. It's Astralis going up against G2.
But we don't really know what's going to happen.
Nico with a nice ace. 15 health left in a 1 versus 2. It's just going to be so hard. He gets one. No! Absolutely impossible. It's a 1 versus 2. Let's see what he's got. Gonna go for that defuse. He's gonna line it up, but they're not checking for it. Not enough time. Astralis take down G2.
That was a grueling battle.
MIBR versus FURIA.
The battle of the Brazilians.
FURIA should win by all accounts, but I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Oh! And a blinded second from KNG. FURIA just hitting a brick wall in the form of MIBR.
They're hyped, they're ready, and they're here to make another statement.
Beating FURIA on a map like Vertigo, I don't see that.
15 rounds for MIBR. There is a new Brazilian hot dog, and it is MIBR.
This is it, the final day of the full series. This is where we will determine the last team to go down to the showdown and one team to make it to the full finals. And my oh my, Astralis, they impressed us yesterday. They look so strong. And I've got another strong looking chap alongside me, Mr. Maniac here. You're looking sharp once again. We're stepping things up. We're moving on forward. We're keeping it rocking.
We have to. I think we have to try and match the level of Counter-Strike that we have and what we had yesterday. That was an absolute banger of a day. 2-1 series all across the board. Astralis making goods of G2, and then MIBR, you know, defeating FURIA. I really love that we just got to catch Pim's comment at the very end of that video. You know, beating MIBR or beating FURIA on Vertigo, that's not going to happen.
Nah, that's not going to happen, man. You know, that happened. MIBR surprised not only me, but I guess everyone within the entire Counter-Strike world. They're playing some of the best Counter-Strike the MIBR brand has done in a couple of years. So that is with what? A couple of weeks of practice and a complete new lineup, 3 stand-ins. Nobody could have seen it coming, but it is damn impressive.
It is damn impressive, and that's the theme of what we've got here today, because teams have impressed, teams have caused upsets, and now we get to look back at yesterday's games, because we had one of the best games of the Counter-Strike year so far. Astralis taking on G2 was monstrous, and you got to look at that map 1 that came up, right? Dust 2 was all about Nico.
Yeah, that series had everything. You talk about Dust 2, obviously you have to touch on Nico's and his 38 kills in one map. These are not wrong stats, 38 kills. As we see the total coming here, obviously he was topping the charts with 85. Close behind him as well, Hunter, 71. The two cousins right now at the top of the stats for G2, and Astralis coming in together as a team. We're going to have some of the highlights. I hope you guys have 5 hours ahead of you, because that's a long highlight reel coming out of Nico. He was on fire on Dust 2.
And Launders said it right. It was one of those things where we don't think any player has had that kind of performance against Astralis, and this is the core of Astralis.
Yeah, it was just absolutely insane what Nico managed to do yesterday. Think about it like this, right? He's coming into a new system, coming into a new setup, coming into a new team, and sure, you know, maybe he's free of the change where he was in-game leading in Faze Clan, but still having to settle into a new system, having to settle into a new in-game leader, and still be able to produce one of the best performances he's had in the entirety of 2020 against the likes of Astralis. Sure, right now, we don't know if Astralis is the best team in the world. We don't know whether or not they're going to be at that same level, where they're just going to beat everyone and win the majors, but to do it against Astralis in one of your first matches with G2, that is just extraordinary well played by Nico. And as Maniac said, there was just highlight after highlight after highlight.
And it really gets us excited about what this G2 roster will be able to do going forward, because it's the very early stages. But then after that, it wasn't so easy for this G2, especially right when we got onto the 3rd and final map of Inferno. It went to overtime. It was very back and forth, but there were some clear mistimings, miscommunications, misunderstandings of what was needed to be done at those points. They dropped the ball in a way we didn't expect from G2.
Yeah, look, I said this series had everything, and the second map was definitely the stories of the clutch. If you go back to Nuke as well, G2 dropped the ball a couple of times. We had 1v2s after 1v2s coming in from Zip. We had Device as well stepping up and winning these key rounds. And yes, you mentioned Inferno. And there, we cannot not mention Kenny, as he went missing for the last map. That is unfortunate. He's someone I deem very, very highly. I respect a lot everything he's been doing.
Sure.
He's been having a slump. That said, though, that was a real miss on Inferno. And what frustrating is, that was a very close series. It was overtime.
imagine, right, even if he was at 50% of the skill we know Kenny has, we'd be looking at a different scenario right now.
Most likely. It was a very close game, and Astralis, they got over that hurdle, you know, by the smallest amount of margin you possibly could. Kenny was not having a great game. Sometimes you can look at the stats and you can think to yourself, okay, I only had 6 or 7 kills, but you found impact. The problem for Kenny yesterday was that he had a lot of opportunities to get the kills. He simply missed a lot of shots. He was playing without confidence, and you could see it on his body language as well. He felt that. He felt that he was not in the game, and that was inevitably what cost him at least going to OT. In OT, we got to give credit to Astralis. They completely outplayed G2, outcalled G2 as well. So I think when it got down to 15-15, the better team won. But as Maniac said, as you said, it could have gone both ways.
And Astralis, right, we learned about how they are dealing with this in-game leader side of things. It's actually working out pretty well, better than we would maybe expected having 2 voices chime in.
Indeed, at least tactically, that's an Astralis that looks fierce. That's an Astralis that is not under pressure in key moments. As Jacob just mentioned on Inferno, when it came down to the overtime, they found all the possibilities. They understood all the timings. So the callings for Astralis has been really good. Now, individually speaking, Xip has been slowly but surely coming back to shape. And that was one of the questions we had starting in this tournament. What kind of form is he going to show? First game was a bit slow, but then already in the second game, he showed up.
He really did show up. But our next game was a Brazilian hype match.
Okay.
And when I say Brazilian hype match, it was just MIBR, because FURIA, they looked deflated, they looked defeated, and they at times looked awkward, like they didn't know what to do, and we don't expect that from them.
Nah, we expected FURIA to come into Europe, you know, being ready to claim the status they built up within NA, right? They won more or less every single tournament they could in NA. It was very disappointing what we saw from FURIA yesterday and the day before that as well. As you said, it looked deflated. It looked like they were without synergy. It looked like they were without that fire that we know them to have. And that's the thing, right? Because sometimes you look at a team, and it could be ENCE for an example. You look at them and you don't really think, okay, they win a game, they lose a game. It's the same emotion they show, right? But when you look towards FURIA, you expect that fire, you expect that hunger, 100%. You expect that, you know, emotion to come out of them. And you just didn't see that yesterday. They got outplayed by MIBR yesterday, simple as it is. And they also got outplayed, you know, when it comes to the energy that was put into the game. No doubt the better team won, and as you saw by the emotions as well, it meant so much to MIBR.
And I think they got outplayed by themselves a little bit here for FURIA. I come back to that moment where we saw it on the cameras. It was halftime. Normally the bit where you're talking, working things out there. Art was dead silent, and you never see that from them. Them guys are always talking, always got the next plan in their minds, and it was almost like they'd given up on themselves at that point, and I was very worried seeing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, FURIA seems to be a team that kind of live and dies through R's performance, right? And good for them, he almost always performs, almost always finds the opening, and I think as an IGL and being that aggressive, whenever he's in the groove, then he's going to come up with ideas. There is a relationship between his individual performance and his lead. You go on to Vertigo, the last map of the series, he was 0-11 at some point in the game. That is very unfortunate for them. They looked deflated, they looked flat, and emotionally speaking, yes, it looked like it was an empty day for them.
And someone who didn't look flat across this entire series, across this entire tournament so far, is TRK. This man was on fire. He seems to have just been given so much room to actually develop himself now.
He was fragging, he was clutching, he was delivering when needed the most. He had a fantastic game yesterday, judging by the stats as well. 73.9 ADR, not bad at all. A decent KD as well. He was doing a good job, but the most impactful thing he had yesterday was the clutches, right? He was being so clutch in the most important situations. This one, you know, especially on Vertigo, there was a couple of instances where he just took over the game by himself. We talked about it when he was in MIBR the first time. Did he not get the freedom needed in order to perform? Or was it just, you know, was it a dead lineup he joined in the first place? We don't really know, but he seems to come alive when in this iteration of MIBR. And what I saw yesterday, and especially this clutch we're about to see, the flick coming in right here, Matthew, it was just fantastic.
Yes, and it hurt as much as it does for us, and it does for FURIA right now, looking at that flick. I agree with you. TRK was definitely a massive X-Factor in that series, right? And I don't want to jump the gun. We've seen only 6 maps coming out of MIBR. But if you base your opinion on how he was looking with the old lineup and how is now, there's definitely more to come with TRK.
And that's it, right? That's the story here for this MIBR. Remember, you've got 2 players of the full roster now, and then 3 players who are on loan, standing in, just trying to fill the spots. They're not even sure where this project will go just yet, but one thing's for sure, they want to work damn hard at making it work and putting MIBR away from that awkward position of looking like a lost name, a lost organization.
I think they've already done that. I think they've already accomplished, what they set their goal to be for this tournament, to show the world that MIBR is still fighting, to show the world that they at least will try, I think that's the least we can expect from them, but that's also what they already achieved. If they were to qualify today, if they were to win the matchup and move on into the tournament, that in itself would be so impressive. And, I wouldn't go as far as saying it will be a historical moment for MIBR because they've achieved a lot elsewhere, but for this moment and in these circumstances, it would be a story that nobody would have seen coming into this tournament. I've been impressed, you've been impressed, and I think the world out there watching Counter-Strike, they've been impressed.
And that was the thing, we went in with such low expectations, but this MIBR is looking good. And it's being led by this man on your screens right now. And I'm going to keep coming back to it. I saw him back when he was on INTZ, and he was the second quarter on that team. He was leading the charge, but not as just an emotional leader, but the powerful leader as well. And that's what I see here today.
So far in this tournament, he's had both. He's had both hats on his head, the fragging IGL, but also the captain, the motivator. We could see sometimes in the webcams he was talking to his teammates. Yeah. You can see he is absolutely activated in the way he's talking to his troops. I think he truly has that kind of captain figure on him. So far, so good tactically. I've been impressed by some of the redirections they had to do in the last 30-35 seconds, which to me would be a risk when you have a team that's not too organized right now. But it's been good for KNG. He's been doing well. And I agree with Jacob. If they were to beat G2 today and qualify for the finals, that'd be huge.
That would be huge, but it's a tough task on their hands. And I guess with Kogu, though, he's a different kind of coach. We saw him, doesn't have his headset on sometimes during the game, but he's there hyping him up and he's doing a lot of prep work in the early stages.
He's a different type of coach. Maybe he realized that strategically speaking, he cannot offer that much yet. Maybe he'll grow into be a great coach in that sense. But, just being there and have the presence of Kogu around you, a legend within the scene, a legend within Brazilian Counter-Strike, that may be enough to hype up the player and make them perform just a tiny % better. And that may be enough, for a game against G2. So, yeah, may not be the most strategical coach, or have that many inputs during the game, but just the presence of him and the player management in itself is very, very important. And he's doing a good job so far with that.
And he's a legend of the game as well. But I've got to show you guys about the format and how this all pans out here for the full season. One last time, because this is what it's all for. We started with 12 teams, 6 getting eliminated. The last one will be chosen today to the showdown, 6 advancing to the finals. Only 2 teams will go from the showdown to the final, and then there's 1 spot at the final to join 3 already qualified teams for the global final. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of time to shine with all of it, and they're all fighting for a tournament that means so much to them. And this right now, just to remind you, if you're just tuning in, is the games you've got on your hands today. We're looking at G2 taking on MIBR coming up next, and Astralis are waiting to see who will win that game and who will they face. You'll have to find out after this break.
čuvat će me. Možeš baciti neku bombu?
Dali su mi smoke, zapalit ću od vrata. Daću 2 vatre.
Time.
One door is open.
Trči,
Time. Run directly. Yeah.
Lobby. Dolazim ka tebi vrata. Idem ka tebi vrata, mislim da je ovaj lobby. Idem vrata do kraja. Idem okolo.
Idem u main.
Dobro.
Držim samo sebi ispred main.
Idem skroz do kraja, da znaš.
Dobro. Možda ti puše vrata.
Ne vidim ga, ništa. Samo vrati u plavoj. Ne defa, nisam ga nigdje vidio.
Igra čaper.
Dobro, igra je defa. Pipno je. Ne defa.
Low side.
It's G2 going up against MIBR, and you just heard it then, the cousins in arms, dropping into their native tongue to get the job done. And you gotta love it, right? Because it's like that quick, this will be easier, we got the way of doing it, and it's so precise.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the cousins have been the stories for G2, and that clutch is a great example of crisp, clean communication, understanding each other, not even needed to say sometimes what they're doing, because there's just that clear understanding. They see themselves moving on the map, and they understand. That was a 2v4 with 10 seconds left. That's a beautiful clip.
Fantastic, you know, fantastic. That's the synergy you have with your countrymen sometime, and them being, you know, in a family connection may help with that.
It really might help though, that right? You get all that playing time together, now you're actually in the same team together. And again, I'm going to show you all of the matches coming up for this day. This is how it's all gone down. This is what we've been looking at. This is the very end of the full series here at Blast Premier. And it is G2 going up against MIBR. It's going to be an interesting one no matter what. It's an MIBR that we didn't know what to expect. And that actually makes it very hard though for teams, right? Because you don't know what you're going to get. Limited size of map pool of what they play and how they play it. There's definitely not enough to review.
Not enough, but still enough to realize that they are, you know, a team you have to respect. They are a team that you have to go into the server and you gotta prepare for. They are a team where if you don't show up on any given day, you're gonna lose. The way MIBR has been playing so far, the level of Counter-Strike has been really, really good. Agreed. They haven't got lucky with the wins they've had. They've basically played some solid Counter-Strike. Aggressive Counter-Strike, sure, but also showed yesterday that they can play some defensive Counter-Strike. And it's the dynamic of those two that is interesting to me.
And we talk about maps, and to me, there are a lot of questions moving into that veto. I'm gonna be honest, put it out there. Overpass was the first ban for both teams in every game in that series. Who is going to float Overpass?
Yeah.
Who is going to take the risk of removing Overpass? Any of this team doing it, they would be losing from the get-go, because you have maps that could be taken away from either teams, you know? You could be cleaning Dust 2 if you're in MIBR. You cannot allow G2 to have that peak, which they've looked so impressive. You could also be removing Vertigo if you're G2, and you will not allow MIBR to have it. So that's going to be one of the questions. Do we see any of these teams removing Overpass? There we go. We have Inferno taken out by MIBR, which means they are leaving Dust 2 open. That was one of the first questions I had. Now G2 will have to make the same choice. Do we remove Overpass? Do we remove another map?
That's a good question. That's a really, really good question. Inferno going out of the way. I'm just thinking with the limited practice MIBR has had, they played Inferno twice already in this tournament. Given not a lot of success, right? But if you have the luxury to take out that map as the first veto, have they practiced 7 maps coming into this tournament? I highly doubt it. Overpass going out, I like it. I like it. I don't think if you're the favorite, if you're G2, don't take any risks.
That means that a Vertigo pick could come out of MIBR, and we haven't seen G2 on it quite yet. We don't really know how they look like. They're going for Nuke. They're taking Nuke against G2. They've already played the map a couple of times, and it wasn't too bad. Even that game versus Astralis wasn't that bad. We talked about the clutch situation. G2 definitely in place. So KNG must have a plan. Now we move into G2's pick. Do they go for Dust 2? Obviously, they're gonna go for Dust 2. It's right open for the taking. We can talk about preparation. Again, I'm just gonna put it out there, okay? That Dust 2 peak was seen coming by MIBR. There's no doubt about it. But how do you handle the 38 kills that you see coming? There is no solution. There's no formula, right?
There's not a lot you can do against Nico's in form like that, but MIBR, they need to have some sort of a plan for it. But it's where we go from here. Where does G2 want to end up on? Train.
Oh my, wow.
Train.
Train as the last map for G2. that's the point I was making. They divert away from Vertigo.
Yeah.
That can be a very tricky map, but I cannot shake the feeling that if we go to train, G2 is going to play it by ear. They're going to play it spontaneously. They're going to hope to find solutions. I am, let's say, 80% sure that they haven't really prepared that map, and it's going to be about the individuals shining, about the good ideas from the IGLs on the fly.
Just a quick touch upon it, right? MIBR removing Inferno, that's them realizing that our Inferno is simply not good enough to go up against G2, so they take the loss already there. They're willing to play Dust 2, which I'm going to say, without knowing, 85-80% security, that they haven't practiced a lot of Dust 2. MIBR, with the limited time they've had to practice, they have not played all 7 maps. No way. So they think to themselves, Inferno, there's no way we're going to win, so we're going to take the gamble and play Dust 2 and hope we can, do a free-for-all style and maybe get a good result here. Just by looking at the video, G2 is my mind already now. They're leading 1-0. There's no way they're going to lose Dust 2 under any circumstances. Nuke, though, they beat Astralis, they beat FURIA, so why not G2 as well?
Well, let's see if we can get some more insight from the MIBR camp as Freya spoke to Kogu earlier.
How is KNG balancing the input from the other players? As you were saying, they have a lot of freedom. They can give suggestions to KNG as well. So how is he balancing that?
All right. So sometimes we play default, and when we are playing default, they have more freedom, but they have to talk what they're doing. So the guy next to this guy who is making a play, there's something behind, someone helping him. But sometimes it's a strategy and everybody has to follow. If we play default, it's a little bit more freedom. Otherwise, it's KNG who is calling and they have to follow.
Now, of course, you're going to be coming up against G2 in this next matchup. What are you making of them as a team, particularly now that we see Nico in there as part of the roster?
We just don't care. We just don't care. We're coming hard. We're prepared for the war. And in this war, we're not gonna left no soldier on our team behind. We're going to the war and we bring every soldier back home. And the enemy on the ground.
And Kogu's voice has gone there, no surprise, because of how manic and hype it has been. The screams, the shouts, the cheers, and look at this. A telling picture. And I'm especially interested on maps like Nuke, on Trade, where we see the AWP style.
Thank you, James. That is the point. We have prepared that graph to talk about the matchup between the two snipers. Obviously, we talked about Kenny S, his struggles yesterday. But now it is even more important given the pool that we have. Nuke, Dust 2, Train. All these maps, you can have an impact with the AWP. No Inferno, shaky grounds for either of these two. So these players are going to be key. And so far, the advantage is clearly on the right-hand side. KNG has been in the groove. He's been in the center of the results for MIBR, whereas Kenny S is trying to find his second breath.
He really is trying to find his second breath, but we never get that bad performance out of Kenny twice, surely.
Surely not. I hope not, right? Because it was not looking good yesterday for Kenny S. I'm sure he's been able to mentally reset, be ready for today. And as you said, coming into the game yesterday, Kenny S had a good tournament. So it was a bad day for him. It was a bad game, but I'm sure he'll be better today. He can't be worse, let's be honest.
He can't be worse. Well, let's hear from him and how he was feeling as Freya was able to catch up with him.
Speaking about yourself as well, I know when we spoke on day one, you said you've been really focusing in on making yourself perform more consistently. So I wondered what you've been focusing on as a player and what kind of challenges Astralis threw at you yesterday in that series.
The first challenge is for me is to be consistent in what I'm doing outside of the game in my 3 hours. So that is something that I do pretty good so far. I also rewatched the game with my analyst, and we ended up on the point that I had an off day yesterday, obviously. It was a big one, really, really big one. I could not hit a lot of shots, but I've tried to help the team till the end of the game, trying to keep my fundamentals really on point. In the other end, I was also losing myself a bit, which didn't help my performances. So I was literally between, okay, I want to have more impact, but today is just a day where there is some impact that I can't really have. So I try to focus on having other impact because I also had good reads during the game, even though I was not fragging, even though I was a bit losing myself. I still tried to read the game and help my team.
I love Kenny Maniac, and there's one thing, right? When I spoke to him, this was the very beginning of the year back at Katowice, was talking to him, he was struggling with his own mental health issues. He was saying Malik is a big factor in helping boost him up, helping him find that confidence in the game again. So I'm damn sure they've done enough work to get Kenny feeling good for today.
You'd have to hope for G2, right? And I mean, aside from the performance, I think there's also a point that Kenny S makes in that interview that is key, is that whenever you're having a bad game, you can still help your team.
Yes.
That is absolutely so important, and that used to be his issues years ago. Whether he was having a good game, he'd just basically win it for you, but when he was having a bad game, he'd take the whole team down. That is not the case anymore. At least they're working on it. He's aware of it. You can still help your team even though you're not finding your frags. But let's be clear, that performance on Inferno cannot happen again.
Yes.
No, it was a terrible performance, but just to back up your point, right, he didn't stop playing Counter-Strike yesterday. He didn't stop playing. He was still going for the fight, still trying to find interfrags. Yeah, he didn't hit his shots, and yeah, he had a bad game, but as Maniac said, sometimes you see a player with those problems and he just sits back and he just lets the game, unfold in front of him. Kenny S was still actively trying to be part of the game, proactive on the server, going for the duels, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, please don't go for it. You're not having the game of your life, but you have to. You have to continue with the system. You have to continue with the plan, even though you may miss a couple of shots you normally would hit. So kudos to Kenny S for having one of the worst performances I've seen him had in a while, but still staying in the game and staying active to his team.
Well, we've talked the talk, and it's nearly time to walk the walk. It's G2 going up against MIBR. There's one spot left in the final and one spot in the showdown. We're starting with Nuke, MIBR's pick, and trust me, you won't want to miss this. We are in for an epic brawl between MIBR and G2. It's MIBR's map pick of Nuke, and I'm going to start with this, guys. Nico, Henny outside when we saw them, right? Kenny, even Henny. You know, I'm getting them mixed up when it comes to throwing the names out. They throw them all out there. We've seen a lot of Nuke. But no, it was the Nico and Kenny moments where we were very scared of what G2 could do already. But MIBR are willing to challenge that.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make. MIBR is going to challenge them. You are correct. It's going to be Nico outside with the rifle, and he's going to have Kenny as helping him out, either from Heaven or from Secret, depending on the setups they run. But that used to be one of their main strengths on the CT side. Is that going to be the case now? That's going to be a question. Over on the id side spot is going to be Amanek and Hunter. And I think there's a point we need to touch on, you know, coming into this game with Nico now joining G2. Nex has been really selfless in the CT positions. He's been changing around. Now he's playing the ramp position on Nukes, one of the most segregated areas of the map. You're going to be alone, isolated. Same on Dust 2. We move on the conversation. He's going to be playing towards A long, alone as well. So Nico is taking more space on the CT side. T side, he's slotting in the system. He's basically doing what he needs to do, and I believe he's doing a great job. But on the CT side, he's taking a little bit more space.
100%, and that's just the way it is. You know, he was saying it in the interview as well. He said, on the CT side, I want to be active. I want to be proactive. So you cannot slot Nico in, you know, standing A-long by himself. He's going to be too stationary. You want Nico to move around. You want him to read the CT side, you know, read the setups, and then be a proactive player who can decide the round, sort of. Coming into Nuke, though, you know, this is the map for MIBR. Let's set the scene straight. If they don't win Nuke, I am 100% sure, and I don't use that word a lot, that they're going to lose Dust 2. I have no doubt in my mind. We'll find.
You know what he's doing?
You can say this.
There is no tomorrow. You can't have a video tomorrow.
You can say this. You can say this as you want. You can do whatever you want with the production out there, but there's no way G2 is not going to win Dust 2. I am 99% sure that G2 haven't been able...
Wait. You just changed for 199.
Let me finish. I'm 99% sure that MIBR have not been practicing Dust 2 a very lot coming into this one, and thereby I'm 100% sure they're going to lose Dust 2. So if they want this game to be competitive, if they want this to go all 3 maps, and if they want to win and move on in the tournament, they have to win Nuke. This is the map.
Well, I want to see, right, this kind of MIBR, the huddles, the hype, they're in this together, right? So there is a master plan that is had here, and this is comfortable for them. They've got to make a statement when it comes to this, unlike my predictions right now, because my statement died back when NAVI were playing.
You really missed that.
What's the logic behind that one, James? You want to enlighten us on your predictions?
I'm going on holiday in Brazil, so you know. There we go.
That is the point. Listen, I probably have also some explaining to do. Obviously, the G2 one, I don't believe that Kenias is going to have a slump again today, and Nico has given me a lot of trust and confidence in what he's doing. And then I might have just lost the plot for the last game. That one I had to take a risk. You know, Connor's just acting too smug on top of the mountain. I said, listen, I'm coming for you. I'm going to take a risk. Might end up today crying.
See, I'm jumping off a cliff. You're trying to catch up a little bit. And Semler, you always think you're smart. Anders and Semler standing by, though, to give us the commentary. They're ready and waiting for all this action. And Semler may have lost his crown, but can he get it back?
Oh, yes. Don't worry, James Banks. It's only a matter of time, gentlemen. There's plenty more matches, plenty more opportunity.
Do the points extend into the showdown and everything?
The thing is, last time it got a bit boring because I was dominating the entire time. This time I thought, why don't I give them false hope? You know? I'll make it interesting for myself. I'll let them feel good, right? Everybody wins. They feel good for a little bit, and then I crush them.
The betting odds, as you just saw there on the screen as well for Betway, our wonderful sponsor, they were about 3-1 roughly in favor of G2. So it's the G2 at least favored by the betting community for now. I just want to watch this game. I think we've been blessed with great Counter-Strike throughout this season of Blast Premier. I think it's been wonderful. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you guys have too, because there's going to be surely more coming. MIBR certainly. What a great gift that we've got. I think many people, certainly myself included, were ready to write them off and say, nah, it's just going to be the same old thing. But it has not been that. It's been really entertaining. And G2, with the addition of Nico, look absolutely wild. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be G2 on the CT side, MIBR on the T side. We are starting on Nuke in this best of 3, and we're going to get right into it. Casual taps, and he runs right past. That's a pretty good, it was a dangerous thing to do, but he just avoids sure death there. Could have been the end.
Ooh, fake, and now it's going to be on Hunter here. Needs to find that shot, and he's not going to manage it. KNG takes down his teammate Nico. Already Nico out of the pistol. That's a lot of firepower dead for G2. But all 4 players from G2 coming in from heaven, looking to just swarm over this bomb site together, trying to find pot shots right now, but they are losing these duels. It's still a man advantage for MIBR.
They got the smoke down as well, I think, somewhere there on the ground. So we'll see. Nice shot from Amanek. He had to hit that. They're already defusing. They have the kit and everything. Another second and it'll be it. There we go. I don't think they realized that that defuse was happening. And Hunter, adding insult to injury, will take down another 2.
Oh. How, if you're G2, can you expect all 4 players from MIBR to come through the same spot? That's the main thing. They've got to be standing over there at some point thinking, well, yeah, I mean, at some point somebody's got to come from over here, like Squeak, Lobby, Main, you know, something, right?
Yeah.
And no, everybody just threw the same spot there, and that has definitely thrown MIBR for a little bit of a loop. G2 snaked the pistol round, managed to pick that up, and well, now it's going to be the force buy out of MIBR. They got that bomb plant, and they feel like they've got a chance, so they're going for the double AK Galil buy with the scout from KNG. KNG was popping off yesterday, too. He had his moments, definitely creating many opportunities, especially here on Nuke.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be exciting to see if he can repeat that performance today.
I mean, they're all going to have to really step it up here against G2 because, again, the firepower on G2 is just so ridiculous. So, surely, they're going to need everyone to make this one work. Let's just find out here. Some UMPs as well in the mix. Nico. Tapping but not connecting. Kenny nearly getting caught. And a grenade on top. Ooh, he's going to get taken down. That's a nice little crouch in. They're going to catch Nico out in the open. That's 2 kills for Leo with really no rebuttal at all. Look at this, they're waiting, yeah.
He didn't see him.
It looked like the bullet went right through him.
Yeah, I don't even know. Nice. Dude, Leo, he's just come alive in this round. 3 kills for him. That AK working wonders. And now Hunter and Emanek, last 2 alive here for G2. And it's not going to be for long as TRK picks off Hunter. And Emanek down, you know, all by his lonesome towards that B site. Doubt he's going to see any action. Although they are working their way down here. They don't seem to have any idea where this guy is.
The only way that he could do anything is if they showed up with a bomb at 10 seconds left and he just sniped away a kill. But they have changed their minds. Yeah, it's all good. What an impressive second round for MIBR to be picking up. I mean, that's right after losing the pistol in a close fashion, but still losing it. And then you come back with this AKs. You wrap around. We're gonna have to hope that. I mean, I don't think Kenny will be struggling. I mean, there was a rough game yesterday that he had on Inferno, right?
Yeah.
You obviously would love individually for him to have a little bit more of a revival game, start a little bit stronger. Can't be dealing with any more Kenny sad faces, can we? It's too much.
No, it's too painful. Kenny is such a good guy. And well, I mean, you just hate to see him underperform. Ooh, nicely up. $600. Emanek will be happy about that. He recovers a grenade. Alright, solid save. He'll be carrying that over, but it is still a disastrous result there for G2, letting MIBR tie things up 1-1, resets their money. 1,400 you can see across the board here for G2 apart from Emanek. And yeah, just a whole lot of misery, really. If you're G2, this is not the start you were hoping for. MIBR did not wait long in just smacking you across the side of the head.
Yeah, they are pretty quick to take their revenge. But it's so early on that it's a little bit too soon to really make any kind of prediction. Small bang, some nice grenades landing on Nico. It's going to blow him up. Then they're just going to slow it down here. And I mean, these are all the things that, especially for a new and fiery team like this MIBR lineup, yeah, it's great if they can win, rounds just based on aim and all the rest of it, and get some strong fights going their way. But I'm always interested to see if they can survive, sort of safely make their way through rounds like these, where they don't make any silly mistakes, they don't get so overzealous that they start go hunting and throw away stuff. And it doesn't seem like that's what they're doing right here. So yeah, still kind of grouped up. No one's really being left alone. Quite well defended in case there's any kind of a lobby crunch, which is such a dangerous thing on this map from the CT side if they start to do that. So yeah, they're super small details for MIBR to have down, but as we all know, sometimes even quite high-level teams will make some absurd mistakes and give away rounds that they should not be doing.
Certainly.
Right, I know, yeah, they're just rocking it.
Seen a few rounds like that so far this tournament, Anders.
Yes, we have.
Pretty sure you're still dwelling on Astralis short Dust 2 yesterday, beginning of the half.
Listen, I don't let that go easily.
Kind of let G2 get back into it.
I know it's all fashionable to to, you know, just be the bigger man and just like, you know, let go. But
Turn the other cheek.
sometimes it's nice to hold on to a grudge for a little bit, you know. it could be a little bit therapeutic, you know.
Listen, the correct kind of grudge holding. I mean, that's just a lot of motivation right there.
Right. You know, like can't just be letting Astralis think that they can slot right back into that, you know, mythical position that they had earlier in Counter-Strike, I guess. But yeah, they're gonna have to work for it to get back there, at least in my mind. 4th round, KNG outside. Right here, he's got some backup, and again, that's great to see. It's a little detail, but yeah, they're not just sending one person out here to lose a rifle, and I enjoy that. Mac 10 on Leo, and he's already got 2 kills. He's down to 1 health, and leaving Nexa in a 1 versus 5. So looking like a 3-1 early on for the Brazilian side.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any celebration counters. That's the best part of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
It's true. I'm wondering, are they giving us the energy right now?
So it's got to be coming. If they don't
giving us that hype.
The hype is guaranteed, Semler.
Well, so far,
Nice shot. Pick up that AK-47. They could chase him with maybe a couple of people. I don't think they have a very good reason to do that. But yeah, I mean, if you're feeling it, then maybe go take that AK away.
this map pick ban has got me a little concerned.
Oh yeah?
Well, because obviously, okay, so the chain of logic is obvious here, Anders, right? So G2 beat FURIA on Nuke, but Astralis beat G2 on Nuke.
So you're thinking,
But so MIBR beat FURIA
all right,
on Nuke. So if MIBR,
there's this is, yeah,
this is obvious.
I wish I could remember, but this is like a betting fallacy. Like, I guess it is like chain logic or something. Like no, but it is. It's so tempting to think that way. I mean, like I mean, I guess that's why we call it a fallacy, right? It does. You know, it does. So you think like, oh yeah, but if they beat them and then they beat the other team, and then in the end we can
That
find out.
obviously makes them better than the other team.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't. Unfortunately, things don't transfer in that way from one game to another. But you know what? I still appreciate it. I think it's like, I mean, we've got to go for something. We don't really know that much about either team right now, so I guess we've got to try. Quick trade here, as it is Hunter for TRK, but then KNG coming in with a very important kill. Just patient there. Not that it was the most, you know, hype kill of all time, but he did get it anyway. Amanek revealing his position up here with a kill, taking down Leo. They're swinging against him, and he's got no backup in here. Finally, Nexa showing up, but it's going to be too late, and KNG will land that shot. Pretty much, I think, would have been dead if he hadn't, but I think Amanek was feeling very lonely up on the rafters there for a long time.
That's a seriously monster shot coming in, and, well, KNG's got that smoke. He's holding it. Unscopes. Nico may have a chance. But KNG hits the shot first. Want to see it from his perspective, because it didn't look like Nico could see anything there through that smoke. KNG, though, will find that kill. Makes it look clean. This is the first one. The second.
Yeah, really good stuff. 8-1 and on KNG. He's only died the one time. He's got that AWP in hand. Said earlier he was one to watch whenever the sniping is going on, and it's definitely true. Molotov up here. Hunter has found a slightly, just an angle where not everything is on fire, which is probably good news. But they are back to not that impressive weaponry at the moment here.
Yeah, back to square one, essentially. And, well, a little bit frustrating here for G2. MIBR are the team, really, that are just, it feels like they've got nothing to lose. Big show, first big show for them since things have gone south with the roster, the old one, that is. And, well, we are getting a real wake-up call as to just the amount of talent that is in the South American scene. I mean, TRK just coming alive on this roster. He's a heavy hitter now. But Leo and VSM have also had their moments.
Definitely have. There was a whole free VSM thing going on yesterday, I noticed. People were up in arms. Yeah, it's been really interesting. Good shot from Nexa, still 45 seconds, and if they hit that headshot immediately, it would have been really interesting. But I think now they can probably get this under control and just secure the round. I even noticed there was some some sort of slight animosity amongst different people to sort of say, it almost feels like the original MIBR lineup were holding everyone else down. Which actually, that's actually something we recognize from other scenes. That's what happened in Sweden in the beginning under NIP, right? You just, I mean, like either people were so far behind, or they were waiting for maybe they could join NIP if someone, you know, it was just a that.
Oh,
that
you
happens,
mean in
right?
that way? I mean, there's also NIP. Just when you join NIP, it's your fault, right?
Yeah,
Never
that's
forget
true.
Michael Lille.
True, you get pushed in there, and you're like, oh no, it's not working. Week 1, new guy.
Yeah, exactly. Or you know, it's like, oh, we're having poor results. It's definitely this guy. And yeah, I think that was the point, for example, that Thorn was making earlier. Also, Thorn got pretty spicy in terms of the puke bucket, needing a puke bucket. But
he did, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I usually enjoy sweets. But that is a point, right? Whereas you can have the roster, the old roster, that is bringing in these players and then not allowing those players to really show themselves, to show what they're capable of. And it seems like that's the point that some people are making right now going into this. Or coming out of these matches where we get to see what these players are doing versus some of the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly learning something. It's not. I don't think it's clear what we're learning yet, but it's definitely. You know, I wish we had even more examples and data on it. I mean, an ancient sort of an ancient discussion point that I've always tried to mention is maybe people should stop swapping in one player at a time. And if you want to make roster change, you almost have to make more than one at a time. Nice shot there. Kenny not seeing much, but somehow Leo. How did he get that close so quickly?
On top of it, Johnny on the spot in that lobby.
Wow. That's interesting. Well, still a man advantage for G2, looking for their second round. And Lucas will get the kill on Nexus, so back in a 3-on-3. They know Nico's going to be here. They still make the jump, and he's happy to stand in the fire. And that was probably completely avoidable. Ooh, no scope coming in from Amanek, and I think that will save it. Some slight, I mean, just one slight mistake there, maybe for MIBR.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from KNG. Like, could have taken advantage of that Molotov, but it just doesn't happen. Timing does not line up for him. And now 50 seconds on the clock. They knew exactly where Lucas was playing from as well, and so no reason for G2 to make any sudden movements, make any plays. Just let the guy run into your crosshairs at this point. There it is. Amanek hits the shot. Second round on the board for G2 on the CT side of Nuke. 5 rounds though for T side.
So much money.
MIBR.
They have so much money in the bank. I didn't even notice, but yeah.
Just kind of slowly creeps up there, yeah. KNG definitely gonna have plenty.
Yeah, that's so interesting. 8th round, and this could be a perfectly reasonable jumping off point. I think 5-2 looks a little bit grim for G2. I don't think it actually is. I think they could pretty quickly turn this around if they could just start to pull it together like this. Hunter, excellent spray. Oh, that must have been near the last bullet. We're going to need a slow motion replay. I want to know if it's the second to last or the last one, but it was one or the other. TRK and KNG now 2 versus 5. They tried, they put everything on that, blowing up the door, and then just continue with grenades through, and Hunter said, you know what, I'll close my eyes and just see what happens.
You know what works better than grenades? Whole bunch of bullets.
It's true, isn't it? At least in the game, right?
In Counter-Strike, yeah.
Don't know how it would work, you know, in the real world. But
yeah, HEs wouldn't be much fun in the real world.
Definitely not. Yeah, this is a quick end to a round. Lots of confusion when you run around like this, because if you're MIBR, do you count that as a strategy that didn't work, or do you count that strategy you never even tried and you said, well, you know what, like, I mean, if we do it again, what are the chances that it'll happen the same way? Like, it's hard to know if you should cross it off the list at that point in time, or what you should really do. But for G2, it is amazing. Just to recover the point from earlier, where we were rudely interrupted by the Counter-Strike action. I think it's worth thinking about it. One thing is what type of player you have. Like, it makes sense if you remove an AWPer from a team, that you add another AWPer.
Sure.
And that's great. Like, that's a sort of a role way to look at the game. But just imagine you have 5 friends, and one of them, you know, just has a certain energy and fills a certain role within. Like, we're not talking about Counter-Strike. You got people over movie nights, 5 people, and one of them is just like a specific, like, he has energy. You know, maybe takes up more space than the other, makes some jokes or whatever. If you just say, well, okay, well, we're gonna find a new friend that's like you, and we'll just try and move him in here. And if everyone's expectation is that it's going to be, you know, the same movie night, that probably won't be the case, right? And then people, very likely, just, again, social dynamics, right? People will start to look at that new guy and be like, I don't know, Should he really fit in here? You know, like it was better when someone else was here earlier, right? I think that part that people sometimes completely miss is that there is a social element to the game. Unfortunately, it's the one that is the hardest for everyone to report and talk about, because so much of that happens inside the teams and doesn't so often get out. But it would be Counter-Strike would be a much more interesting esports if we had more insight into that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is all the behind-the-scenes stuff, right?
Yeah.
Give us those, the cameras on the coaches, cameras on the teams, in the house. Actually, just put cameras in every room.
Listen, I am ready for the Counter-Strike reality TV mix-up. I think it's great. Like the WWE Counter-Strike stuff.
Yeah, but we tried doing that. Oh, we had something like that. Remember that?
I do remember. And it was great.
That was fun. Good times.
I enjoyed it, so, you know. Let's bring that back just with all of the known players that we know. Yeah, I think I can't see how it couldn't work out. Might be a couple of ways in which you couldn't. Could also destroy the whole scene. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, exactly.
But
could just add to
listen, I'm ready to roll those dice.
You know, it's like Drive to Survive. You know, like CS. Could have something like that, right?
Exactly. We have over a minute left. Strong presence outside for G2, so they're not going to be fooled by anything. Much less of a presence inside. Hunter, that triple spray down needs to be replicated, but they're not coming straight at you this time, and he is going to go down. Leo, huge double entry, and G2 need to think really hard about whether or not they even want to go for this retake. That's not a very well defended bomb site at all. In fact, it's almost so badly defended, you almost wish they just played retake on it.
It's just, I really like it from MIBR. Straightforward. Just big death ball group. If he the likelihood of Hunter getting a double spray from that position,
yeah.
If they figure out that that's where he likes to hold, it's going to be very, very hard. That's a big one. Nico not going to be able to bring one back, however, but Nexa takes down VSM. It's a 2-on-2 retake scenario. Now bomb's ticking. Not a whole lot of time, though. They need to get in here quick, and it's not going to happen. I think Kenny decides to back off at this point. Oh, no, never mind. Hits the shot, but he doesn't have the time for the defuse.
Ooh, Leo with a quad kill. I mean, he would have had, if he had aced it, and he wins the round anyway, but if he had, that would have been something. He's really exploding right now early on the first half here. Yeah.
What's going on with Nico?
I don't know. He got naded earlier. Maybe that's it.
His ears are still ringing.
That could be. Look at the hype.
Oh, what? I love it. They have MIBR wife beaters.
Listen, I'm sure they have everything.
wait. That guy's got a Furia thing on.
I know. I was so confused.
I was so confused.
Listen, it doesn't matter. He was obviously a badass anyway. He, like, just glasses and everything. All right, quick trade. Nico going down. And as you briefly alluded to, Nico not having the best game right now. So as long as they can keep his output low, it's going to be good. Oh, that grenade, though, it'll chase him down. TRK. They're still going to lose the round, but he should be dead already. Oh, well. And that was Hunter with another triple to defend the bomb site.
Yeah, Hunter.
That was a good defense.
Yeah, but Hunter feels very confident. It seems on this map. It seems like that's a kind of a trend where he tends to get damage in.
Yeah. Definitely looking quite strong at the moment. We'll see. Surely they're gonna eventually go and fight. They don't have that much money, but it's a long time, a whole minute to be waiting. Are they gonna do that to us? Are they gonna ride it out?
Right. On Nuke versus Astralis, Hunter dropped 27 frags.
Well, that is a good thing to have in the back of your mind if you're on the G2 side and you're getting a little bit nervous. Although again, you shouldn't be. It's about to be 6-4. It's perfectly acceptable, perfectly fine. No reason to really panic at all at the moment.
But curious to see if it was the same thing versus, versus Furia. Yeah, Hunter dropped 26 frags versus Furia on Nuke. So clearly Hunter is just feeling Nuke right now. Like this is his home map.
Yeah, a bit of a trend starting. That's excellent. It's good to have that that kind of a player. And usually Nico doesn't go missing for very many rounds in a row, so if he also steps it in, yeah.
And keep in mind, I mean, Dust2's next. This is MIBR's pick, Nuke, but G2 picked Dust2. And while we all saw Nico just drop, what, 38 frags yesterday versus Astralis on Dust2? An absolute beating. In regulation.
Yeah, that was really interesting game, wasn't it?
Just total savagery. But there we go. The round, TRK does manage to survive with 2 HP, so he will live to fight in this round with that AK Kevlar. Now, well, 4 rounds on the board for G2 on the CT side of Nuke. MIBR sitting at a comfortable 6 on their T side, and the multi-nades into main once again, really trying to put some pressure. Aminet catches lining them up, though. Catches them lined up and pop.
Sneaky, rather. Wow. I can't believe that. That did so much damage. They're still downstairs. Oh, this is such an interesting Twitch. If this is straight up 4-on-5 with that much damage on Lucas and KNG, I don't think MIBR win the round, but now that the bomb is down, G2, I think they're going to be really surprised, and they're going to have a hard time figuring out where the rest of the MIBR members are. Leo's out hunting. He actually tags him up. He's running him down, and he's going to get the kill. Man, he's such an effective player right now, Leo. It's great fun to watch, and now KNG on the flank. Leo, he's called it out already. He's been told by his teammate that someone's made it there. So actually, KNG doesn't have a guess. He knows he's not walked the other way. Nice shot from Lucas. And now they're down there. Bomb inside of the smoke, and they're already on it. He's running through it, trying to guess it, but he cannot. Oh, it's so close. If he would have had that kill, that would have been it. They barely get the defuse. G2, though, on 5 rounds. And what a tremendous round it was.
So close. That's unreal that they managed to get that bomb planted and ticking. They really do ramp up the pressure on G2 with that play at MIBR. But Hunter's just got eyes in the back of his head. He hears the footsteps and is able to turn around just in time to stay alive in that. If he goes down on that flank, it's all over. Oh, nice save.
It's so close. It was so close to next to not even really being able to see him there.
Leo trying to make plays, but not this time. And it is going to be the Eagles. Across the board now for MIBR. We've lost VSM out in the yard, and the rest of them, or at least 2 of them, gathered up here at ramp.
Yeah, and this is where they just need to hang tight, G2.
Yeah.
Don't do anything silly. Build the money, keep going.
Don't get too close. Crossfire established, set up, and TRK has been spotted out on top of the silo, taking pot shots, and there it is! Hits the headshot on Nico. So gross.
You know all you're doing is making Nico mad for the next map.
It is true.
He is that type to bottle it all up.
Yeah, he's just... Yeah, exactly.
Keep it inside.
It's just going to be a little bit... yeah, you can see Nico. He would be the kind of guy to be able to reset as well, though. And there it is. Timeout getting called on the CT side. G2 tying it up 6-6. Good opportunity for them to try and slow down the pace here and perhaps give Nico a chance to recover a little bit on the mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll get there. But right now, even without it, they are... they're right back in it. I mean, tied up. I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
They've also built a bit of a bank, so they can feel more secure in that sense. And MIBR haven't had many of those walls, like smoke walls outside, those kind of executes where you sneak people down secret. They've kind of avoided that for the main part. That's interesting, because that's like the most stable strategy on Nuke in the current metagame.
Mm-hmm.
But whether you use it or not, you almost always throw that wall. They haven't actually done it that much. So maybe that's what we're, that could be a route to go here, but it looks like they're maybe not. Blowing everything up.
All the questions, Anders.
Yeah.
Again with the aggression on yard, though. Pushing up very close.
How does it take that much damage from just a Molotov?
Does KNG spot? Whoa.
Wow.
He's up on big red, and they still don't take that peek. KNG. Oh, this is the shot that Kenny hit yesterday. There it is. Takes down Lucas, gets the follow-up on KNG, walks right in. 2 kills for G2 to kick things off. Kenny with a strong start in the round.
That, I don't even know. That almost feel like KNG surely must have known that that was not going to be a good place to run, but maybe it's a position you almost never call out, so it could be kind of hard to do. Leo is, again, just really aggressive with those entries. Going to be taking down Kenny. Still a little bit of ways to go before they can get back into this round. 4-on-3.
Leo knows no fear. At least that's the feeling you get watching him play right now. He has got quite a bit of confidence. He also gets hype when you get that camera on him. Stands up at the end of the round.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Smoke, but there's a huge gap. Intentionally so, you have to assume, for him to sneak through, try and take a peek. But it's all the way behind the vent there. Hunter in the corner. They don't have any grenades to get rid of him, so they're going to have to go and check it manually. 20 seconds, and there's the check. Leo, another kill in the round, and he nearly gets that one. Can't even believe he even survived it. That is so close. But Leo is just an incredibly effective player. Again, I've got to say it, so much credit to him for the way that he's playing this game at the moment. 2-on-2, Molotov on Nico, and if he gets it behind there, that will put a lot of pressure on them. They don't have a smoke currently picked up, so they would have to essentially run for it. And where, no, he never puts it out. Oh, no. That could have been a bit of a mistake, and the swing comes in. TRK, big double for him as well. And MIBR pick up a 7th round.
Super clean. Double peak both times there for MIBR. So confident in that play. And this was Kenny just getting caught by Leo to kick things off. Leo really opening it up. Winning this duel versus Hunter was critical. And then just doing work, TRK. Fantastic stuff here at the end to keep it all together. 7 rounds on the board now for MIBR. They take the lead. So much hype on MIBR. It's crazy.
I know, it's, you know, you just live vicariously through it. It's, you know. I'm
just astounded because how do you maintain that? It's stressful enough playing the game as it is, round after round. But if you're burning energy like that as well, to those guys, it's got to feel like they're running a marathon at the end of every day.
Secret is they're always hyped up.
Sure, it's just a perpetual state.
Yeah, it's just the normal for them. They don't even think about it.
They're like guys like Cameron Haynes or whatever who just run marathons every day, literally. Like what? It ain't no thing.
That's exactly right. That's what they're all about.
Fair enough.
So I just think it's so much more enjoyable. Let's see. There is a player down there towards ramp. You're still in the position to fall back if need be. Nexa, yeah. Oh, he's thinking twice about it. Wants to go back for a peek. This is where it gets really dangerous being a ramp player. When you sort of second guess that, yeah, he's going to fall back this time. I don't mind that he does it, but it really can backfire. KNG walking in and catching Hunter completely. And that is a problem for this A defense for sure. Kenny missing a chance. He's not going to have many more, but he'll take care of that one. Finally gets caught, and Emanek scoped up, couldn't see what's happening right below him. And KNG will line up that kill easily. And they know exactly where Nexa was. So 2-on-1. They have a Molotov. They're going to have the bomb plant here. This will be a very, very tricky clutch.
So difficult. Molly going down on Hut as well. Door is open though. Nexa, not sure if Lucas was close enough to hear the footsteps. But there's a chance here for Nexa. If he swings wide, he will be able to spot. No, never mind. He misses the timing. Lucas is into the Hut now. And this is now becoming an impossible situation for Nexa. If he pulls this off, it is one of the god tier clutches so far in this tournament. 1v2 should be impossible here, given the post-plant positions.
And there's no kit either. I don't know if there's one on the ground somewhere, but if there isn't, it's definitely done. He's going to tap it once, but yeah, now he's finally picked one up. I think it's way too late. KNG coming in. Nice quad kill on him. And another round for the Brazilian side. Moving into the 15th, last of the half. But yeah, that was, I don't know. He had none of the tools needed, Nexa, to make that.
Yeah, no smoke. And once Lucas gets in the Hut, that's it. If he catches Lucas in the open, then maybe, right? Because then it's just a 1v1, and you kind of have an idea where the other guy might be.
Ooh.
Hey, there we go. Fan cams are in. You can hop on. I saw King Boo in there.
So we need to add more frames in there eventually.
Yeah, it's sick. All the fans joining in. But it is now the 15th round, last round of this first half. MIBR on the T side looking excellent. Big rounds going their way, and once again, looking to take this fight. And I mean, this is the correct call to make. Emanek is going to be hard-pressed to hold. Kenny is close with the CZ75, sets up on the top, and so far the triangle holds for G2, looking really good here.
They had almost no money at all going into this round, and they've made so much out of it. KNG, the last alive, at least for a minute here. He's got 15 health left, and there should be all... Oh, he actually connects with that shot. Oh, he wants to do it again. Well, we would have had to arrest him if he hit the second shot as well. That would have been way too much. 15 health, 1 minute. But yeah, I mean, as cool as it is to see them just use the raw power of being that aggressive, you see how it backfires in a round like this. Because that was just pistols holding it, and it could have just given a round potentially away here to G2.
All the CZ75s.
Well, yeah, they are pretty effective when especially we got 3 of them crossfired like that. So 35 seconds. I don't mind that he's sneaking around and looking for this, but eventually it's going to have to be more, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, he has to hit the one. They should be buddied up. Yeah, and they are buddied up, Nexa. So does KNG realize this? That would be good fundamentals to assume that they are watching each other's backs.
14 seconds.
Oh, he didn't see the gun barrel. And there are the footsteps. 10 seconds now. Has to make the run for it. Has to pick up this bomb and then stick it or hit the headshot. Oh, it looked like he was going to hit the headshot there for a second. You could see KNG thought so himself.
Yeah.
So close. But it's a 7th round. 8-7, the final score here at the end of the first half. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the second.
No. Yes. No. Yeah. And I think it's all white all the way.
Yes.
Go one by one, and they go one by one. I think you should be fine. And wait. No, wait.
Okay, all the way?
The last 2 ones are the good ones, but there is one before that is not good. I don't know if it makes sense. So
Okay. So this, which one I go to in
the
this
third one from the last, you go on the left.
Yes.
The left of it, and you go back to the normal rows.
Yes.
And you take the second and the last one. Yeah. Got it?
Oh.
Let's wait for each other here. Okay, go first. I follow you. Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god! What did you?
I try to bunny hop. Okay, I go first again. Go. Yes. Okay.
Red boost, I think. Would make sense. First jump. Okay. Come, bro.
Yeah.
Good. Can you get in? You see?
What's happening?
Okay. I guess we just yeah. Well, me too.
Everything is
Let's
white
go.
for me.
I'm being paranoid about something. I think we have to.
Oh my god. Okay, we're going up, yeah.
Can I open the door? I think I can open the door for you. Wait, let me check. Yeah, welcome.
Easy. Okay, what about here? We just have to click some of them, and it will turn
I
green.
guess. Yeah, yeah, it's green on the left as well. Try to make it green.
Yeah.
I think yeah, we have to. Yeah, this is good. Am I missing something? Or?
Yes, green? Okay. We just have to figure out which combination.
This one is big. Oh, sick! Let's go.
Yes!
Okay, there's a chicken here. Should I kill him? Take it.
And we're back once again. It's the second half. It's still the first map in this best of 3 between G2 and MIBR here at Blast Premier. Got so much more coming up still. And it's very, very even. So I don't really know what to make of this. But I think MIBR showed a lot of, a lot of fun stuff in that first half. But I don't think they did enough to completely shake G2 out of this map. And that's kind of what they needed to do. I actually think they need to win this map here. So a lot is on the line. Let's see how it goes now that MIBR are on the CT side and G2 are on the T side. Smoke there, yeah. Leo is coming in to join. That's probably good news. They're actually both going to go up on the HUD. All right. Does make it harder for them to rotate. Oh, they're going to boost all the way up. Fair play.
Oh, that timing. And Leo still gets toasted down to half HP. Interesting. But it is a vent drop coming in for G2. They managed to thread the needle. They're down onto the lower site. A little bit of a spot there from the BSM. Doesn't manage to pick up a kill, however. Leo gets caught on the rotation. Hunter giving his team a man advantage early on as the bomb gets planted. And another headshot on KNG. I'm curious to see... Oh, there it is. Nico, man, I was just about to mention. doesn't even need any help. Amanek is going to find that headshot on Lucas, and it is definitely looking very good here for G2 in this pistol. KNG catching out Hunter on the rotate, though. Kenyas goes down. It's Nexa now holding the line, and he gets 2 kills. Woo. Big plays coming in from G2. Just the man advantage. Simple. I was kind of curious to see if Nico here. I'm getting flashbacks to Kenny's performance on Inferno yesterday, where had Kenny gotten a few more kills, things would have looked a little different for G2. Same could be said here on Nuke for Nico, right? If he starts waking up and starts hitting some shots, life can get very life can get very difficult for MIBR.
Absolutely, yes. And VSM is actually the same amount of kills, so you know there's also that factor on the MIBR side. They both have a couple of players that could step it up a little bit. So really worth watching for. That kind of a round where the T side gets down to the lower bomb side and get the bomb down before you even really, you're even able to rotate. That's hard to deal with even at the best of times when you have all the grenades that you need. But in a pistol round, man, I'm shocked that it even got that close. I can't even believe that MIBR made it a 1-on-2 at the end there.
Mm-hmm.
That's never easy. And Hunter, yeah, I mean, once they're down here, he could just try and hold it. Wouldn't be such a bad idea. I was gonna say, this is where if they get silently down somehow, I don't know if the vent has been popped, but you're gonna have a heart attack if you're just holding that Molotov. I don't even think they should move. Just save what you have. Like, you already know where this is going. You've already heard it. It's done. Taking a long time, G2, but I'm not sure if MIBR should be trying. Maybe. Oh, the problem is with that kill is that it does lure you into thinking, all right, 4-on-5, maybe we should.
The bait is real.
They're being really patient.
I think they're just trying to play the clock because they realize that bomb has only just gone down. They still have time to maneuver. And, well, dropping down vents. Hunter with the hard hold. 2 kills with that UMP. Loads of money getting injected into his pockets. And Amanek only going to be able to take 1 with him. So it is a 2-on-2 scenario. Bit risky with the peek there from Hunter. But he's just setting it up now as they try and push onto this side. Should be an easy shot. KNG is going to be able to trade it 1-for-1, but now this should be done as far as KNG is concerned.
Man.
Bomb goes boom.
I mean, fair play. They did manage to do some decent damage, so... but so yeah, but it's... I mean, it happens so often, doesn't it? You just get a little smell of that success, and you just think, all right, we're good to go. It never works out that way, does it?
Not quite. But I mean, it's about as good a start as you can get right now for G2. 2 rounds on the T side, and taking the lead here on the map on Nuke, which is MIBR's map pick. So it stumped our analysts. MIBR in the first half, we're definitely showing some big fight. But I mean, if G2 start chaining some rounds together on the T side, it's going to get difficult here for the Brazilians. Definitely a wait-and-see kind of moment. But Hunter has just really come alive on this map as he's just been leading the charge the entire time, leading it with 18 kills right now.
They're ready for it this time. Look at it.
Yeah.
All over this bomb site. MG dead. Now the question is, does Hunter realize? Does he think maybe it could be walking into a 4-man stack? They should still win this fight, G2, but you never know. A minute left. Grenades going up towards the ramp. More Molotovs raining in. Leo getting displaced by them. Actually turns around, and Lucas even flashed. Is going to get that 1 kill. Good return from Kenny. That's important. I think, yeah, now they realize this is a stack, and we actually have time to go to the A-bomb site, so let's just do that instead.
Mm-hmm. Plenty of time. Bomb is going to get planted. Hunter is waiting on the rotations. Sure enough. There it is. 1 more kill to his name. 20 kills so far this map. Nexa finds the Lucas on the flank, and it is double digits now for G2, T side. And MIBR, after getting beaten up on, they do manage to get a buy round going now. So we get VSM with the AUG. We've seen more and more AUG play, interestingly enough. Amanek was using it for G2 on their CT side. Now we're going to get VSM with the scoped rifle.
Yeah, there just are a couple of people who are enjoying it. I really like that. I like that there's just a little bit of variety in what weapons people use, so happy with the way that it's working out at the minute. I think the big change here has got to be KNG and that wild AWP of his. Because he has been doing so much for MIBR in the first half, and it's the first time he's able to afford it here in the second half, so got some high expectations. Charging through his Amanek, and KNG not quite hitting that shot. He's lining up for a second one, but oh, Nico is going to be there. And Lucas goes down next, and I would say, again, I know I've been saying this a lot, but it's probably worth it to save. Leo going to get caught next, waiting around the lobby. Wow,
Yeah,
that's a rough round. Yeah.
Taking the fight long range with the UMP.
Listen, you've got to admire it, right?
Hey, he was brave. You're right.
Let me try that.
He shall know no fear. And decides to take that fight. Doesn't work out for him. But this is definitely looking like G2 picking up that 11th round. And they're looking pretty confident here, G2. MIBR struggling, although right now VSM is just collecting kills, really abusing the range of that dog.
But that is still probably worth it for G2.
Yeah.
Even if they lost some teammates in the middle of that fight, I think that's something they're going to be all right with. They have money to buy easily, as you can tell. Same is definitely not true for MIBR. So 11-8. I don't know. The score, the sort of the difference in rounds is not so concerning. The money certainly is, and just off-putting, I think, when you're in KNG's shoes and you finally get that off, and then you don't really get to use it. I mean, you had a chance there, but you're going to feel that way. You're going to feel like, man, I had to wait all the way into to the 4th round or something like that before I could do something, and then I didn't even really get to do anything, and now I probably have to wait until the 6th round before I could pick it up again, and that's just really unsatisfying if you're an AWPer.
Too true. Now, it would be really distracting rather, is if you were to win a round now, if you're MIBR, and then lose it. That would have been the old Nuke, the old money system.
Oh yeah, that
now
would have been the ultimate reset.
Yeah, now at least they still have the safety net. They've got full round loss bonus. Even if they win a round, they're only going to lose 1 round off of that. It's they have room to maneuver here for MIBR.
I wonder how we would all feel about the game if we turned it back to that style of reset. If we would be like, man, this is so, because it can feel pretty deflating if you're like, yeah, they won a round and now they actually got punished for winning a round because they lost the next one, and you're like, oh sure, oh cool, maybe our mentality. Oh, Leo, Stone Cold does finally move when they actually shoot at him, but that was.
It's tough to say. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's everything kind of leads here. Maybe you need this economy system just because the pistols, the SMGs, everything hit so hard now.
Yeah.
So now it's just like, all right, we need to constantly get money so we can just buy. And that's how we balance this.
Step 1 of phasing out all the pistols. Just don't even have any.
Sign me up.
I think things are working out all right at the moment. I don't know if they're perfect. They're probably never perfect. Oh, dualies, KNG, Leo, so much success behind this. And that's against, a lot of weapons on the G2 side. They come up with a 1-man lead. And still 40 seconds, but where do G2 go? I mean, right now they're just tiptoeing around, but they can't keep doing that. Partly because they'll run into deagles like that. And now Nico 1 versus 3, 30 seconds. Yeah, the time of walking around like this is very soon to be over, and it's like next kill, you probably just have to try and almost run for it, but there won't be one. VSM takes him down, and MIBR win a very unlikely round.
That is, I mean, there you go. Pistols are a thing, and dualies too, Andrews. You weren't a believer. Has KNG changed your mind?
Man.
Almost 3 kills with the dualies there with that setup.
I'm gonna need to see. I've got a lot of bias because for me, conceding the dualies are a thing will give a point to Jason, and I just don't think.
Can't let that happen. Never.
I just don't think it's worth it. So eventually, though, if it really becomes popular, I will claim that I've said it all along, and just change history that way. So
okay.
That's the plan, just so everyone knows. Join me in it if dualies become popular. Say, I can't believe Jason always said they're so bad. What a horrible analyst.
It's just we're all gonna live in the present where Andrews is always right.
Listen, we, for the longest time in the Counter-Strike, Jason was heavily critical of all American teams, saying they played horrible Counter-Strike and they should play like the Europeans. But we kept memeing that he loved American teams until the whole community believed him. And then now he's coaching an American team.
And that, exactly.
It's absolutely amazing. It's one of the best stories, really, untold in many ways.
I love it. He is definitely living the dream. He's gone full circle.
It's great. All right, 20. All right, they burned the top of
questionable.
I've never seen that before. Next it goes down. KNG with the Orb. I talked about that earlier. A nice lineup for TRK. He'll take that all day, and I think that is going to put an end to G2 in this particular round. Nico with a good headshot, but again, it's more about the time that's left. You need some of it to find all of the relevant spots and safety to put the bomb down. Even that kill on TRK, you know, like they're still just so slowed down behind it. MIBR, though, do need to call a bit of a break here and just, you know, they need to look at the clock and say, just don't give them any fights. It's not worth it. Let them come and put the bomb down, and then we can definitely go for it here. A little bit of a shoulder, but Leo, yeah, smart play. Fall back, make him throw the Molotov. I mean, every second right here counts. They are actually down. I am a little bit shocked that they even got the bomb down here. Is it going to be enough? Lucas will take him down. So now it's on Kenny with an AK to try and snipe 3 people, and he's going to have to be quick about it. They're already behind there, and Leo will take him down. Yeah, I don't think you could see the defuse either, so it might not have been actually possible. MIBR back now, 11-10.
That is the Mirage, right? Where he's just kind of floating there when Nico gets that bomb plant down and Lucas is kind of charging around the corner. I'm just imagining Nico just hitting that headshot and us being in a 2-on-2 post-plant situation for G2. Dude, KNG.
I love it so much. It's the best thing, isn't it?
He's such a madman.
Oh, man.
You know,
I wish I could be casting right next to them. I mean, apart from that, they hear what I was saying, but, you know, outside of that, it just would be so good.
Come on, how am I blanking on his name? He reminds me that moment right there, the guy who played Bane in that.
Oh, listen, don't ask me those.
Come on. Hardy, right?
Yes.
He reminds me of him there.
That's the point, yeah.
For that angle, it looks like
him. How is that possible? They should have lost this round with, I don't know, 20 seconds to go G2, but somehow they're still in it. Next to missing a shot. He's got help, though. He's going to get it with the Deagle, and now it's down to VSM. If they let this one go, MIBR, they are absolutely going to regret it, and there's Kenny coming in. What a miracle round for G2, and that is also MIBR just not quite respecting G2, thinking, you know what, we have got it, and then suddenly they let go of the wrong rifle at the wrong time, and this could be the map for them here. I mean, they still have money on MIBR, but that is devastating.
Tom Hardy. But yeah, that it was so much of a miracle round that I was, you know, just busy looking for a reference on KNG and an actor. I'd completely written G2 off as that was going to be an eco round, and MIBR were going to take it.
They weren't meant to win that at all.
They were kind of not. But that's just the way it goes. It gets CSGO'd. 12-10. So G2, once again, back in the driver's seat and really putting MIBR's backs to the wall. Although MIBR still have 3 rounds of loss bonus, they will get quite a bit of money in the next round if they were to lose this. They have tapped their bank. So now I was kind of curious to see what is the next point here. Luca's going to be safe from the bombardment. Takes a bit of damage, but he survives. That's the issue. You have so much room in here that a single molly doesn't clear it all out. Neither do the nades. So
yeah, I mean,
you know, it's cool you cleared stairs, but you still have to check to your left if you go in there.
I think you can probably throw a molly that bounces in and clears it all.
But then does it clear stairs?
No, it definitely won't do that. But I feel like if they actually went for it, they would check, because they must know, as you said, that it's not going to clear everything. If they don't, then they've actually baited themselves into dying. So
bait. Yes.
Oh, this is looking a little bit more like the Astralis actually, with the sort of with the difference obviously being Nico outside. But it looks like they're going to be bombarding that inner bomb site heavily, and it's going to be hard to find a space to start. I mean, KNG is going to be catching fire. I think that one of those Molotovs, this one, will essentially land on the low ground, or maybe it will be one of the other. There's a bunch of different ways to throw it, but yeah, bouncing on in. They actually have found a little bit of a safe spot. They're back here. TRK, they're missing that last Molotov that Astralis have. It comes a little bit too late, and TRK could have taken him down. Leo with a good spray, 15 seconds. He's out of bullets and out of life as well. It's going to be VSM last alive, and a nice flick from Kenny to take it down, and the bomb going down at B at the same time. That all worked so well, and again, we would need, you know, a couple of maybe even like 10 minutes to break down every detail of what happened. There's so many grenades. I actually thought they were missing the one in the corner. I thought they were just a little bit late with it, but it all worked out. Well done. That was, again, a cool execute out of G2.
Such an important one, too. And G2 now in the lead, 13-10, forcing MIBR into an eco situation on MIBR's map. This is the first map in this best of 3. This is MIBR's pick. Going for a big play against G2, and right now, it's looking a little grim for MIBR. Obviously, that things could change, but so far, so good for G2. Hunter, here's the footsteps. He's ready. Does Leo peek this? He has no reason to peek this. I don't think that Leo... I think Leo expects that he beat. Yep. He expects to have beaten the guy to the angle, and instead Hunter is going to get that one for free. Tough break there for Leo.
Much of this will come down to that ridiculous round over at ramp.
Yeah.
Where MIBR were just feeling a little bit too sassy.
Sassy.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
You talking to me?
That's painful. I don't think it's quite up there with the Astralis round on Dust 2, but it's still not good. You don't get to do that at this level of Counter-Strike. One mistake like that could definitely cost everything. Hunter clearing the path for his team. They've got time to make up their mind, so seeing if he can find any huge stacks. He is gonna, well, he's gonna know TRK is there, and they just spotted the second one, so they knew 2 out of 3 are on the A bomb site, and that's plenty enough for the math to work out in their favor if they go to B. If, you know, probably a 6-year-old could do it. You know?
Impeccable stuff, actually. They managed to clear it all out. Free bomb plant on that lower site. UMP recovered, and all 3 players here for MIBR kind of grouped up. Unfortunately for them, there's only the UMP. Unless they can find Nico next or Kenny S. There isn't a whole lot to save.
Should say for a future reference, things like actors' names and what movies they played in, it's just like, that's a game I can never play. I just
love Tom Hardy from Monster. That was the first time that I saw him, and he was a monster in that movie.
Well, I mean, I like all those things, but I just can't remember. I don't remember people's names in that.
Same. I'm terrible too.
Some issue there in my brain. I only have space for really useful and like useless information. Just spend my time researching things. It's good, but will it make a difference?
Yes. If this draws out now and MIBR are able to pick up this round, G2 are going to wish that they had those AKs.
Maybe. It's such a stretch. I like the double up though.
Yeah, double up AUG. Oof. This could get spicy. Kenny's been hitting shots though, so it's on these guys. ESM is starting to wake up. He was lagging a bit behind. KNG is just doing solid, which we expected from him on Nuke. Right. Mid-air. Thankfully, this is CSGO, and he can alter his course mid-air.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute.
I want out of this.
Abort the mission right away. So what do they do, G2? They're all grouped up inside. I mean, that in itself will potentially leave some space outside. I don't know if one of them there, Nico, is keeping an eye. Okay, hard to tell on the minimap, but yeah, he is keeping an eye outside, which is, I mean, that's super important. Small detail, but don't want to have a round where MIBR suddenly starts sneaking up and being aggressive outside, and you don't even realize. VSM has fallen incredibly far back. It's too late to buy anything. Drive the forklift into them.
Oh, they've been pretty aggressive out here with the flanks into hell under heaven, right? So
yeah, I like this play. I don't like how late it's being made. Like, I think this is all very, very cool for G2, but the fact that they're going to be at 35 seconds, one little bump in the road here somewhere, and this is going to go horribly wrong for them. All right, Nico, he's going to show up here. VSM's been waiting his whole life in CT spawn, and he's going to get rewarded. He gets the kill, and now it looks a lot more doable, though. Bombers are going to go down, but it's still a 4-on-3, and Hunter is tagged low. The bomb is going to be planted, sure, but how can you defend this right here? Some more bang coming out, which is fine for Lucas, because he's just waiting for his team to show up instead of going for it. If he opens the door and dies, it gives a huge chance to G2. They do have a Molotov on Kenny, and there is a smoke on VSM. Those are 2 grenades that are really worth thinking about in this retake here. And I think MIBR, yeah, they have to go for it. Currently, they don't have a kit picked up, so need to run a bit faster here. Missed chance for Hunter. That bomb is still ticking, and they're being very, very slow about it. Are they not even going to try? I mean, yeah, there we finally go, but I think it might have been too late. It's up, and oh, the Molotov! It does go through and land on top, and that is all that they will need in this round to make sure they win it. 15 for G2. Not a lot of time. Very, very close. It doesn't matter if they all blow up. It's so worth it.
Indeed, that's expensive. Big round. Will they have made it out with enough here? When one of those AWPs gets saved, that could be VSM holding on to it. They can pass it over to KNG. There isn't money to buy another. It's looking like it will get handed over to KNG. So rifles in play now for MIBR, just barely getting 3. Oh, a 4th. There we go. A little bit of money left over on TRK. He's going to go light on the nades. G2 full buy on their side, but this is map point for G2. 15-10. And looking very good indeed.
Oh, yeah. Limited grenades, 1 kit, no armor on KNG at all. They are really, really scrapping for it here. Leo going down. Nexa does get tagged next, and TRK is going to be dropped. So that's a 3-on-3, but they're low on health there on the G2 side. Amanek wanted to put that grenade up, but it did cost him his life. The question is, how much can Kenny do from this corner now? He has got the bomb, so I'd say, yeah, throw. Oh no, not while getting tagged. It's really awkward at the moment. Yeah, there we go. Trying to pass it on over, but KNG is now looking for it. He's going to get a bullet to the face. 3-on-3. If Kenny's back there, can he do enough damage from this position? I think this is what it comes down to.
Just barely misses out. Clever stuff coming in, though. The rotation back through hut. G2 might assume that that is going to be open. Lucas is going to peek upper, and yeah, just too many angles. It looks like they've managed to get both drops. Lucas taking Hunter, and that's a big one. And so both AWPs are going to be held onto here for MIBR, and they buy themselves another chance at pushing this to overtime. Only option for them now.
Was it TRK that took down Nexa as he came through the hut? I think that fight probably was what made the difference in that particular defense. So sometimes 1 kill is enough. Although we love the triple spray downs, but sometimes you just have to get that 1 kill that's meant for you, and then that can be enough for everyone else to take over. 15-11. Don't want to be playing too much of that what-if game, but what if they hadn't lost that round earlier too?
Yeah, but I mean, G2 lost an anti-eco as well, you know, so it all balances out in the end. There's it's
in the universe.
Yeah, exactly. It's karmic or something, you know? So it all makes sense, Anders. And right now, at least as far as G2 are concerned, they are going to be able to get a reasonable buy. They're still going up against some pretty heavy firepower. And so this is the setup coming in from G2 now. Nudes are going to be sailing in. Molly's over the top. Going to force not quite clear this position. TRK can still stand on the hut. Footsteps, it's not sounding likely. Nico just hoping to probe a little bit here.
Yeah, first volley of nades. They have a second barrage. It won't be nearly as impressive, but very often on this Nuke map, I mean, 1 good flashbang as you're coming through from those ceiling windows could be enough. Nico has a flashbang and a Molotov, so he could relocate to try and help out. That's the Molotov for the hut, so he's going to be setting that one up, and we'll see how this goes. 50 seconds. Grenades, they could also switch to doing, they don't have to go for A just because they throw the grenades. It could be a fake. But again, they're running this clock low on time. It's not devastating. It's making me slightly nervous.
Nicely done. The defense holds so far on this upper side as you're right, they are running out of time on the side of G2. 20 seconds left on the clock now, and they are still stuck behind smokes. Nexa can't even go out. He's going to get spotted. Yep. If you start mincing about there, the gun barrel sticks out before your body, and so you're just dead. 10 seconds now. Kenny S just needs to die. Does hit the headshot on Lucas. That was nice, but that's all he's going to get. 15-12. No bomb plant means a round of eco coming up for G2, and another chance for MIBR to get another round on the board and to get this 1 round closer to overtime.
Man, that really was a profoundly uninspiring round from
yeah, I wonder why it got so wonky.
I think that smoke that went up in Squeak, it's like that was just the, that was the thing that brought their whole strategy down. They were like, oh no, we hadn't counted on smokes being thrown. Now, nothing.
Right.
fair play. It's also 2 people shooting right into it, so I guess that's a bit rough in the end. 12 to 15. We are getting kind of late into this map. And the money for G2 not quite there, seeing as they didn't get the bomb down. Even if they had, I don't think they would have been that impressive. So could well be 15-13 before G2 have a chance to do something here again.
I wonder, are MIBR over in Serbia as well? It seems like they're using the same LAN cafe that everybody's been using. There's like a facility over there, isn't there?
Yeah, Cloud9 there?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, we'll see. Very quick stuff right down the ramp, and they are ready. TRK does not let Nico's feet touch the ground.
Oh, replays are needed right away. Just remember to send any children out of the room, because I have a feeling that he looked like he was so far down the vent.
Yeah,
this is like the bullet traveled down with him somehow.
Curved.
Maybe maybe it doesn't look that way from his point of view, but I was shocked for a minute there. All right, let's see TRK. He sees him. I cannot even believe it. He actually shoots him through the side of it. Oh, that is pure filth, isn't it?
Wait, what?
I really enjoy that. Yeah, show me again slower.
Gross.
Even slower next time. What a wonderful shot. Here we go. They're gonna do it like this. This is MIBR holding on to this as much as they can. Taking down Nico outside. Lucas swinging wide with the orb. They just need 4 more kills. And at the very least, they're gonna have a chance here. The money is gonna be good for them. It won't be that impressive for G2. They've got so much going for them. We had a fair share of overtime yesterday. If we could do it again here on the first map. I mean, again, it does just bring it to such a high attention point when you start playing in overtime. Everyone feels it. I partly wonder if some of these slowdowns here for G2 that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 rounds are based off of wanting MIBR to walk into some fight, you know? Just saying, come on, like, give us a crazy fight. And the way that MIBR are playing most of the time, you'd think, yeah, they probably would get some of those fights, but they haven't really got them. They're going to slow it down this time, though, going straight into it. Leo shooting 2 in the back end, TRK there with a headshot as well. And it'll be over without a single loss on the MIBR side. And we're going to go to the 30th round. Here we are.
What even was that? How is the comms not coming through? Or are they not realizing that he's standing right there, TRK? Or no, it was Leo, but I mean, still, hits that shot, and it's Kenny S. Maybe a little bit slow from Kenny on the comms, but the rest of the guys were already moving through.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Heck, KNG getting hype.
Well, let's see if we can... They have even more hype left in the tank if they can get it up and going if they go into overtime. They must have this round. Secondary smoke up there. Ooh, and Lucas right through. It's Nico again to go down. He's going to be furious. And look at what they have to fight with here. Mac 10s and 1 single Tech 9. This is not looking good at the moment at all. Well, it is for MIBR, but for G2, who are thinking this map is already ours, we've already essentially done it. Just need to think about the next one. Well, not quite so fast. VSM does get burned quite down low. And KNG needs to hit a quick shot here with the AWP, which he will on Kenny. And that will confirm that the bomb is here. Oh, nice mid-air shot. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. 15 to 15. And we're going to get into overtime. Current top of the scoreboard is KNG. That last kill landed him at 27. But Hunter is right behind at 26.
Yeah, if you're next door to these guys, that must be a bit of a wild time. Yeah, Nico is, he's not pleased. I mean, dude, he's got 9 kills. No regulation.
Nowhere near the same party happening over at Nico's place, is there? Not even close.
Although, I mean, he's got some lights in the background there. I would expect Nico to be, you know, nice condo, middle of town.
He's living that lifestyle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they are in Serbia, aren't they, Cloud9?
Pretty sure. I mean, I feel like it's been the spot for a lot of these teams that have been heading over to Europe.
Yeah. I only know it because I, following Henry on Instagram.
Is he's posting from Serbia?
In case there are any more shirtless photos or anything like that.
Oh, buddy. Dude, Henry is definitely, he's one of those guys, where it's like either you get fat during the lockdown or you get ripped during the lockdown. He's definitely the latter.
Fat Henry would be a real shame. I'm just saying. Don't make that happen.
I mean, the thing is, he has like a 30 square meter apartment in London. I think he was locked in there for 2 months, so he might as well be in prison. Like, I think he was just literally doing push-ups
Yeah, that's probably right.
for months. So you can see, you can tell.
Definitely. He's been like, the whole launch of him as a GM has been really fun to watch. So I think we're only just getting started. Wasn't he bantering with Carlos now? It's like, that's a big challenge. You've antagonized Carlos. You have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, I think Carlos was the one who's throwing some shade his way.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go. Let's get it on. And let's get this game back in as well. The countdown is almost there. It's overtime now. And 10,000 starting money, you know, MR6. So it's gonna be first to 19. That's what we're looking for. MR3. Regardless, you get the point. 19, that's the number you need to remember. Forget everything else I said.
And a fresh start for G2, but they were definitely looking lackluster. They lost 5 rounds in a row to allow MIBR to force overtime here. And as you guys can see, obviously, through the cams, that MIBR are the team that just gets so hype. They're going to be ready. They're going to be dialed in for this. And well, again, next up, just holding the push against Squeak. Waiting to see if anybody's going to come for information. We're going to get the smoke wall down outside once again.
Yeah, a bit earlier as well. Again, I'm happy to see that the clock isn't saying 40 seconds at this point, because that's really been a feature of a lot of these rounds. Which, again, I don't mind if they wait 40 seconds because they then snipe in a kill somewhere that MIBR weren't expecting, but if they get nothing, that's a lot of time that they wish they could have back a little bit later on. 50 seconds now. They are inside of the lobby with the bomb, and Nico's out here. Again, he just actually needs 1 kill to set this all off. So let's see if he can instead. Nexa goes down. Nico, time is running out on this play. You have to do it, and he's not even going to look. KNG takes him down. So again, a lot of time off the clock, and you're not getting exactly the result that you're hoping for. 3 versus 4 here, and MIBR well on their way to winning this first round of overtime. Keep it cool. Amanek though with a flank. Oh no! Oh no! It falls apart for them just like that! From a 3-on-4 into a 1-on-3 as G2 just somehow click every last piece of the puzzle into play in the last possible second.
It's just a roller coaster, isn't it?
That is that's so cool to watch.
Oh,
I was getting ready to call that round already. I was like, that's out. It's done.
Yeah, we're on Nuke. It's CT side for Brazil, and they just lost the first CT side, and they're not even saving any of the big guns. All right, wait, hold on. There's an AWP pickup. This is crucial for Lucas. He absolutely needs to keep this alive. KNG and VSM used all of their money. They're not going to be able to really go buying big guns again. And, of course, G2 are aware of this. They've just got AKs. No save possible, and G2 just made their lives so much easier.
Yeah, well.
Now if somebody drops an AWP, cool, but then it means that they're going to be very light on their own buy. And so life got just a whole lot more interesting here for MIBR. That's crazy.
It does move the pressure up, doesn't it? Yeah, I can understand. I mean, I can't speak to Portuguese, but I get a sense of what's going on here. Like,
we're all gonna calm down. We're all gonna breathe. We're all gonna calm down. We're all not gonna make noise on it. And like 2 seconds later, bah! What did I just say?
I mean, that must be frustrating because you're like, they're running out of time. They can't do anything, and then boom, 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 3 people are dead, and you've lost a round. That was very fast. All right, 16-15. They have put everything nearly in terms of money into this round on the MIBR side. So yeah, the pressure is on. You're right. This round certainly matters. Almost counts for 2. Almost. FURIA MIBR at least.
Oh, big shots again here from Lucas. Nicely done there by Nexa. That's unreal. That HE does not get a follow-up. 3 HP on Nexa, 14 on Kenny. But a man advantage for G2. As long as those guys are alive, it's still big because look at all the utility. Had they gone down, that would have just been disastrous for G2. Instead, it's quite a bit of utility used by MIBR already. And now we get to set up G2 making the call. Use the nades while everybody's alive. And does Nico finally get some results out here in Yard? He's just been so quiet all map long.
Look at KNG. He's pushed up so far into this, and he's going to find the kill on Amanek. That's a huge one, but he can't get the next one. Nexa quick with the headshot to find a second target. That's really amazing. Nico going down, 3-on-3 right here. And now the health advantage should make a difference, unless, of course, you run into that AWP like Lucas just did. 40 seconds. They know the bomb is in lobby. That was the one thing as well that KNG managed to do, is to find it. It's Kenny again on the hunt. And now TRK, I mean, he's 1-on-3, but again, they're low on health. It's kind of doable here. If he can get a quick kill on one of them. Oh no, but Nexa finding nothing but headshots. He got 2 of those kills with 3 health. And that is a real problem now for MIBR.
Yeah. Their money is gone, Anders. They're going to be going into a Deagle Kevlar buy in the last round. What's blowing my mind right now is that Nico is still on single digits.
Yeah.
Single digits, 9 kills for Nico. He is yet to find any real impact here on Nuke. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on him for Dust 2 to see if he can give us a repeat performance of what we saw against Astralis. He's definitely going to need to make up for it a bit. But I mean, clearly, I don't know. He definitely needs to make up for it a bit. I mean, his teammates are just doing all the work right now. It's fantastic for him.
It's true, but maybe, I mean, if you wanted to turn it into a positive, you could say it's nice to see that G2 are working without Nico dropping, 35 kills or something. Because I actually think that would be the most disappointing outcome if this became the let's carry Nico to, to get in a bunch of kills kind of team. Which I would have been shocked if it was, but, that would have been the most tragic outcome of putting this whole lineup together. So,
it is so hard to do that these days, though, isn't it? To just have a Z hard carry.
Doesn't really seem to be a feature any longer, does it?
No, we do have one of the OG hard carries, though. Apart from Nico, of course, Nico in his own right, but Kenny S back in the day was, I mean, Titan was pretty much built around Kenny S. Just breaking people's backs.
There we go, 18-15. 3 rounds in a row in overtime going to G2. And that is obviously huge. Now they just need a single one out of the 3 that they're about to play on the CT side. It sounds super doable.
A bit of a chat coming in here from Marek as well. Getting them focused up. But on the CT side, I mean, G2, MIBR got quite a few results on, it was 8-7, right? At the end of the first half. So MIBR, they did well on T side. It's not like it's going to be a weak one-sided affair, but there's so much pressure now on MIBR. You need a flawless half just to get another round of overtime. So,
yeah,
all or nothing now for MIBR.
I think maybe I'm misremembering. I think they won like maybe the last 3 rounds in regulation. They didn't lose anyone almost, MIBR. Ooh, it was something absolutely ridiculous like that.
That would be wild.
I mean, that was them playing the CT side, right? So not to say that it carries on over into the T side, but still, they did do a pretty good job there. Anyway, Kenny with the AWP, KNG with the AWP. All the money back on everyone across the board here. Who is going to be the first one to try and take a battle here on MIBR? If you lose that, you're going to feel like, man, I might have just given the map to the other side. But someone is going to have to do it. All in lobby for the minute. Amanek, aggressive push. He's got a teammate there behind him in Nexa. I really like this. This is really cool for G2. Now, they still might get caught by it. Walking in close, Leo is right around the corner, and he's been so lethal. He does get shoulder peeked and actually gets tagged, and he wasn't expecting a second player there. Going to be falling back, but also Hunter went down.
That's unfortunate for Lucas. Nobody there. But yeah, you're right. Hunter goes down. Shot possible for Kenny. He's going to get that molly to buy some time.
I'm sure VSM would love to sneak around in the mini. He knows where Kenny is.
Yeah, he's hearing it.
Yep.
Kenny? Oh, I thought he was going to commit.
He's really backing up into. Oh! What? He is so lightning fast! What was that? He's not even scoped. And just has.
What was that?
Absolutely absurd reflexes, doesn't he? 20 seconds now. This is definitely not done, but they do have the luxury of finding essentially an undefended bomb site down here, so you're always going to take that if you can. Ooh, Kenny showing up just in time. 12 seconds, opening the door, seeing the gun barrel. But yeah, the bomb should be going down. At least they're going to try Nico. Oh, he could cancel the whole party, but he doesn't get the right target. Oh, there it is. And that is going to be it. Amanek staying safe. It's 19-15. What a great return for Kenny if you compare with Inferno last night. He definitely did a lot more on this one. Some cool vintage Kenny shots coming out. And we're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with the analyst and the second map, of course. Stay tuned.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Ah yes. Every time. What? Okay, maybe it's not. This is like a production room. Oh, we have to play a song, I think. Okay. We have to play, you know, this Jacob song, what do you call it? Dun 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 dun. I think so.
No, that's... Yeah, I see what you mean, but... I have a terrible taste of music.
Okay, like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're doing great. Keep it up yourself, I guess.
Blue,
oh,
green,
wait.
red.
Look at this.
Yes, okay.
Look at the painting. Is there some... You kidding me?
Oh my god, what happened? What happened?
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 2.
Oh, good job.
Yes. Okay.
Wait.
Now we have to stand. There's some balls.
White ball. Okay. We need all the balls. But maybe we don't need the balls right now. Maybe we can just put one ball and take it afterwards. So we have time to...
Okay.
God damn it. I feel like
My
it gets
god,
harder
maybe
and harder.
yes.
You did it?
Yes! No. I have to hit this, I think.
It's a mini golf.
And go.
Clear, bro.
Vamos.
We did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, one more room.
One
more room. Okay.
The second row is from the top.
Okay, it's green, blue, red, green.
Green, blue, red, green, red. Okay. So now, third rows from the left.
Oh my god, I dropped my USB. I dropped my USB.
You have to move.
Oh my god. Maybe it cheats on? No, it's not.
Oh, it's okay.
No!
Okay. Red.
Yes.
Red.
Yes.
Good job, Ito.
Okay, that was really good job.
Oh my god, 26 minutes? I swear to god, it's because you knifed me in the first place.
Dead.
Nice.
Yeah, incoming.
One more.
One HP.
Close. Okay, next up.
Right. Last there as well. VSM, he was 1 HP. Wait,
I hold it with top.
he's on the left.
You have a smoke.
Nice.
Okay. We have a new rifle and we have a new OP in the team, boys.
I gotta love that, right? They can have some laugh and fun with it as well. New AWP, new rifle, why not? But I think the important part here is that Kenny S, he can't have two of those bad games. He at least stood strong this time around.
He did show a much better phase than he did yesterday, and we hear them laughing now, but to be fair, they were not laughing all that long in the game.
I bet.
It got really tight. Remember, G2 were 15-10 in the lead, and then MIBR mounted a great comeback to push it to OT. But at the very end, what I really appreciate about G2 is that they stayed calm. They dropped the ball massively with 5 rounds at the very end, but they stayed calm for the overtime.
And that's what's impressive here, right? We got to look at this from G2. You're still a new team coming through, and you've just had Nico join. Nico didn't have a great game this time around, but they still stood as a team, and they still battled back when they went to an overtime, which was looking like they may have not been able to take this.
Yeah, and they're the first team in the tournament so far being able to beat MIBR on the map on Nuke, so that in itself, I guess, is impressive. We talked about Kenny S coming into this matchup. Yesterday, he dropped the ball big time. This game, he was much better on Nuke. He was performing well, had impact, and overall doing a good job. I think MIBR played a great game of Nuke. I think both teams played a decent game of Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, sure, G2 were the right winners. They were up 15-10. you would assume at that point they would have won, but great job for MIBR fighting back, and another great game, delivered by MIBR. I think they keep delivering great games of Counter-Strike, and we don't really expect it. So maybe we should change that and just expect great Counter-Strike games.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, right, there's a lot more to this MIBR than what we may have thought of when it came to it. But also, when it comes to Counter-Strike, there is a lot more when it comes to the economy. So enjoy another one of our economy plays.
And this time is going to be Hunter, the man that had 27 kills in that game, and a clip. And if you blink, you might miss it. G2 currently down 5-2, and Hunter will take on his shoulders with the great spray control towards door. 3 quick kills. After that, MIBR will basically throw in the towel. They decide to save the weapons. And the reason that's Nico play is that actually G2 are going to survive with 5 players. They will lose the next round, but because of how clean that round is, they will have the money to buy again. So because they've made it so clean, Hunter with that crisp triple kill, he actually pushed them back on the right track.
I don't want to keep coming on to that, right? Because there's a lot of Counter-Strike fans out there that just think, oh, you want a round, it's all good, it's all fine. It's like moments like that where you can have it clean is so important.
They matter so much, as Manic said, without that round, they wouldn't have been able to re-afford the buy coming into the round after losing it. So yeah, economy plays a big role within Counter-Strike. When you play your normal matchmaking, when you play your normal Faze, sure, you don't really think that much about it because you can always, get off with a FAMAS and a small armor. But at this level, you need your grenades, especially when you're playing the CT side on a map like Nuke. No grenades, no molotovs, no smokes, you're going to be in big, big trouble. So managing your economy is always going to be important in Counter-Strike, especially on a map like Nuke.
Now, one of the things I really want to focus in on MIBR, right? A lot of people are sat here and they're saying, oh, okay, they're just fragging, right? They don't have much practice together. Yes, okay, they haven't had much practice together, but they've clearly used that practice very well on the maps they're playing through so far. And we're seeing more than just individual brilliance. We're hearing it, right? We're seeing it. There's a lot of good communication. They've synergized really well together.
Absolutely. I think there are 2 key takeaways. First of all, the opening frag from Leo, as you say, is not just individual skill. It's actually slotted in a strategy. The utilities are great. The flashes are good. You could see for G2, it was really hard to control that inside bomb site.
Oh, yeah.
They were coming in from every angle. That's my first point. The second one on the CT side, the utility usage and the timing from MIBR was really annoying for G2. I was listening to their comms, and most of the times they were ready to execute, and then suddenly another smoke would drop.
Yeah.
You know that feeling. It's 38 seconds. You give a timing to your friends. You say, listen, 35, you're going to do it. And then at 36, someone says, they've smoked door. So you have to push it again for 20 seconds. And MIBR were really good at using that utility at the right time. So you're right. It's not only skill, it's also organization.
And this is organization on a team that has only just come together, right? Yeah. Limited time. They've come over to Europe and they've done better than most of the NA teams thus far.
They have, no doubt about it. They've been the big surprise of the tournament, I would say, across all the groups. They've been the team where you thought to yourself, this team, they're not going to win a single map throughout the entire tournament. And right now, they were just a couple of rounds of taking off a map from G2 in the deciding game for them whether or not they move on to the next phase. So no matter how you're going to point this, no matter how you're going to paint the picture of MIBR in this tournament, up until this point, it's been very, very impressive, especially what Matthew said. The organization, the team play they have mastered already now has been insane, and unexpected.
Unexpected, but now I am expecting it. And now, Pimp, I'm going to sit with you a little bit longer, mate, because you said Dust 2, 100% that G2 will grab this, which means we're looking at the G2-0. But I'm going to say, with what we've seen from MIBR, they are not going down without a fight. I can expect this to get pretty messy.
Sure, they'll try to fight, but there should be no way, as in no way whatsoever G2 is not going to win Dust 2. My reasoning is individual, right? MIBR, they were scared of playing Inferno after having lost the map twice so far in this tournament. So they decided to get rid of Inferno because they know G2 played to a high level and then float Dust 2. They knew Dust 2 was going to come against them. So sure, maybe they're preparing a little bit for G2 on the map of Dust 2, but they have not been able to practice it themselves. And the reason why I know that is that if you're a new team, if you've only been together for a week and a half, there is no way that you've been able to practice all 7 maps. They will be so stupid if you don't focus on 6 maps only. So the fact that they've been so bad on Inferno right now is going to cost them big time in this matchup. Anything else, that'll be like even bigger surprise.
And the one thing we talked about, right, is, okay, Kenny had a bad game yesterday, comes back looking good again. Nico just had a bad map just now. I cannot imagine we're going to see a bad map from Dust 2, considering what we saw yesterday.
I think it's a good test for Nico, right, in that new G2, in this new chapter of his career, his resilience. He just had a very quiet game, as we can see on the stats, 10 to 28. Remember, yesterday it was 38 to 18 or 19. So the switch completely switched over there. We're going to see if he can bounce back. The map definitely suits him. We know he's comfortable on Dust 2. And that was also one of the reasons why G2 were going to pick that map, because individually he's feeling good. He has a lot of impact on the T side, and on the CT side he's playing that rotational role from A to middle, back to long. So he's going to move around the map. He's going to give the rhythm to G2 when they need to retake out, when they need to gamble stack, maybe use their utility. He's going to be key. So he needs to be activated, but the only sample we've had so far, it's been pretty good.
But we've had no sample of MIBR, right? So we don't know. You're saying, okay, they might not be so practiced on it, might have not seen much from it. Maybe they've not had any games on it. We won't know. But one thing I would look at is that it's a map that anyone can play, right? Everyone's played it, everyone's been on it, you know, kind of, the map's not changed in such a long time.
No, anyone knows how to play Dust 2. I guess it's the most played map out there in the universe of Counter-Strike, even for like happy amateurs like us. But when it comes to Dust 2 and you want to play it at a high level, when you want to play Dust 2 against a guy like Nico, well, you gotta do more than just a basic B split. You gotta do more than just an A long rush. You gotta know when to throw the nades. You gotta know how to take long control. You gotta know how to take the B mid control. All that kind of stuff. There's so much stuff going on in Dust 2. Yes, sometimes we do talk about the map as being, you know, a little bit simplified, but I think the really good Dust 2 teams out there, they have protocols for how they take the bomb sites. They have protocols for how they take mid control or how they take A long control. And I doubt MIBR have had the time to go over that. Maybe they spent a couple of hours, you know, today preparing for Dust 2 because they knew it would be a possibility, but it shouldn't be enough. There's no way they should have been able to practice on all 7 maps coming into this tournament. So to me, I just cannot see it happen.
I wish I was sharing that opinion, honestly, because you know I went G2 all the way. So I would love to be able to, you know, stand here and say G2 is going to win 100%. The truth is, Dust 2 has been one of the most volatile map out there. So hard to predict because, as we say, individuals know how to play the map. I do agree, preparation for MIBR is going to be an issue, but we have a man like KNG who's feeling it right now. He was topping the charts on Nuke, 31 kills. Also at the top in terms of entry frag. I think he was the 3rd best before that series started. So he can bring the fire, and he's not only going to be the fire with the ABP, but as the IGL.
Sure,
so what if suddenly he just picks up the momentum, he finds the opening kill, and he just, you know, gets on the train, and he just barges into G2? I could see it happen, and we've seen it before. We've seen Dust 2 completely make liars out of desks and desks and desks. Generations of desks have been shocked by Dust 2 because we thought that was going to be an easy go. I'm not so sure, right? I'm still waiting to see the first few rounds.
And I'm always going to say, right, when it comes to Dust 2...
he's not shaking. All right, cool.
All right, you may be finding it right, but me and Maniac know from start to finish. You can sit there and go, okay, Dust 2's fine, but it can get very scary. It can get very crazy. Last time around it, though, was the G2 show. Can they get it done again? Can they manage to make it work? But will they even get that far? MIBR are the ones to challenge them. We could be looking at a G2-0, but MIBR are looking to stop that. We'll be finding out how it goes down after the break.
All right, well, here we go. Still the first match in this best of 3 today. There's more coming up afterwards, but it's MIBR and G2, and the odds have switched, obviously, in favor of G2. They did win the first map on Nuke.
Yeah.
It did take them overtime to do it, so it wasn't, wasn't that convincing.
But it was MIBR's map pick, Anders, and G2 taking that sets them up for a 2-0 victory here. If they keep their heads on a swivel, if they manage to keep focused, that's going to be the main question here for G2. And also, if we see Nico wake up. I mean, he was pretty much absent throughout the entire first map there. Not a real performance from him, strong one.
No.
But G2, I mean, well, this is the map where Nico dropped 38 frags. So, I mean, we'll see if he can give us a repeat.
Something to live up to, for sure. So I'm tweeting in the break, easy 10 bomb to win G2.
Yeah.
I thought that's good. Not bad.
Yeah, Nico's got a sense of humor.
Yeah. Well, here we are. G2 on the T side, MIBR on the CT side. And we'll see what they could do. MIBR, I mean, certainly fighting very, very hard to try and take that first map. And they were so close. Just a couple of small mistakes, perhaps. And if they could fix those, maybe they just win it straight up. And now we're on Dust 2 instead. Out the middle is Hunter making a lot of noise and causing a huge distraction from the push out long, which is in turn leaving KNG alone. He needs some backup from the people that were at Catwalk, and Hunter is even going to win that fight. I mean, even just staying alive here for Hunter is just amazing and really frustrating. Shooting him in the back, he is an incredible annoyance to them right now. He's continuing, and he's going to get Leo as well. Leaving TRK alone, 1 versus 3. He's already been tagged up. And yeah, Hunter doing everything in this round. Yeah, go for the jump shot. You know you want to. It's going to be next to take it, but that's a nice round.
That's where it just gets a bit egregious, Like, you're taking it just a step too far there, Hunter, my dude. Let the others get some kills. But 3 kills from Hunter, and that is all set up as well from G2. That's that flash. As Hunter's running from Lower Dark, that flash is timed to go through the doors as he comes around the corner in Lower Dark. And so he's not even stopping. He just runs right through the doors as the flash comes down. Really sick stuff there from G2. A nice, clean, well-executed pistol. Kenny getting tagged, though. That'll put him on notice. Leo Dark holding mid with a scout. And it's looking like a default round here from G2 in this anti-eco.
I mean, this is all good. Again, you've just reset everything. All the emotions are back down to 0. Don't walk into this round and just get blown up by Deagles. Take it slow. Make sure that you get a decent start once you've won the pistol. So I completely appreciate that this is the style that they're going for. And no doubt that MIBR could hit some lethal Deagle shots if they need to. And Dust 2 is the perfect map for it. So yeah, they have grenades, they have smokes to make those Deagles less effective. They're using flashbangs, as you could tell, to clear all the corners here. I just think this is all really a good idea. It could still be a B split potentially if they wanted to change it around. They have that option. KNG waiting for a long time out there. Not making a move at all, but I mean, he probably is the guy to watch. If he could somehow be quick, although, I mean, it's so hard to get the timing right, then maybe that could be interesting to get up Catwalk. But it feels like now they're all grouped up and ready to go. 35 seconds. KNG is starting to make a move. I just don't think it's going to be quite in time. Jumping across. Oh! That is out of this world! TRK taking down Amanek and a follow-up BSM. Oh, they're getting decimated in this round. Nico, 1 versus 3. Already a man behind him. He's got 15 seconds. If they just don't fight him, there's nothing he can do. He needs, like, all the fights. And now they got knives. They're coming for him. They're stabbing him. Oh, wow. That is amazing.
Yep. Leo Dark stops moving there. Leo just stands still, and you know what's going on. It's the fist bumps, it's the shouting, it's getting into it in a big way. That's what MIBR are all about now. With this shot. Oh, that was sick. Mid-air headshot. Nico not really sure which way to turn there at the end, and he gets caught in the open.
All right.
Outrageous.
Listen, Nico's laughing as well. I appreciate that. That is good. That is definitely what you need to do in those kind of scenarios. You have to. All right. All right.
And that gives KNG an op. That's big now. AK, Galil, op, FAMAS, and a UMP for MIBR. They are fully kitted out. Luke is going to walk right around the corner into his doom. This is a force buy from G2 after all.
Yeah, Scout. If that had been a headshot, it would have been really awkward for MIBR. But at least they bring it back. 4-on-4. So, no the scouts in there in the middle. They know there was another player there earlier. Probably don't want to be revisiting that mid portion of the map too soon. Limited grenades though on MIBR. Same for G2, but that's kind of to be expected. But this few grenades could be an issue. Kenny's looking for it. He just needs that one quick headshot. Coming out middle as well, about to turn the corner, and they surely are now on impact here, or on contact. They should surely be going out the middle. They are going to be running up. Leo blows up, and that leaves VSM alone. It's a good spray, but that is a long way to transfer that to try and get the kill. And yeah, they don't want to jump across because they're worried about that AWP. I don't blame them. Even the bomb triggered the shot. All right, 2-on-2 retake. They have a kit and an HE, but not much else, and that Molotov didn't really do anything.
That's unfortunate. Beautifully timed, though. Nexa still with the Galil. He's thinking about it. That flash makes you think exactly that he could be holding close. Nexa. Point blank headshot. Realizes it. Gets the spray. It's so close. If either one of them has a real gun. That was a Galil on FAMAS spray battle.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that. But
nobody wants to see that.
Man, I mean, he had no idea what the second player was coming from as well. What a close call from Nexa. I think if he, you know, he wasn't also falling off, right? He jumped down. Oh, they didn't get the ult.
No, that's an expensive missed jump there.
A bit rough. But for G2's point of view, a bomb plant and 4 kills like that, it's going to be tempting to keep up the pressure. Looks like they're not going to completely succumb to it. Might just, yeah, so upgrade some pistols. Fair play. Definitely, there are some teams currently in the top 10 that would have bought straight into this round and said, "That's great, that's fine, let's keep going." But I'm trying to keep it cool. Bit of a guess there. Oh, that's close. They jumped right over that one as well. But yeah, a bomb in this round. If they could get a bomb plant down, G2 are going to be super happy about that. I don't think much else is really been planned here. Just try and see if you can make that cross happen and get into that side as fast as possible.
They're going to be hard pressed. Although now if they can actually get up here, yeah, they should be able to get this bomb plant. There should be enough cover. And so plant will happen, which is a success for G2. And if Nico keeps hitting headshots, Nico and Hunter, the team working together. Life just got real interesting for TRK over at Long. He's waiting for his teammates to show up. Nice nade coming in from CT. Drops Hunter low, but it's still a man advantage for G2 going into this retake. Nexa spots out Leo. This is happening. G2 looking so good. It's all down to TRK, and he doesn't have any health.
Yeah, that's a long ways to go. Again, I said bomb plant is going to be just fine. The fact that MIBR let this round go. It's so early on, but it is still... It's one of those things where you got to think about what happened on Nuke, right? You can't give too many rounds like this away. You're not going to get them back necessarily. And that is very costly. G2 must be thinking, wow, I mean, fair play. Like, if that's how it's going to go, we can do a lot with this. Look at what it's done with the money of MIBR.
And these pistol shots were just clinical from G2 as well.
Outrageous, absolutely.
That was... very, very clean from G2 with these pistols, and so you give them a chance. They're going to take it 2-2, and the shot goes in. Kenny was moving at the same time, not going to be in, not going to be connecting. Nico hits the headshot on KNG though, so there is still a man advantage, and G2 should be getting the idea, getting an idea of what it is that they're going to do. Flash turns away, hits the headshot. It's not good enough. Too much damage, and a man advantage now for MIB.
How come they're all just essentially giving away these rounds that are not even that well equipped for the opposition? VSM going to take down Hunter, and now it's a 2-on-4. Molotov is going to be great, but they still somehow don't quite get the kill. I mean, eventually the Molotov will take down VSM, but leaves Kenny in a 1 versus 3. Now they are a little bit low on health. Scout, did that just only tag him? I don't even know.
Himself.
How does it only do 15 damage though? Confusion all across the board. A minute left. I don't know. It's interesting because both Leo and TRK are kind of low on health. That means that maybe the Tech-9 could find something. The problem is obviously how do you traverse this whole map if you're Kenny, not getting killed along the way? First point of contact is right here. Lucas waiting with the AK-47, I believe. I mean, this is, yeah, I think Kenny might have already said, you know what? I'm just going to be saving this orb. Some very confusing rounds, and I was just saying to MIBR, you know, you can't give rounds away. You won't get them back, but apparently you will. It's not even Christmas yet. Not even close, Semler.
Not even. Although I have heard of a few people putting up Christmas trees already, now that Halloween's passed.
Yeah.
Those are very weird people.
Listen, whatever it takes.
It's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit early. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not going to be judging it. I bet people get into much stranger things. But 6th round, and
I don't know what to make of this. These are just weird anti-eco rounds coming in here on both teams, both sides. VSM winning a duel against Amanek. I mean, it's just all over the place right now. So kind of tough to see who is really holding the edge here.
Yeah, I mean, this really messes up the game early on from sort of, especially from an economic standpoint. That's the part that gets thrown right out the window, and that makes it really odd. Looks like everyone is somehow oddly well equipped, in spite of the fact that they've been trading rounds back and forth. We're going to go into the 7th round here. Now, there is no AWP on MIBR, so that's a downgrade for sure. Would be amazing to have KNG on that one. But the moves are still looking great. People are happy over there on the MIBR side. You can
Focused. Ready to wreak havoc. And so now, well, we're going to get into the thick of things here. You're right, both teams fairly well equipped. Kenny S, he still has that AWP in play. Looking for the shot in mid. Nobody's going to give him one, though. Quickly across towards B. Default hold coming in from MIBR. TRK taking a couple peeks on Catwalk, hoping that there was going to be some quick play there from G2. As he finds nothing, he decides to back off and put himself into a position where he can drop off into CT if he needs to.
TRK just shoulder peeking that. Could be just fine. He's going to wait around. Yeah, make sure that the Molotov actually lands on him and then falls back and takes a single point of damage. That's pretty reasonable. Counter Molotov coming out. Yeah, default spread entirely here out of G2. Haven't made any real commitments yet. KG is again holding long alone. They seem to be fine with having him do that. I mean, that's a decent luxury to have if you can have him, especially far up like this, where he's got to have advanced warning if anyone's coming, and then they could be a little bit more, hopefully, well defended at A and B. See if it's going to be enough this time. Still have some counter grenades on the MIBR side, but not very many. I doubt they will have many for a retake. I think most of them would be used to just try and stop what's coming in the next 40 seconds. Molotov, that's going to, yeah, force him into that corner. Not enough that it'll actually spread and do damage. He's going to flash himself out, go straight for the spray down, and he does. Spread the damage out across absolutely everyone, but Lucas cannot find a way to help out. So I don't know if they even know how, he might not know how much damage he did there. If you can call in and say, listen, I just hit 4 people and killed one of them, that's not bad. Nice counter grenade.
Yeah, that HE is spicy, but there's Hunter getting his head taken off. VSM with 2 big kills. Kenny not going to hit the one, but Nico's there making the difference. It's all on Leo, and he knows that he has to go for the defuse. Kenny going for the jiggle peek, and he is going to stick it. No fake! But Kenny hits the headshot instantly. And we're tied up 3-3. It ramps up so quick, Anders. It goes from very quiet in the round to, oh my god, everybody's dying, and it's utter chaos.
That really is how it's been playing out. I was worried that Kenny was going to try and wait for Nico to get there, and that would have lost him the round, definitely. So, continues the madness here. 3-3, all tied up, 7th round. Bit of a smoke in the middle just to mask how many people might be crossing. But yeah, back on pistols here on the MIBR side. Nico nearly missing the fact that Lucas has made it past, but Amanek was there to help out. And maybe we could have a normal round now. Maybe GG could just win this with the rifles versus the pistols. Wouldn't that be something?
It's absolutely possible. Absolutely. And the rotation's already coming through. As you can see, Leo's pushed to upper dark. He's back into T-spawn now. And so, without even realizing it, perhaps G2, well, yeah, they do. They're checking. They're watching for the flank. They're boxed in, and they are now committed to pushing up long towards this A site. Minute 10 on the clock. Plenty of nades for G2 to use to make their lives easier. KNG lurking on the side, looking for an angle. There's Leo getting the drop on Hunter out of the fight already. It's a 4-on-4, but up close, we are going to lose one. KNG is out of it, and they are just swarming.
VSM, he's alone. He's done a good job. It's a nice double spray down with the FAMAS no less, but the grenade on top, and they know exactly where he is. And it will be Kenny to find a way to hunt him down. So very close, and yeah, just some really tight rounds coming into it early on here. I mean, that slightly breaks the curse for them, right? Starting to look a little bit better here. 4-3. This time MIBR are going to have even worse weaponry. They could walk away from this with a little bit of a lead, both economically and in terms of rounds.
It's almost as if 4 players need to be popping off for G2, and then the 5th player just doesn't really get anything. Or doesn't get left anything. I don't know,
Yeah.
it's a tough one. Amanek is having a pretty quiet game here, but then the rest of his team are just, you know, going ham. So Hunter with the spot takes KNG. There's Nico finding Leo, and just one after another they will fall. MIBR, it's all on TRK. Don't peek Amanek, just stay alive, although you have the MAC-10. It's still going to be Nico with a triple. That's the source of his power on Dust 2, is that Nico just collects eco frags. 11 kills on the board now for Nico.
It counts, doesn't it?
It does. A kill's a kill. You're right. You know, just keep it. Just keep that in mind. Although these days, I mean, pistols being as good as they are,
Yeah. Yeah, we might have to value eco frags higher.
a little bit higher. Yeah.
9th round. All M4s, no head armor, very few grenades, no kits. MIBR kind of stretching things a bit here to get this buy together. I'm not saying it's necessarily a mistake, but it is pushing it pretty hard on the economy. Half buy with armor and pistols. I mean, that could have still been pretty lethal. Would have had a chance again. What worries me about this kind of a buy is that it delays KNG getting the AWP. Unless, of course, they could just take it away from Kenny. Nice shot there to take down Nico. Leo will find that one. And now they can't really hold the B bomb site with one person. Flash is going to be coming through shortly. VSM, he's turned for it. Can't see a single thing. Lucas is there in absolute perfect timing. They would have definitely lost the bomb site quickly, but Lucas, that's an amazing double kill, and the timing could not have been better.
And making use of those new doors.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if can we call them new now? It's been a while, but still. Change of the angle means that he can be safe. He can be safe from flashes as they push through. A little bit of a jiggle peek there from Kenny. He's close enough where he doesn't need to scope, but he's going to go for the peek, play aggressive. Oh, Hunter turns away, still takes down Leo, and a follow-up on KNG. Just can't quite get more than that. TRK gets him on the flank, and Lucas makes sure to save the AWP this time. About to be 4 rounds on the board now for MIBR. They are definitely keeping this competitive.
Man, you could tell that VSM was so dead, and he was just continuously getting flashed. There was really no way for him to turn that around, and then Lucas shows up and is going to get 2 kills for it. That really turned the tide. Yeah, this timing is so good. Look at how they're all focused on him. They're just saying, yeah, we've got him in the corner. Really well played.
Yeah, it's solid.
If he's there like 2 seconds later, they've already killed VSM, and they're going to be looking at that door immediately. All right.
Well, that was interesting.
Kenny playing in the lottery all of a sudden.
Molly's there, and he just makes it out.
You would have loved that. You have to respect the effort, don't you?
Yeah. I always admire it when they play that game with the Mollies, just because it is a stylish way to get a kill. And a very frustrating way for your opponent to die. So, doesn't get rewarded this time, Nico, but we'll see. Kudos for trying. It's a 5-on-5, no opening kills, and it's 1:18 on the clock. So a little bit of time here for G2. Not quite that time yet for MIBR to be playing for info, but they have left the B side completely unattended. I think that's Leo really wanting to be there to double up with his teammate to lock down mid.
Well, still plenty of time.
Wait, how did Leo take damage there?
I don't know, maybe he stumbled and... I don't know.
Bizarre. Okay.
Fell, hit his head on the pavement. Something, I don't know. But, I mean, I was getting really nervous on Nuke when they were about 40 seconds, but on Dust 2, it is not quite the same. You do a lot with 40 seconds on Dust 2, so they are just slightly different maps. Still obviously want to be careful, but yeah, they found a good timing here. One good flashbang into this bomb site, and there's going to be no more defense. A bullet is even better, obviously, and VSM, he's in trouble. The fact that he gets 2 is quite a miracle, and they have to make a hard choice here. They have one flashbang to try and retake with and no kits, and that spotting. Oh, he's not going to get it.
That is ridiculous. I don't know how he lives.
2 HP, Anders. 2 health after all of that.
Man.
And that's pretty much snuffed it. There's no money in the bank for MIBR. They are not going to be going for this retake. No room for error on their side. KNG's already backing off and trying to save that AK. Amanek needed that shot. Lucas gifted an AK, and he is backing out of there. It will be Nexa and Kenny S now trying to fight their way out of these the bomb site.
I mean, he must have obviously... What? Did he hit him in the leg? Through something?
It clipped through the wood of the arch.
Did it really?
Yeah. This is Amanek opening it up.
That's a really nice hit from Amanek.
Yeah. Let's see, I think we're going to get... Oh, no, we don't get Kenny S's replay there.
That was a very odd engagement, wasn't it?
But we will get a timeout called by MIBR.
All right, then. Well, it's 6-4 in favor of G2 at the moment. Seeing... All right. Laying down the law here. KNG is ready for it. He's had not that much of a good start here to Dust 2. He hasn't had the ult that much. He does have it now. And I think if MIBR want to bring this back and win the map, I have a hard time seeing them doing that without KNG having a much, much bigger presence.
Mm-hmm.
Surely a lot of that is going to have to go through him. More of a team effort on G2. Everyone's more or less at the same scoreline. Nico a little bit further ahead, but not so much that it's anything ridiculous. VSM also playing well. We've seen him defend that B-bomb site, or at the very least get some good kills every once in a while over there. So that's also helpful. 11th round, though, coming up, and pretty much a standard default setup out from G2. Oh, no. That's the orb.
Oh, he doesn't spot the follow-up, though. TRK posted up there. Flash through. There it is. Lucas was turned away, though. Well played. And once again, BSM was close trying to play it out. Or not BSM. That was Leo, actually, this time around. So a little bit of a change of strategy coming in from MIBR. But still, the two-player setup in mid, leaving B open. Amanek taking full advantage of this.
Yep. Really smart. Still got to find a way to get over here. I guess the logistics aren't that tricky. They just go back through T-spawn. I thought maybe they were going to get pushed from middle, so I was worried that they were going to get caught in some weird battle. Amanek he's just a very smart player, isn't he?
Yeah, he was having a bit of a cold start on this map too, but now he's
made up for
the
it.
rest of his team. Yeah,
I feel like he's not that there's anything really wrong with his aim, but but given the company that he's in, it's unlikely that he's going to be super well known for outfragging Kenny and Nico, let's say. But I keep seeing him making smart moves like this. That's another angle of competition, a parallel to be played on, and I think he's doing a good job there. Well, VSM showing off his deagle, I guess.
Solid.
No one to shoot, unfortunately, in that sequence, but
do it again.
Give it a shot, definitely. All right. He's hearing the grenades, probably wondering if he's being sandwiched. Regardless of what happens here, it will be a 7th round of the board for G2. I think 7-4 overall in their favor. It's looking good, and it's a problem for MIBR that they are lacking the funds here to. I mean, they have someone to buy here, but generally speaking, they don't have a huge bank that's being built. But I still think they can get back into this. I think if MIBR could just get like 6 rounds on the CT side, it's still pretty competitive. So that can still be had, at least for a little while.
This is just very confident stuff coming from G2 right now. Looking for the shot. It's Nico just putting through. Oh, and he managed to get a tag on VSM. I thought Kenny was going to get the follow-up. That was so close.
That would have been awkward, especially if VSM was slowed down from that tiny AK shot. That would have been so annoying.
I think VSM stopped in the nick of time. Flash. Whoa, completely ineffective. For that, certainly, though, that was doing some damage. VSM is going to back off to CT, has to play a bit more of a passive angle.
Man, that felt like if Nico had pushed it instead of wallbanged it, VSM can't catch it. Great.
Did they just kill this guy? Just refuses.
They left him alive with 5 health, so let's see if they're going to live to regret it. Could be some sort of Revenant situation. Somebody
exactly
falling out of the forest eventually.
Who's the bear on G2, though?
Yeah, they don't really have one like that, do they?
Nah, Nico's working on a beard.
Yeah. Are there bears in Serbia? Must be right. So, there we go. 45 seconds. Again, plenty of time. I think this is just a little bit of a trick. I don't think they're actually going for this. Looks way more like a B-split at the moment. But setting it up with a little bit of noise, jumping down, and there's the 5 health left on VSM. He nearly gets another one. So yes, he did get his just revenge. And Leo, get a bit quiet here. He's got the AUG. Oh, there's so many targets coming at him. And KNG, wild guess, not connecting, and a hard choice. Do you want to throw away these rifles for a very slim chance of retaking the bomb site?
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tilt-worthy there. VSM just letting them know that he only had 5 HP left. Hunter asked, of course. VSM isn't just throwing that out there unasked.
Oh, no. TRK, what are you supposed to do? Amanek, if he goes back and check, this is always going to be off. He's making noise.
The footsteps.
Maybe he didn't. TRK gets the kill on Kenny, and now Nexa feeling a little bit lonesome. He's going to miss the spray, and now Amanek coming in. They do have a kit on KNG, so he should be straight on that defuse, and it's a little bit blocked in there. What are they doing standing on top of each other? That slows it down, and then the spray comes in. Oh, no. MIBR definitely confused, standing on each other's toes inside of the bomb site.
I'm confused, Anders. What happened?
I think it's like one of those things where you've got like 2 people who are trying to hold the door for each other, and then no one actually goes through the door, and they're like, you defused.
But did KNG come off of it? I thought he was holding on to it before.
I think they're trying to be real friendly, some of them.
Oh, that is so insane.
You take this defuse.
No. Gentlemen. True gentlemen, I got you. Still, that is just the most insane break that I think G2 have had all series long.
Yeah, that is... I guess one of the issues is that it was KNG with the AWP that had the kit, and they would have probably loved to have held that angle with the AWP instead. So maybe there's like a minute of, or 10 seconds of like, who's doing what? Not at all 10 seconds.
What?
That's nasty, isn't it? Oh no! I can't believe it. I'm always shocked when people get the follow-up bullet when they just click it twice like that and it just connects.
That's unreal. Well, this is. I mean, the thing is that's just sick. It's not like, oh, we got a freebie or whatever. No, that was just insane from KNG. Oh, I like this from Amanek. This is gonna catch GSM. He needs to be in position to spot it though. Amanek low, or slow rather.
Yeah, that would have been a nice little kill, but now there are actually a lot of people here, and another Deagle shot. So far, nobody's died on MIBR's side. So forget, the fact that they lost that last round to Amanek. If they can bring this one back, it'll probably feel all right for them, especially if they can find some of the weapons. That's probably, I think, what they're doing in the middle now. They're saying, whatever happens, let's go and get these rifles so that we can carry them into the next round.
Yeah. You're going to get an AWP over there. You get another AK picked up. That's KNG getting his AWP. This is just an insane round for MIBR.
Next, go for the plant. Go for it right now. Just go quick. He has, I don't know, 1 in 1,000 chance, and it's mostly the grenades, right? He's got HE and some smokes and everything else. Yeah, smoke that up. If they're all coming catwalk, that could be a little bit tricky. 2 high health players leading the charge, so that's not going to do anything. The Molotov behind it. Now, they don't have a kit. It's not impossible that he could win this 1-on-5, and trust me, ladies and gentlemen, those are rare in Counter-Strike, no matter what the circumstances are. Oh, and they straight headshot him. Oh, I mean, it's not even that stupid. He actually has to do something to keep them at bay, right? He can't just hide forever, so it would have made sense for him to sneak in 1 more kill, but that was super doable. That was absolutely something that he could have done. Nice attempt there coming out, but MIB obviously huge relief for them winning the round, stealing the 3 AKs, and the AWP.
What a round from KNG. Somebody give that guy a pat on the back. That was unreal. I mean, those 2 Deagle shots are just, this just ruins the entire round for G2.
Yeah.
And this one here. What the? It's nuts.
I don't know how it works.
I mean, these Deagles, man. These Deagles just making all the difference.
I just feel like it's so tricky to fire that second bullet. Like, I fire 1 bullet and I go and put something in the microwave and I come back. Wait for the recoil to reset and I try again.
Yeah, sounds about right. Us mere mortals. Oh, well. I mean, you just gotta shake it off if you're G2, but that's just made your life so much more difficult for the remainder of this half, because now that's a revitalized economy for MIBR. Even if they lose this round, now they will have a bye round in the next.
That is very true.
Yeah, whereas before it would have been a bit touch and go.
But this whole second map has been all over the place. It's really just been a complete chaotic scenario so far. Down in the lower dark position is Hunter alone. He could be collapsed upon here, especially if he goes to fight. It actually looks like they want to try and push this. He's in a good position. He said he's going to get the 1 kill. Ready for more if anyone's going to show up. Big double. What an enormous amount of work he's just put in. He gets the last one as well, taking down Lucas. He's done everything. Just a one-man army inside of middle. And I don't know, KNG's low on health. He gets a leg shot on Kenny. But the rest are bailing from the position. Grenade, I think it's going to go too far. Doesn't do enough there. And the Deagle won't connect either. TRK goes down to the middle, and there should be no way that they could lose this to KNG. Just almost no way at all.
He's going to make it past. He's going to make it past that smoke. Turning the angle, though. Hits the shot.
Wow.
Just like that.
More crazy rounds. Hunter is... Yeah, his team owe him something for that round.
So super quick, and this is, once that push begins, you can see MIBR trying to just be proactive and get in there fast. But yeah, this third one here for Hunter is bonkers.
But it's even the fact that he's after every kill, he turns to look immediately. He's so ready for them peeking. He's absolutely switched on. Good stuff. 15th round, last of the half coming up, and no connection there. There is an orb on the other side on KNG. And are they going to try and push? Yes, they will. They're making so much noise. Amanex just like, well, fine. You're just going to be stepping right in there. I'm ready. Thunderfooting away, as Corey Dunn would have said.
Indeed. It's a 4-on-4. This still favors G2. You can see the spread coming in here from MIBR. Bit of a gamble from MIBR, though. They are leaving A fairly vulnerable. Rotation comes in from Lucas into mid, and you have 2 players on B side. It's only going to be TRK on A, and G2 are about to walk into him. Angle, no, Nico checks it, wins the duel versus Lucas. Has no idea, though, that KNG is lurking on the other side of that smoke.
Wow.
But a minute, I mean, the thing is that G2 have left themselves ample time.
Yes.
It's not like this is down to 20 seconds and you have to make a split decision. Now it is very much a doable situation here for G2.
Oh, I wish he would fall back here, VSM. If he falls back, then KNG can actually get to him in time to help. If he's that up close and he dies, there's no chance that KNG can get there. Nice sneak in. It's Amanek. He's been opening up this B-bomb site so much. It's really impressive. Now, don't do this, though. Goes down to KNG. It's going to be a smoke thrown from inside. Obviously, a slightly new feature to Dust 2. KNG pushing through. He'll take the kill. He's so ready for more. And he's going to get Nexa as well. That's the KNG. That's an ace as well. He picks it up in the 15th round. What a time to come alive. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the second half to see if we can get a third map or not. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It is time for yet another rendition of the CS Money Skin Survivor. Today, we bring Magisk from Astralis to talk us through the Glocks. Magisk, how are you, my man?
I'm good. Thank you very much for asking.
So here we have it, our tournament bracket. 16 skins walk in, only 1 will walk away. And of course, that first round, the rapid fire answers. So if you're ready to deal with the pressure, I am too.
Let's go. The Vogue, for sure. The Raw Legion. Dragon Tattoo. The Knight. Galaxy. The Brass. Bullet Green for sure. Water Elemental.
Round 1, done and dusted, and now, of course, we're gonna slow things down a little. Gonna pick your mind, Magisk. The Royal Legion or the Vogue?
So for me, the Rogue is really awesome. I like that there's these eyes on it, and it's kind of like a beautiful color combination as well.
The Knight or the Dragon Tattoo?
I kind of think there's something beautiful about, you know, not a default skin, but clean skins, and that's what I like about the Knight here. It's just really clean.
Twilight Galaxy or the Brass?
I think the brass here, because it kind of looks gold. It's like a golden block.
The Bullet Queen or the Water Elemental?
I think the bullet green looks a lot better than the water elemental, to be honest.
Only 4 of them are left. So, the semifinals set to begin. Up first, we have the Knight or the Vogue?
Overall, I think the Vogue is just better looking, to be fair.
The Brass or the Bullet Queen?
Again, I'm gonna have to take the bullet green because it looks better overall.
We have started with 16 Glock skins. We have now only 2 left in the gauntlet. Magisk, both of our grand finalists released to CSGO in the year of 2020. And now you have to put them head to head. So I will ask you, do you prefer the Bullet Queen or the Vogue?
Honestly, they're both really good looking skins, and I think they have a lot of great details in them. But overall, I think the Vogue has something special with those 2 eyes just looking. I think it's a really awesome detail. I think it's really cool looking, and honestly, I wish I had the Vogue myself.
And there you have it, folks, the Vogue taking the cake. Magisk, please choose a number between 1 and 4 so we can find the owner of the Vogue.
I'm gonna go for number 1.
It's Christian Gateric. So thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Well, then we're back. We're ready. It's going to be G2 versus MIBR. Second map, second half. Cool replays of all of the madness that was going on. A lot more. I mean, this 9-6 scoreline seems like kind of a pedestrian scenario. Like, all right, that seems normal. But the way that we got here is definitely not. There's a lot of stuff going on.
It's not every day you get an ace like that on the 15th round to save your team, right? I mean, 10-5, 9-6 is a big difference, right? If you're getting into double digits going into the second half as G2, you're feeling a lot better about the situation. Now, I mean, a good pistol round for MIBR, a follow-up, and they could be looking at a tied situation. So
absolutely, yeah.
This is exciting. That's one. I mean, this is KNG also. I think he's really going to be feeling. It looks like he's stepping into that leader role.
Yeah.
Right? He's a fragging in-game leader. He's definitely got the spirit of the team on his shoulders as well. He's hype, which it looks like the rest of the team are responding well to. So I mean, this could be the new generation of MIBR, the revival of MIBR, and it's really exciting to see.
Oh, I so badly hope so. I really, really, want that to be true. I mean, their sort of breakout here in Blast Premier has been really amazing. I think they've made a lot of waves in the community already. A lot of people have been impressed, and I wanted to keep going. The fact that they ended overtime on Nuke against G2, that's impressive, right? Like there aren't many things right now they're looking at and saying, well, I don't really know. The question always is, the depth of the map pool. Can they overcome, adversity down the road? Are there going to be moments where, they get too frustrated or whatever? Like, those are all questions that are left to be answered out there. But so far, so good, in my opinion. And we'll see. MIBR now T-side for them. A lot of options on this particular map for what you want to do. A lot of craziness that could happen. A lot of reasons why you would want to buy one of those P250s. To go ranged against the USP, but you don't have to. So interested to see how it'll play out. G2, on the other hand, they have picked up a kit and some flashbangs on Nexa, and otherwise they're just going to be ready to fight. So it's not going to be very elaborate, and retakes might be slightly more tricky, but I think it's fine. Is there going to be a P250? Anyone? No, there won't be.
No raid boss.
Beep, beep. Ooh, wow.
Just bullets.
Holy hell.
Kenny Esper paying KNG right off the bat in this round, and there are going to be 3 players here ready to react for G2 very quickly. Amanek is going to find the first opening kill as this push comes through. Hunter wants one of his own, and total and utter annihilation on the B site. Yeah, they took no damage. A flawless pistol round for G2.
There can't be a worse way to start a rush where your sort of mid-distraction, player gets just essentially disintegrated by Kenny. He's just gone.
Oh, and Kenny even shows up for the flank. That's so nasty.
Wow. Didn't even notice.
Flawless. Impeccable start to the second half, and G2 get on the 10 rounds after all. So,
oh, that's a problem, though.
Hard eco coming in here from MIBR as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a conversation maybe as they're messing around. Yeah, I mean, this puts G2 6 rounds away from taking the series, obviously. So things are getting real interesting. And they are facing off against Astralis, I believe, in the next match. Is that? Am I wrong? Am I right? I want to say I'm right. I prefer being right. So.
Yeah, winner goes on against Astralis. Which, you know, the community in their predictions have predicted MIBR for both of those. So, community predictions are definitely all aboard the MIBR train.
No offense to the community, but the only thing that matters now is what Scrawny's been picking, isn't it? He's somehow made it.
Scrawny's on point.
He's made it to the top of the board. Our Canadian friend. One of them?
Yeah, because Launders.
It's also
Canadian. Launders predicted MIBR, I think, and got bopped, and Scrawny didn't. I think that's the one. That was the one that made the difference.
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Well, you know, Scrawny. Come. Yeah.
Well,
don't get too funny.
Keeping the chair strong or something like that. Oh, that would have been cool, but Kenny's turned back around the corner. So, nice idea. I just couldn't quite catch him. 18th round here, and so much is riding on this here for MIBR. Again, got to turn this around. Got to get that gun out of Kenny's hands and make sure that the bank of G2 gets broken. They are pretty quick. They were just in lower dark, and now they're already up here. Try and contrast this with how G2 are playing it on the T side and how much lower they would leave this on the clock. But they're going to be shooting Kenny in the back. He's almost certainly dead. I don't know how he would possibly make it out from here. He has no idea that they've made it away up this far. Yep, one tap, and that's a disaster. Nexus holding this with an MP5 against 2 AKs, and he will get traded right away. So 3-on-3, tough retake coming in here for sure. I mean, look at how far away they are.
Can they get into long in order to get that AWP back is my one question here.
I guess from Kenny's point of view, he's thinking they're surely not going to be going catwalk without throwing any grenades.
But that's the gamble, isn't it? You're just, you know, the gamble is that they don't go cat.
Or at least if they do right, they throw smokes and flashes so that you're like, all right, cool. Thanks, guys, I know. People don't often think about that, but I guess, you know, all of those grenades do also work as, you know, alarm bells for the other team that something's going on. So.
Well, that's an AWP picked up for free here for MIBR. Key round for them in this second half. And G2 are going to... Well, Hunter could drop an AWP for Kenny. He's got money in the bank for it. And yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. So Kenny's going to get the big green gun again.
And KNG's the long spawn, so he might just want to try and run straight for it. And in a round like that they just won, I mean, he could even hope that they don't have all the grenades that they would want to try and throw that corner. It looks like they kind of do, but, you know, he could be under the impression that maybe that's not going to be the case. Flash out and counter flash, and there's just not going to be much of a fight out there.
Yeah, they went for a counter catwalk boost instead, G2. So getting Kenny up here very soon, very quick. DSM. I mean, right now it's looking like they want to go for some kind of collapse to mid on G2. Had Kenny found a target, it would have got interesting real quick. Instead, it's going to be the long push coming in here from MIBR at this moment.
I mean, with enough smokes and flashes, if they can just get across and put the bomb down, as long as they control long, it's all fine. For all they can, G2 can keep catwalk and CT spawn. Nexa almost caught shuffling with the rifles there. That's dangerous. A nice double kill for him before finally KNG could take him out. Nico with the FAMAS at range, but they lose VSM in the middle, so now they can focus on holding the bomb site. And actually, they should really be taking a deep breath here, G2, and not fighting too much. Ooh. Maybe would have been cool if he could have somehow landed a shot there, but 2-on-3 and swinging out from KNG. He turns around at the perfect time to pick up that kill. That is so important. And now with a Molotov to hold them back, they're going to be pushing through. And Leo gets a headshot on Kenny. In the meantime, it's on Emanek. 1 versus 2 to try and hold on to this. And he's going to be jumping a little bit. Flash out. He's going to go straight for it. And KNG, a quad kill to save his team. Oh, and Goku is loving it. That is... I think all the way through that round, MIBR were fighting at a disadvantage, essentially. It's just so close. Well played here.
So surprised. Yeah, some clear frustration there from Hunter. What is going on? An earthquake?
Yeah, it is. Man, the Brazilian epicenter.
Yeah, it happens to be in Belgrade.
really interesting. Well, they have one HE grenade on Nexa. Would have to be the best HE of all time to turn the outcome of this round, I reckon. They are set up. Taking the fight out in the open. This is a little bit too bold. Nico even lands that one on KNG. I get it, like, you know, you're not showing any fear, but at the same time, there were a lot of people taking that fight. Hunter and Amanek are low on health, and I don't know.
And they can't recover anything either.
No, but one mistake here. I mean, TRK, they're already coming for him. He's right around the corner, and they do actually line up. And this is kind of good for MIBR, actually. Instead of just going straight to the bomb plant, like rushing in to get that, they actually did try and spend some time making sure that they could play it safe. Amanek, I wish he could get something, but he just can't find any gun to take that fight with, and it'll be a one-on-one at the end. But that is still a very good round out of G2, and I think some very important lessons hopefully being learned by MIBR in that round. Never do that again. It's fine to swing without the smokes, by the way. That's not necessarily the problem. I mean, I know the common default setup is double smoke and cross. You don't have to do that. It's fine to do, but don't crouch all the way into the middle of the lane and just sit down and say, here we go. Oh, God. There is a real party going on over at the MIBR fan cam section.
There's the wave.
They're all in.
They're all in. It's there. All right. Matic doing a bit of talking right now.
With his hands, too. Chop them. Karate chop. Much more animated.
Much more hands, too. You know, he's got both hands. He's not skimping. He's not messing around with a pen.
Oh, man. It's so good to watch.
Countdown's done, though, Anders. 11-9, G2 in the lead on the CT side, but...
I picked G2 to win this. I partly want MIBR to win just to see the madness continue. It's so much fun.
Exactly. And Train, I think, is their third map. So that will be really good. Good opping map. I mean, just plenty of opportunity.
I'd love to see both these teams on Train at the moment, actually. KNG, look at this again. Just absolutely no fear, but he misses the chance. He built that up perfectly. That is definitely a shot to G2. They're like, wait, he's already in middle. But yeah, you only get that one chance. They're still going to go for it. It seems Nico going to try and help out, putting up a grenade there, and the spray is so good, taking down Leo. And yet that's Nico's smoke in the door there. So that's also a good little detail for Nico, just helping out where he can.
And they clear out mid. They retake it as well. So now G2 can just stabilize. They've used a lot of their utility. Minute 10 on the clock.
They might have no smokes. They can't. They can't block off the door or anything. This is a huge problem.
They just need to stay alive here. G2. There's the spot. Only saw the one, and he makes it out. Lucas 30 HP, and KNG crouch peeking his way around the corner, takes down Nico, and that opens up a push towards A if they want it. NES holding solo on the site.
I think just pretending. Flash is there, but they're not hearing any steps. They would have loved to have heard someone running through middle here, but G2 also playing this one really smartly. Ooh. And again, the fact that there are no smokes means once you cross into the B-bomb site, you're so vulnerable from the doors when they're aligned this way. Let's see.
Oh, they're committing to mid, aren't they? This is going to turn into a retake scenario. You need to get the kill on KNG. If he takes one of you down here, it's a big problem. But they do get the drop on him, and now Amanek is going to spot them moving onto the site. Hunter and Amanek working together. Big spray coming through, and Amanek collecting the last one. 3 survive for G2, and AK picked up as well by Amanek.
Yeah, that was at least in part a grenade problem for MIBR. Hard and a tricky scenario to try and solve. Again, I just do want to point out again that, you know, what KNG puts on himself in that round, he's basically saying, you guys go and take up a dark, I will be in middle alone with an AWP. I mean, that is slightly mad, you know. One missed shot. I mean, he didn't even see them this time, but again, the fear is not something that's really part of his playstyle, and I think that is the best kind of Counter-Strike. It is the most fun to watch. Here we go, charging up onto the catwalk, and this is a very, very important round for them. If they could somehow turn this, it would be amazing. Nico, though, tapping, this is what he's very, very good at. He's tagged up Kenny a bit, another tag coming in, and now Nico's low on health. A grenade will land on top of them, bomb is being planted, and actually, maybe not after all. And that was a shot from Kenny to drop TRK as he was in the middle of that plant, so a little bit awkward.
Bomb should be getting planted now, though.
Yeah.
Oh, playing with fire. Just stick the plant, Lucas.
Yeah. That $800 bonus doesn't seem like a lot, but right now, everything you can get. Very likely going to be in 13 rounds here. It's VSM with the 1 kill. Still a 2-1-3. And Lucas falling back. He's got 8 kills so far, so he's been struggling a bit in this game. But as we said yesterday, if you can just find that one round where you can have an impact, that is absolutely all that is needed. 40 seconds and the bomb's still not planted. They're so nervous about doing it. Finally, going to be coming through. And let's see what they've got here. 2-on-3 is definitely favoring G2 in a big way. But it can change real quick. VSM ducking down, avoiding the headshot for a second. And now Lucas, good tap on 1, but yeah, they're going to be peeking it exactly at the same time. Great coordination there at the end. 13-9 now, favoring G2. But that's actually still a very important round here for MIBR.
They saved Kenny's AWP as well, so
yeah,
that's a big one.
But 3 kills and a bomb plant, they're going to be, should be feeling a little bit better about it. Oh, it's awful they can't buy in this round, though.
No, they had spent that last round as a course. They'd spent everything. I mean, it just means that if they manage their economy this round, they will have a very strong buy in the next. But then at that point, your back's to the wall. G2 will be up at 14 rounds, 2 rounds away from taking the series. So and that's exactly what MIBR are going to go for. They've had the Deagles. They've had success with the Deagles as well. So let's see. VSM early. Not this time. Kenny has shots.
Kenny's having none of it any longer.
He's getting fancy.
But this time it worked. More flashes coming out all the time.
Oh, and the HE. Oh, that's so sick. I love those details. You want that AWP? Get wrecked. Get absolutely wrecked.
Oh, you could see them looking down on the ground.
It's like dejected.
But there was an op.
Oh, that's so funny.
It actually is just a very good idea. Don't give that to KNG. He was not looking for it. Not going to get anything. All right.
Deagles are just lethal, though. It's actually crazy how crazy how good the pros are getting with these ops or these Deagles. But now there's the AWP next with the triple and the anti-eco.
You know, Semler is like one of those incredibly unfunny, like 90s type humor where you have like a little string in a $100 bill and then people try and pick it up on the street and you just pull it. That's what they did with the AWP there. Like, oh, no. There we go. Flying away. No off for you.
I was just thinking like he's probably making the face my puppy makes when I close the door. You know, the puppy wants to play. He's like, we're gonna play now? I'm like, I gotta go work. I gotta close the door. And he's just looking at the ground like, oh. And I'm just like, yeah, you just broke my heart. Thanks, dude. You know.
Except in this case, G2 don't care about it. They're feeling
no, G2 are they just stomping.
Yeah. Puppy faces are hard to resist.
Ah, man.
How come they've made them like that?
It's just lethal. It's so hard. But worth. He's a cutie.
He is a good boy.
He is a good boy.
Find Semler's Instagram somewhere and you could see little pictures of him.
Yeah, I need to put a new one up. He's grown so much, it's crazy. He's taken like 2 kilos. All right, enough on that. Let's focus on this because this is actually now the big round that MIBR have now been saving for.
You just feel the tension. MIBR, it feels like they're all the time, they're almost getting this up and running. They're almost connecting enough of the dots that they can, you know, string together rounds. There is money on G2's side, but it's not overwhelming. If MIBR win 2 in a row here, then they get a third one for free, and suddenly it's 14-12. So, like, that's the kind of mentality they have to be thinking about right now, or the kind of mindset that they have to try and install here on everyone on the team. 2 in a row, get the third, and then we're right back in the game and we're fighting for it. A little bit of aggression coming out here from the G2 side. I mean, not sacrificing himself in any way. But even this I like from, you know, just even showing yourself is sometimes enough that you're going to be, that immediately forces a Molotov out, right? And they don't have enough money to be throwing Molotovs around, so. Oh, Leo with 1 kill though. Kenny, he actually tags him through. Now it gets real interesting. Nico, yeah, he's been waiting for that for a while. Does overstep the line. He was going to get back, but he didn't. 3 versus 4 now. 45 seconds. Look at who's pushing up a dark in the meantime. Amanek, again, I said earlier, I think he just is a smart player. And this is one of those things. He's taking it upon himself and allowing his 2 teammates to group up. Now they just need timing and, well, wait a minute. Oh, KNG loses that fight. I thought he would have had that. Nexa back in effect again. 2-1-2.
But they have no smokes. It's all TRK right now. Oh, this is big! Amina getting caught in mid after all of that lurking. They know exactly where Nexa is as well. The game is up. Nexa needs to hit the shot, and it's just not going to happen.
Wow.
That is going to be a painful loss there for G2. That round really feels like it should have been theirs.
That would have been, see, this would have been a round that would have been very interesting to do the mic'd up type thing for, you know, assuming that it doesn't reveal anything incriminating for G2. But I wonder why Amanek was that quick. Again, there's no bomb plant. His teammate wasn't immediately under fire. So it could just be a communication call, right? Where someone is saying, well, hold on, I think he's out there. Go get him right now.
It could also be sense because the thing is we can't see everywhere at once, right? But after enough rounds on this side, he's going to be figuring out tendencies of, you know, do they usually make noise in upper dark? Are they throwing certain nades in upper dark? Are they, you know, these sorts of things start to build up. And Amanek, he's just going to have a sixth sense after that, where he's probably getting a read.
Yeah, but I mean, like when he pushed down the middle there in the 2-on-2 at the end, right? Yeah. I wonder, because I don't mind that he kept pushing, but he ran, and that made it so obvious. So I wonder if someone made a call, basically telling him it's right now. You got to go.
Sure.
Leo goes down to Nexa, 4-on-4, and it might be out. I actually thought maybe G could do goodbye in this round, but I guess they didn't. So might have been slightly wrong on the math. Good shot. Get some teammates over here, KNG. Like this is the point in time where MIBR really need the discipline. Stay together now. Don't give up individual kills. Don't let them have a rifle. These are all super standard things that MIBR must be able to do in this position. TRK might very well win this fight, but if he somehow doesn't and they get an AK and bring it back, that is just a nightmare. Yeah. So for him winning that fight gives them what, like 100th of a point or something like that. But losing the AK would give a lot of more firepower over to G2. So the risk reward is absolutely not worth it when you're thinking about it that way. They're gonna get the bomb plant down, and it seems like things are sort of stabilizing a little bit. I would say I would prefer if MIBR had played this round differently, at least once they got the early kills there. I don't like this solo style at all.
It's that pug style, right? Pug life, because you're just going to win all your duels.
Yeah, and again, when you do it, it sort of seems like it's nothing. You're like, all right, whatever, fine. But start losing stuff like this.
That's big.
Prophecy has been fulfilled.
Because now Nico, well, this is, again, granted, Amanek has to survive. Not going to be easy by any stretch, especially if he's here. Oh, hits that shot, spots him out. Yep, saw him.
Definitely don't.
Doesn't even need to peek. Not a chance for Lucas to get in here, and that saves the AWP. So Nico now gets a full buy.
So if I knew how to dance
go for double AWP as well.
I would do that. I told you so dance, but I, you know.
Did he go double what? No, okay, rifles.
I could.
No, yeah, I thought Nico, if anybody, Nico had 7 grand, so I was wondering is that something that they just pull out of the hat, double AWP, try and get that lockdown going on CT side, but it's just going to be a full buy instead. Kenny gets that AWP.
Listen, fair play. MIB obviously win it. I know maybe it sounded like, you know, it was a complete wash, but it's just so dangerous to give those things away, right? Hunter, nice timing, taking down KNG. That's a loss early on here. MIBR at 14-11.
He was the one with the utility too.
Yeah.
Everybody else is freaking broke. They've got no nades.
Well, they must... Could they go pick it up? I mean, it was right there, wasn't it? I feel like he was... Leo, was it just a flashbang that he had? Did he have more than that?
I think VSM picked up the smoke off of KNG. But still, I mean...
All right. The grenades have gone regardless. They're not here anymore. They did pick up the AWP. Leo is currently transporting that somewhere. Over the long, I guess. Man, everything is really on this. They spent all of their money here, MIBR, in this round. If they lose it, it's going to be series point for G2, and they're going to have a hard time finding their way back. First order of business has to be taking long and winning that fight, really with no casualties against Nexa. And he's been very hard to take out. Nexa keeps getting double kills, just left and right. If he does it again here, it might almost be game. He's set up for it, and they don't quite check that deep. Lucas goes down, and now the problem is the orb is stuck out there. And 35 seconds, they can wait this out. Amanek, quick to return. VSM down. And yeah, certainly going to be 15 rounds now. Again, there's nothing, I mean, it's not even a question of skill or anything. It's the time that was left. Never going to happen. 15-11. G2 a round away from facing off against Astralis in a best-of-3 a little bit later in the evening, which will also be an amazing game, which will be covered by Scrawny and Launders.
Indeed it will. Not going to call it before it's done, but yeah, this is fantastic. Look at how consistent they are across the board, G2 as well. You know, almost everybody at 20 frags. It's only Kenny who's lagging behind, and even then, he's only at 17. So I mean, this is the G2 that's going to be very, very tough to beat.
How cool is this?
Yeah. Well, this is going to get interesting. Point blank picks it up, and then Hunter. Dude, you're holding your breath there. Yep, Leo gets him. You're just like, he's got to die. He can't live through that.
Oh man, it's not done yet. That's the bomb found by Amanek. Now a 2-on-2. The fact that Kenny stuck around also bought so much time for Hunter to not get shot in the back. So there are just so many things happening in that engagement. Complete chaos all across from G2 just being very aggressive. Now Amanek is pushed all the way back. Instead of holding the bomb, VSM seems to know it, and he looks away, and VSM will get the kill. Oh my god. He actually probably would have had a big advantage in that fight. And now the question is, can they find a way to defeat Kenny at the moment here in middle? He's got the right lineup. Knife out. He's lost his mind. He's going to go for the fight, and he almost gets the kill. Both are on the other side. A single missed bullet here, and I think Kenny's going to be done for. The smoke, he's still pushing forward. They're waiting for him, and they will execute him. And MIBR make it out of the round. They're still in the fight, ladies and gentlemen. 15-12.
Can't take him lightly. Should be a half by coming in from G2. Leo and VSM, between the two of them, they get all 5 kills. Just talk about saving the team there. MIBR, that was a sick shot from Leo. This is just, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. I mean, like, you know, the timing just does not work, and he looks away just as... I agree with you. I think he has the advantage there. Although he was, I mean, obviously VSM was aware that somebody could be in spawn. It's still, if you're watching, then it's anybody's game. At that time, it was just a freebie. But yeah, pretty hard eco coming in here from G2.
Oh, it's so interesting. The timing here is really something. G2, though, they have money in the bank enough that, you know, they're not going to be put that much under pressure. It'll suck to give them a 13th round, but they'll still be able to get over a decent buy before we reach overtime, potentially. We had that on the first map. You got to appreciate that while G2 have just added Nico, MIBR is essentially a new lineup, and they're just going toe-to-toe with all the teams right now. It's so cool to watch. Nico is getting dropped low. Next are getting taken out, and they are staying grouped up, except for Leo, but I think maybe this is fine. He does go down, but the fact that the rest of them were together, it still makes me a little bit happy. Oh no. Kenny also taking down Lucas, and that's the bomb in the middle. Still got 50 seconds, but surely they're not letting this go somewhere. I'm looking at you, please.
It's always possible, Anders. We've seen crazier things happen in the past. Oh, that's it. Nice repeat. Kenji's not going to miss that chance.
At least I at least want them to go out with a bang, right? Not picked off one at a time. Right. It's all good. It's all been brought back. Now just looking to make sure that Kenny doesn't get anything in the middle here, which makes a lot of sense. Found him. VSM not afraid to fight. He'll find a 3rd kill and a 13th round for MIBR as we get into the very late stages of this match. 24 kills on VSM. He's been playing a great game. On the other side, it is way more evenly distributed, so they're just all playing well on G2, which is kind of scary.
But you have to give it to MIBR. They refuse to quit.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
They do not give in.
Huge fan.
And it's the same thing from G2. I mean, they're getting ahead, and then they're letting it slip through their fingers. In this scenario, I mean, last 5 rounds, it's been 4 of them going MIBR's way.
Right.
To go to Nuke, to go to overtime on Nuke, MIBR won 5 rounds in a row. So I mean, they're getting ahead. G2, they're just struggling to close these maps in a decisive manner.
I so badly want to watch Train now. I'm really just enjoying this way too much.
Train would be baller.
Yeah, like I would rate it as unlikely that we'll get there, but I'm really crossing my fingers that we do.
I would say that odds don't favor it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they've let themselves maybe a little bit too little room basically to make this work, but it's not impossible. This one might be the one that really decides, at least if we go into overtime or not. All about the weaponry on G2 at the moment. Running out Lucas in the corner. I don't know if they heard him or not. but he has got almost no backup here. It could still be fine if he's just going to be distracting 2 or 3 people. He's third one being brought in. If they knew, they would immediately execute on that B-bomb site, but they obviously don't. So for now, they're just stuck listening for more information, and they're actually bringing more people over here. Falling back, though, from that position at long was Nico. I think he's back up at Catwalk. Grenade, he's got it primed. He's just thinking about when to throw it. Could be essentially right on top of 2 people. Yeah, grenade, or the flash will give him the clue. Yeah, that would definitely work. Oh! Well,
awkward spot there for Nexa, though. HE gonna slow things down, and that's creating an opening here. Kenny S. KNG's got that angle. Nexa burns alive. It's a man advantage for MIBR.
Yeah, Nexa going down. That's big news. Nico up here, though. 3-on-3. They're all out long. They do have smokes, and a nice shot there from KNG. He is so reliable. Whenever they need him, he just always shows up for it. And yeah, those smokes are so important. Now, Hunter is coming in from behind him. He's got the M4A1. Actually, that's one of the few times where this weapon is going to be really interesting. If you get... Are they checking for him? All I'm saying is if they get shot at the back, it's a little bit harder to watch for, but it doesn't matter. KNG is everywhere, killing everything at the moment. Nice triple on him. A little bit of a jump there with the FAMAS, but Amanek slowly being pushed back, and TRK will take him down. 14, 15, and look at the money on G2. We could really go the distance here.
This is definitely possible. Now, what's the buy look like for G2? It's almost, what, 2.8, 2.7 across the board. It's just going to be nasty. KNG, you're right, though, is Mr. Consistent right now. This bait that he had set up,
it's wild.
The hype. It's just so real.
Could someone should take all of these and build like those anime animations, like Dragon Ball Z or something, whatever. Like
KNG does look like he's powering up every time. It's crazy.
Someone could, if someone could do that, it'd make me very excited.
Also, how do they have voices left after these matches? That's another thing that I'm not getting. I'm impressed.
You know what? They're just built that way.
That's like vocal stand.
Somehow that was like an excellent flashbang, wasn't it?
That almost looked intentional.
Yeah, for the other position.
Yeah, it almost looked intentional. I was like, wow, okay, that's pretty cool.
Just pretend like that was the plan and keep going. No one will know. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 30th round. Very sketchy weaponry on G2, but this whole map has been about basically winning odd rounds that you shouldn't be winning, and it could happen again. A little bit of a shoulder peek with the scout. Kenny is still here. They've been Molotoving this position almost every single time they've gone here. This time they're a little bit hesitant. No, there it is. Behind him, forcing him into it. That is so cool. They herded him, and they don't have a dog to do it. I don't know if anyone's ever been herding animals with fire.
Well, this is essentially all the firepower that's dropping out now. Amanek is still hanging around here. He's finally going to back off. VSM, oh, nicely done there by Nico. Hunter gets in as well. All out! TRK survives with 5 health.
How does he even get any damage on him at all? This is actually doable. What a heartbreak it would be. 2-on-3. Hunter setting up the Molotov. It's going to be way too far. Not going to do anything. Another one on top of the site. So yeah, that's a lot of fire, but really no effect behind it. Hunter and Amanek to try and hold on to this and win it in regulation. And the first kill comes through. It's a good start, but KNG once again taking down one of them, and now Amanek alone. 1 versus 2. And he has just been spotted, and TRK low on health. It doesn't matter. It is overtime. Oh, we're getting it. Look at TRK, KNG, and VSM all at 24 kills.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's not like Lucas and Leo haven't had their moments either.
Oh,
These guys across the board, more kills for G2 total, and you can see G2 right now. They know, again, it's back-to-back. And this is what's keeping them from, really ascending into the dominant, into that dominant sphere, right? Where you are a team that wins tournaments. Is that if you are a dominant team, when you get ahead like this, you don't let your opponents back in. You crush them. You just end the map. And this is the second time now where G2 have let it slip through their fingers and allowed MIBR to take us to overtime.
Here's something to really think about, right? That's 2 maps, both of them going to overtime. If they end up in a third, remember, the team that wins here has to play again against Astralis in a new best of 3. So there is a level of fatigue here that's just going to be such an interesting feature of this kind of a setup. But here we are. Overtime it is. First team to 19 rounds. Starting money is 10K, so the CT side has to be a bit worried. It looks like they want to push straight through. That was an attempt at pure timing coming out. I think that's a very, very cool idea, but it didn't work out this time. But that is that's slightly unorthodox coming out from MIBR.
Maybe hoping that it was a double man holding on slope kind of scenario where you could just get a guy out onto the site itself.
Oh, there are 10 different ways in which you can definitely get that kill, right?
So, tough break for MIBR. I like it. It's a creative play, just doesn't pan out this time. And that kind of puts them behind here in this round. KNG using a smoke to create a little bit more space for himself, and nicely done there. That was so close. Ooh. Yeah, way too close. Nico just barely able to get around the corner. Hunter, however, the smoke cuts both ways. Hunter is now right on the edge, and if there's a footstep, there it is. Nico drops TRK, that's the bomb in CT. Hunter comes blazing through. 2-man advantage now for G2 in this key round.
Did they just try to split A through CT spawn? I mean, it's
a thing.
I've seen it maybe like 3 times ever. It's really hard to do. And I mean, what I think the main power of it is just that it's so unlikely to happen that it'll actually be really hard for the CT side to even call what's going on. But that all goes away when Nico's just there watching them, right? So they actually lost the first 2 kills in this round due to walking through smoke, right, over at B, and then it's time for Nico. So that's hard to deal with.
Now though, well, I mean, T-side should always have money to buy. If they get a bomb plant, in this round, they should have money to buy in the next round, no problem. But that is such an important round that 4 players survive like that for G2 just made their lives so much easier in this first half of overtime. Shouldn't have as much worry about the money. Demonet.
Let's see. Bomb is all the way out long. This is setting up a... No, well, you could set up a smoke from here that lands in CT spawn for a B split. One of my favorite smokes that's somehow gone quite far out of the meta, but it's cool because it's airborne so long that you could do a bunch of more things when that smoke is still sort of traveling and landing and all the rest of it. But none of that. Very common setup. Pushing up a dark. But he's fallen back instead. It's a nice grenade.
Not a double this time, though.
Not yet.
Haven't carpet.
Yeah, that from earlier looked like just a surgical strike. Which is sort of an oxymoron in many ways, but this one worked. Smoke goes up, 50 seconds. It looks like a counter smoke just at the lip of that catwalk. Oh, it's dangerous. Just you want to hold your breath now.
Yeah.
They're going to go for it, but they have one down the middle, and that is super important. Leo has to stay alive. KNG going down. Okay, with a kill, sorry, on Nico. He's falling a little bit back here, Kenny. He's actually a little bit lonesome at the moment. He'll pick up the 1 kill. Nearly getting the headshot. That's not far away. 20 seconds. Cool flashbang, banking it off, trying for the no-scope, but MIBR are back in the round. And now Nexus going to get dropped. It's a double for Leo, and it's a double for KNG. And look at the effect here. Those 2 bodies there on the ground in CT spawn, that was Leo coming in with a great flank. Amazing play.
That's a tough one from Nico, man.
Yeah.
That's where it's like you're trying to force it. He was so late behind that flash, and it's in that moment where you're like, oh, I'm late, but I'm, maybe, I can go. No, the answer is no. If you miss that timing, that's what you just get smashed.
All right. 16-16. Amanek out of the round. It's a feature that everyone loves to hate about Dust too, but Kenny is somehow so quick. Hunter showing up in the window, and TRK will just immediately evict him from that bomb site. 3 versus 4 now instead. And Kenny S, he's got the right idea, but he gives up on it, just second-guessing himself. And this could well be one of the really critical rounds. This could be what brings MIBR to that 3rd map. We'll see Nexa being flashed in, but that is never going to work, and neither will the follow-up here. Nico in a 1 versus 4. It looks like MIBR are about to be 2 rounds away from taking it. 17-16 at the moment. They're really doing a good job.
Oh, man. It's just a never
knocking chairs in the background?
Yeah, they're just knocking everything over. It's completely out of control over there. Nico doing a bit of talking right now. He said he was done being an in-game leader, Anders.
I'm sure he's just saying, let's go, guys. I want this to end with MIBR being so hyped that the police just show up. Like, that's the last scene we get. They're all jumping at the police alike.
Dude, that LAN cafe's got to be popping, though. Because, I mean, it feels like every CS team that's been traveling from NA, and even some Europeans were over there, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that's just got to be the spot right now. If you're a CS fan, you're just camping out there.
Hope it is. TSM, I don't know which one of those two. One of them, or maybe both, lucky to be alive.
By no means is this over for G2, though.
Oh, no.
They had a strong T side. They can also, I mean, if they win this round, look at this double AWP. This is just an insanely expensive round from MIBR. If they lose this MIBR, they're going to be very tight on money.
It's an interesting play. I don't think we saw that from them in regulation. Even when they had the chance, I don't think they did it, really.
No.
So, I don't know much about VSM's opening skills. KNG's out long again. They've got the luxury of having, you know, just a lot of, you know, advanced information about what's coming or not coming over at long, as the case may be. 45 seconds. Again, this is the same style that they were employing in Regulation G2. It would be interesting if they tried a round where it's just really quick here, but I guess they don't have a lot of space for it either. Flashes are out, and they're going to go straight through. TRK waiting. He's got some backup there. A bit of a crossfire between him and Lucas. Unfortunately, it's a second plate. They obviously want to take that fight right when they step into the crossfire, and because Lucas dies in a split second, well, that is never going to be possible then. KNG out here on long, and staying here is really risky. But he's ready for it. Takes the face off of Amanek, who didn't even look like he knew that he was in the line of fire then. Kenny missing a chance. It's Hunter with the one. VSM going down. G2 winning the round, a close one at that.
Oh, man, these are just so stressful, Anders.
It's wild.
It could just break either way. One way looking, I mean, one player looking one way. It's just, all right, let's take a look here. This is Amanek just completely opening this up. Beautiful work on this side. Hunter, that's where it got just a little scary. Yeah, you can see the reaction there.
I mean,
big round though.
It was a big round. I feel like they can call on Amanek fairly often to try and get these entries, and he's just gonna go for it. That's an important role. It could be mentally pretty taxing to play.
Well, that was, I mean, very quick long take coming in. 4 players over here, however, 4 MIBR. And is this it, where you just put Kenny S in here and then rotate back off of long, start making some noise in mid, and he is just going to be like your crouching tiger, hidden dragon kind of ninja, just waiting to strike?
It is one of my favorite strats on this map. So, yeah.
Good movie, too.
Yeah. I've never seen it, so I can't even
Get out of here, Anders. I don't know how many times I saw that growing up.
You'd be even more shocked if you knew what else I was wasting my time on. when we're not seeing the classics.
Too.
Yeah, something like that. It's much work nowadays, but we'll get into it later. Ooh, missed chance. See, everything about this is exactly what they wanted. We actually talked about the strategy yesterday on Dust 2, right? And the whole point is eventually the CTs are just more incentivized to go check what's happening long, right?
Yeah.
But now they know, and that actually puts G2 in a weird position, because what do? Try and rescue Kenny from this position? Looks like he's back for the fight, and KNG is so lucky to be alive. The bomb, though, is over on the other side, and that is really what we should be focused on. 30 seconds. It is all about whether or not they can defend that B bomb site, because otherwise, all of this fight maybe doesn't matter. Oh, Nico there for the monster spray down, but Lucas... Some spider senses were tingling. Amanek finds one inside of the smoke, but I still don't know if they could do this, G2. 2 versus 4. The bomb is not down yet. There's only 15 seconds. This is looking like an MIBR round for sure. Amanek trying with a bit of a Molotov there to just push them back. Hunter back for the look, but KNG not missing anything at this point in time, and it will be the round for MIBR. They're at a map point. They just need another one, and we could go to train. 30 kills from KNG as well.
Dude, Lucas, what a hero.
Yeah, that is really, it's probably series saving, isn't it?
Yes. And Kenny, man, just not getting the value. So much invested in that position at long, taking long, leaving him behind there, has to get value, and he doesn't really. And Nico, of course, yeah, all you can do is shake your head. Kenny with a tag on Leo, though. Again, these tags, we need kills. Or G2 need kills right now if they want to force a second overtime.
Bring it all, why not? Get the double overtime.
It's so close right now between these teams. It feels like it could happen, for sure.
Out long, not out long, covering long along with the bomb. That's maybe fine. Amanek and upper dark. Very much default type setup here. Let's see what they have, G2. What is in the long list of strats that they've already been trying? Is there any one of them that they're gonna go to early? Oh, yeah, okay. This is really, really well timed. He's gonna be. They've just been looking here. Yeah, there should be no way that they're watching it. Big double spray. Oh, this is looking like it's it. Triple for him. He just catches the entire team off guard. Amanek hoping for a quick headshot. He needs one. In fact, there are 2 people on the site, and he is going to go down. Nico 1 versus 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a third map. It will be on a train. They get it into overtime. Look out! Oh man, that's Leo just losing his mind. I absolutely love it. What a great series this is, and it will continue just like we wanted. We'll go to a break before we bring in the desk and obviously that third map. So stay with us, and we will be right back.
They'll try to fight, but there should be no way, as in no way whatsoever G2 is not going to win Dust 2.
As in no way whatsoever G2 is not going to win Dust 2.
Oh, Jacob!
There should be no way whatsoever, whatsoever it might be on Dust 2. But hey, okay, let me say it like this. I think MIBR, they deserve to win Dust 2. That performance they put up on the server, I don't know what it was, I don't know what G2 did, but this game, you know, it doesn't make any sense when KNJ is on the server. the way he's playing Counter-Strike right now is just at a level where apparently you can win a map without even, you know, putting in too many hours to it. Against a team like G2, I hardly know what to say. The winning celebration we saw from MIBR, you know, there's one team who really want to win this game, and that's the guys from MIBR. I admit I was wrong. I did not expect this at all. To be fair, G2 probably should have closed out the map, but whenever they're down, you know, they show resilience, and that's what we know MIBR to do. They show resilience even when they're down. And this game, I don't even know.
Well, sometimes you say it yourself, right? Sometimes you're the smartest man in the room. Sometimes you're Banks and Maniac, and you understand that Dust 2 should not be a pick.
Okay. I want to ride on that wave, to be honest, James, but Jacob is also right in the sense that G2 were in control. They were up 15-7. But if there's something we've learned from Nuke and from that game, is that MIBR never, ever give up. They will play every round to its fullest, to 100%. And right, KNG once more, it seems like he's hitting this momentum, this form, midway through the game, where he hits every single shot. When it comes to the momentum, when it comes to the crunch time, he hits every single one of them. And how many times we've seen a duel between KNG and Kennyas? Kennyas just maybe leg shot him and then gets picked up right there.
This bit, it's the 1v3 when he was on his own, but it's an ace in the round, and it's just like, he shouldn't be winning that against the G2 who's there, and they had the comms, they're ready for it.
How many shots is he not missing? That is my question. He hits all of them. Doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter how close that is. Look at the scoreline. That was 15-12. Now we have 15-13, again with the entry frag. The second one on the bomb side. These kills, they're worth millions.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of watching Guardian when he was at his best. Just hitting every single shot, sitting, holding the angle, waiting for people to run into a crosshair, and boom, he'd get you every single time.
And I love that you actually mentioned Guardian. I've even forgot about Guardian because I know what you mean. It's not the super flashy, right? It's not this insane stylistic way of doing it. It's just position, shoot, clean.
KNG has just dropped 30 frags twice. Twice against G2. He did it on Nuke, he does it now. It's absolutely insane. As Maniac said, G2, they were in control, and the game in itself on Dust 2, it wasn't a pretty one. The first 4 rounds, back and forth, eco rounds all over the place. It was not a beautiful game of Counter-Strike, but when it get down to the nitty-gritty, when it get down to the, you know, the pressured moments, there was one player who stood out time after time, and that was KNG. He was consistently delivering the shots, consistently, I would say, carrying his team, you know, not in the sense that he's putting them on his back, but the entire team, of course, helped him out. But the way that he just constantly hit a shot and made sure that there were always one guy ahead, that was enough for them to win Dust 2. I didn't see it coming. And again, I sound like a broken record, but MIBR, every single time we see them play a map of Counter-Strike, I guess we get excited and we get surprised.
Do you know what? That's one thing, and this is no joke. There's no shame in this. In the green room, we all sat there losing. Like, you even start speaking French. We're like, they can't win this round. How does this happen? Like, there's so many moments that we're getting from MIBR. It's just like, they're pulling this off, and they're pulling this off against the legit team. And okay, yeah, Nico's a new player in, but you got up against a team with 3 players that have not had very much time to play together.
No, but I still feel like G2 allowed MIBR to come back.
Mentally,
some of these third scenario, you'd feel like maybe G2 were just a little bit complacent, right? Little bit thought they were already through the finish line. They already had 16. Maybe peaking a little bit too much in the clutch, being overly aggressive, trying to be the difference maker when you really just had to believe in the system and let the round just go through itself, go through the motions. I think G2 will have a lot of regret going on Dust 2.
Hell yeah.
Because as a reminder, we are moving on to Train. I have absolutely zero idea what to expect from any of these teams. And in the back of their minds, G2 must realize they had it. They had the 2-0 on Dust 2.
They really did. It was theirs again that they let slip away. But all credit goes to MIBR. And sticking with MIBR, we've got an eco play coming up with some Deagle magic.
We do have an eco play. One of the many reasons as to why MIBR were able to win this game. This round right here, the game has settled now. G2 is in full control, and MIBR, they're not looking good right now. Down to an eco play, don't have any money to play with, yet they still find all the kills. And look at the individual brilliance they're showing. These eco kills right here, they are just crisp. They are insane. KNG hitting 2 of those, and all of a sudden, you know, G2, they find themselves in a 2 versus 5 where they should go up 9-4. They should have all the money control in the entire game, but this round, that's going to break them. And MIBR, they get off with a decent first half.
I'm not even sure if I should fold G2 for that situation. They use the flash down middle. Sure, he's anti-flash, so Hunter gets killed for free. But then KNG obliterates Kenny, who's holding that line, and that second shot onto Nico is golden. At the very end, Nexa is going to try and do his best in that 1 versus 5, but the damage has already been done. At this point in time, there is no saving in that situation. Just too many targets to come. And I agree with you, that was a turning point. And again, another illustration of the fact that MIBR were dangerous at every single turn.
And they're also dangerous on maps we don't expect them to be dangerous at, right? Dust2 just proved that, and we're going on to train. I'm actually going to move things over to the G2 side here, though, because we saw Nico started off slow, but he definitely didn't have the impact that was needed when it came to Dust2 here, right? This is the problem.
Yeah, he's not really finding himself right now. I think he individually made a couple of mistakes as well. I think he's the type of player, when he's not feeling it, when he's not inside the game, sometimes he tends to force the issues a bit too much. He forces the duel, and you sometimes look silly. There was a couple of rounds on the CT side as well here in later stages of Dust2 where he was caught off guard. He wanted to be aggressive. He wanted to be proactive in moments where he probably just should have sit back and wait for them to come to him. So he's feeling the pressure right now, and I think G2 as a whole, as a team moving into train, they're feeling the pressure. MIBR, every single time we watch them play, we don't know what to expect. It's still a new lineup. They have 3 stand-ins, but every single time they impress. So as for train, who is to say that they cannot deliver another surprise?
I'm just watching the chair in the background. Oh my God, they lost their minds. They're loving life, and rightly so. And we're going to train, which is a map the Brazilian teams have loved for a long time here. And it's not particularly good for G2.
I have absolutely no idea as to the preparation of MIBR on train. I just don't know. I'm not going to go ahead and tell stupid things to the viewers out there. G2 used to play the map with Jax, so I think they do have a foundation. They have some sort of structure, right, with Amanek and Jax when they were on the roster. Now, I think we are entering a realm where structure is not going to matter so much. I think we're entering the third map. It's going to be messy. It's going to be skirmishy. Even though it's train, we'll see players like Hunter being difference maker, going out of team main, being very aggressive. I also think that it is a map where Nico should shine because the protocols and the details from both teams will not be perfect. There is going to be, or there will be rather, opportunities for individuals to make the difference, because I don't think any of these teams will have like airtight defense where everything is under control and they know exactly what they're doing. It's gonna be a bit chaotic. And at this game, at this time, I'm favoring the experience and I'm favoring the individual. So I'll still believe in G2, but they need to have the resilience. They need to move on from map 2.
And I really think when it comes to train, though, it's going to come down to that communication, right? It's going to come down to the real small details in every single round.
Yeah, it'll have to, right? It's going to be, I'm afraid, a little bit of the mental side for G2. I think they're going to feel right now that they just lost Dust2 big time. As said, they're up 15-11. They were in control. On Dust2, the CT side, MIBR, they got 6 rounds. 3 of those were anti-eco rounds. Without those, it would have been GD. It could have been a 16-5 for G2. So they really let that slip out of their hands. Yeah. Coming into train, if I'm MIBR, I am full of confidence. You saw on the pictures right there as well. They feel this game. They want to win this game, and they're walking on a sky right now. Let's be honest. This is the best that this team has played together. Of course, it's a new team, but some of the individual players as well. KNG is returning to the form that we saw glimpses of when he was in MIBR. If he's playing at this level and if he's dropping another 30 bump on train, who is to stop MIBR from taking this victory? I'm almost leaning towards them right now.
Whoa, you're flip-flopping.
Yeah,
you want to
almost.
go? Okay.
I mean, I'm so impressed. I don't know what to say. The way KNG was playing on a map like Train, yes, he was better on Dust2. He wasn't necessarily as bad as he were yesterday, but against KNG, there's no stopping him.
Wow. Maniac.
Look, I'll stick with G2. I'll stick with G2 because I believe in the individuals and their ability to just reset and enter this third map with a fresh spirit.
Well, it's anyone's game as we go to a decider, one that many did not expect, but the MIBR team continue to deliver. They've got to try and deal with G2 one more time because the G2-0 is not possible. Make sure you are back here after this break because this exciting decider is coming right up. I told you guys at home a slight lie. We are waiting to get to the decider, which is Train. But before that, we got a special announcement to show you all. For the showdown, many of the teams you already know, but the rest have just been brought into the mix. When we look at the invited teams, we will now see Liquid having to show up. They missed out on this. They didn't want to come over to Europe just yet. It's going to be oh so tough for those guys. You can see the other teams that came down from the full series, and MIBR's logo may be already there, but it's not guaranteed, right, that they'll be in that position where we're dropping down. G2 could still lose their game. Then you got the qualified teams in Godsent, Mad Lions, and still one spot to be decided. And then when we look at the invites, Mouse Sports, Virtus Pro, Team Spirit, Sprout, Cloud9, and my British boys. We got a bit of endpoint action in there as well.
You boy.
Cloud9,
yes.
Right? That's going to be super, super interesting to see what they can do at such a strong playing field.
Yeah, this
Liquid
is tough.
coming in, right? Coming in from North America. We've now seen it over and over again. The only North American team who's performing right now is playing a game right now, and that's MIBR. They're the only team to, I guess we can't even say live up to the expectations, because they were the only team we didn't expect anything from, but they're the only ones actually doing quite a good job. So as for EG, as for FURIA, as for the rest of the NA teams, it's going to be interesting to see what Liquid can do.
And there are only 2 spots for the fall finals, right? So only 2 of these 16 teams will make it through. That's going to be really, really hard. And yeah, obviously EG, just the left-hand side, EG, NIP, Complexity, Faze, and then you sprinkle a bit of Mouse Sports on top of that as well. Ooh, for only 2 spots?
For the 2 teams that get out of there, they've gone through an ultimate battle to make it. And I'm just going to say one last time, it does not mean that MIBR in the showdown. They could still qualify here for the finals, but they need to win on this next map. And to bring us all the action for this next map, we've got Anders, we've got Semler. And guys, I've got to ask you, you looking to change your decision on this? You believing in the MIBR train?
Oh, that's so tempting, just because I've been enjoying them so much. But I'm just going to stick with G2. You know, maybe we'll try and get some of those points. The odds are a little bit more even, but still favoring G2 at the end of it. But you know, I care less about the predictions than I do about just the enjoyment of this Counter-Strike. That's really what I'm in it for.
Thanks to Betway for providing those odds as well, our wonderful sponsor. But yeah, I mean, come on, it's G2. G2 have had both of these maps. They got it done on Nuke. They let it slip through their fingers on Dust 2, but they've had leads on both of the maps leading into it. I guess that's maybe the cause for concern, is that G2 tend to get close to finishing maps, and then they stumble. They don't have that that crushing quality of just getting the job done and putting their opponents out. And so, if anything, it's going to be G2 pulling ahead in this, and then MIBR fighting back. Might be the play. Apparently, next side you go use the restrooms, so we're just a little bit delayed here.
Well, listen,
it happens.
It does indeed. I think you're right about that. There is that sort of that current instinct to finish the games when they have the lead for G2. That would be super helpful, because once you're playing this high level of Counter-Strike, you know, if you get that 5-6 round lead and you can't close out the games, man, I mean, there are some teams that will just punish you for that. One of them is waiting in the next game, which is Astralis. You know, you get a 5 or 6 round lead against Astralis, you wanna close it there.
Yeah, you better get rid of it there. And also, Astralis get a 5-6 round lead. It's not common at all for them to let that slip away.
No, indeed. All right, well, we see Nexa is back in. Yeah, welcome back to the show as well, Nexa. Everyone's readied up. Everyone's good to go. I hope you guys are ready. If you have any friends that are, for whatever reason, not aware that this match is going on, you should go invite them, because it has been some really fun Counter-Strike, and I expect more is coming up. It's going to be G2 starting on the CT side, MIBR on the T side, and let's just see what we get. We had overtime on the first map, we had overtime on the second map, and finally here we are to decide who is going to be winning on the third and final map here at Blast Premiere for this matchup, and it will be on Train. One Molotov on KNG.
Ooh, 1, 2, and 3. Baiting the smoke out here. They could go for that fight regardless, but they elect to back off. Now that they force the utility.
Oh, yeah.
What is
I was just gonna say, the smoke that they had is also the one, like, using it down there is the one they need to stop the Molotov that KNG could be using if it's a B, plant.
I see what you're saying.
It's a classic setup. Doesn't happen that much anymore. People have kind of given up on it because the CTs actually almost always have smokes. And look at how far back G2 are. I mean, if they go B, it's going to be a bomb plant. Nexa is good and all, but I don't think he's going to be able to get 5 headshots as they come down the ramp. So, yeah, I want to... The problem is, why does KNG have the P250 if he also has the Molotov? I feel like he should have one or the other. But, okay, he's going high ground. Now there are a little bit more people here. Hunter gets one by VSM and Leo. Good return. And Nexa, no one spotted him. Awkwardly, he's just in the middle of the site. They haven't even seen him yet. There's going to be the kill. He spins, but can't find anyone else. But now it's time to just think about the clock, ladies and gentlemen. That one Molotov could be heartbreaking for G2 at the beginning. They used the smoke over at Ivy, and that was a mistake. Nico up on the train. TRK with a good kill, so that brings it a little bit closer in favor of MIBR. And now that defuse is looking really far away. It's Amanek with the kit. He's got 100 health, so that's something, but he's going to be waiting for it. Throws it straight in there. They need to do a little bit of damage, otherwise it's going to come through. They have to shoot in the back, or he can go the whole way, and there it is. Lucas picking it up. If you are already on the defuse and you have 100 health and the Molotov lands on you, you will get that defuse. The Molotov will not beat you to it. So really, really interesting. But it will be MIBR to pick it up.
MIBR with a nice recovery there. It was looking a little dicey at first, especially with Nexa and the shenanigans on bomb train, but they keep it. They keep their cool. They've got 4 rifles, 5 rifles. Yeah, just a big buy coming in here from MIBR. No messing around. Maximizing the nades in play. And G2 went for a force of their own, double scout. So it's worthwhile to have these rifles until Nico bangs your head off. I mean, do we see Nico just start taking over as well? Very curious. He had a real rough start to this series with Nuke. 10 kills I think he had total, across, including overtime. So not the best performance from him. It was a little bit better on Dust 2. Nothing insane though. Or maybe I just willed him to die there.
You could well have cursed him.
Talking about him that way, and then, you know, TRK is just like, okay, hold on, let me go ahead and get rid of him real quick.
But, I mean, if G2 want a comfortable win on this map, certainly having Nico step into that style of playing would be amazing. 2-on-3. There is armor on both Nexa and Hunter, so they're much more dangerous than you might think, even if they have maybe slightly worse weapons here. Bomb is very far back. So TRK, he's just on a bit of a recon mission on his own. Yeah. Dropped in behind enemy lines, something like that. Amanek coming back. And Galil, it's a nice peek and a nice double peek. They baited him into that, and Lucas making a lot of noise. He's going to be going down. What a return from G2 in the second round. It's the power of the double scout.
Oh, and he saves an AK as well. That's big. Double scout. Nico hitting a key headshot. Even handing the AK over to him as well. Okay, then. Nexa taking the hit. But he's got money for an M4, exactly. And he's nearly got a full set of nades. Decoy is in there instead of a second flash, but still, this is interesting now for G2.
The Eagles on MIBR, they're saying, all right, fine.
We saw what they're capable of on Dust 2 with those. Can they do the same on Train, though? That's the question.
Yeah, at least on Train, you can usually find some fights. Just peek your way into it. That's a nice grenade. That goes through the window up top. And it's not as easy as it seems to throw it, because it has a tendency to get caught on the vent that's up there. There's like this weird vent where the grenades tend to land on top. It's really annoying.
Well, that was a bit frustrating for Hunter. He just got scouted and not even able to pull the trigger, not even able to pick up a kill there. This is a big opportunity, though. VSM is out in the open. As soon as if this peek happens, Nexa not checking. Long range. Kenny finds one, looking for the second. Should be able to pick it up. No, he has a Galil, and he isn't able to get the job done. HE onto the bomb train would definitely ruin TRK's day. He barely dodges the damage.
And he doesn't even have the bomb. Wow, I'm shocked that he stayed alive from that grenade. I don't know how that worked.
I thought that was going to, I thought that would be a dunk on him and done and dusted. But no bomb plant means no buy in this round. It's another round of eco coming in here for MIBR, and G2 a chance to stabilize. This should be a hard eco from MIBR.
Yeah. Well, even with the bomb plant, surely they would have been below the threshold, so a tough start here for MIBR. Not even really doing the damage that you would have loved with those Eagles, right? Would have been way more interesting if they could have got like 2 or 3 kills. Really make that a bit more expensive. I say 3 really is the limit. Flashbangs out, and Hunter getting UMP by that E-box. Nico, not so stressed, tapping peacefully almost away. Nice headshot at the end, the quad kill. Just some warm-up type practice for him, really.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of Nico that G2 really wants to show up here. So let's see if he stands up under the pressure. This is pretty much, it was in the contract. You know, we get one hard carry from you out of, you know, on a map out of a best of 3, right? Like one hard carry for best of 3, please.
Yeah.
Sign here. And, you know, Nico signed that on the contract. So it's done. He's got to deliver. And this could very well be that map. Or maybe he just needed, you know, 2 maps to warm up, and the 3rd map is when he's good to go.
It's just, he's a real gamer. Like, has to be late in the evening here before he starts to really like, all right, guys.
I haven't seen the sun in several hours.
Nice smoke.
Clever.
They are kind of ignoring it. They're just down the ramp. They might want to go really quickly, and that's a problem for the speed defense. Nico with a nice shot. Kenny waiting, but Nexa, I don't know if Kenny can help Nexa from up on that position. It's going to be tricky. They slide in. They don't go quick, and at least he's going to get the 1 kill. That's interesting. And they knew Amanek was there from the smoke, so they sort of have to respect the fact that they got to take a look at it. A little bit of a grenade, but it doesn't really do much. 3 on 4, and still a minute left here. And Kenny, is he going to get found? Oh, wow. I hardly couldn't even see that.
Yeah, that was sick. They denied the bomb plant.
Yes, they did, and got Nico another triple here. Yeah, I feel like it's a scary start for MIBR if you see Nico and you feel how accurate he's being at the moment. Boom.
Oh, okay. I thought he just transferred that smoothly onto the second one. I was about to lose it.
Not quite, but there is like an element of, like, he just doesn't seem stressed when he's doing that. 3 HGs. Are they going to go on the bomb train? I'm guessing yes. No. They're going to completely divert from that. Oh, yeah, maybe. I thought they all ran up.
Some delayed action.
Doesn't even matter because they don't do any damage, so it's completely uninteresting. Sorry, guys.
Anders, you got my hopes up, and
I got my own hopes up. As
you know, I got so excited.
I like it. We don't get enough of those grenade lineups. We just don't. Maybe I will have to focus some of them someday.
Please.
I did spend 2.5 hours yesterday on Vertigo shooting at walls, so.
Yeah, I figured as much after you started to express an interest in doing that. Like, okay.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's quiet down here.
Yeah, I was zoned out. It was a whole thing. Can we get a bomb plant here for MIBR? That would be a step in the right direction with the round loss bonus. It would make them pretty rich in the next round. Doesn't look like it. Couple of kills already. Amanek up against Lucas, flashed in by a teammate. That is a flashbang you can never hear coming if you're Lucas.
Just out and dead. And there's the headshot.
And the bomb.
Boom. There it is. Flawless for G2. Flawless. That is exactly what you need against a hard eco, keeping everybody alive. Money is starting to get a bit out of control on Nico's side. $11,000 in the bank for Nico. That's big. So, I mean, really, right now for G2, they couldn't ask for a better start to this first half.
And KNG is 0-5. Now, I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons why that is. But given how good he's been playing on the first 2 maps, you want him to really feel good. You want him to have that AWP and the freedom to move around and get kills. All right, probably wanted that Molotov to go a little bit further. Amanek just accepting the fact that he was going to get blown up, not even trying to dodge it.
What a cool smoke, though. You see that? He places it in the corner so that if anybody comes down, they're going to be blind, but not him.
Yeah.
That's little details like that. Little details. Slick. Wait, what?
I thought he was in danger then, Nico. I thought he was dead already. Waiting to re-peek it, but Flick not quite connecting. Now they're just going to throw in a nade. We'll only do a tiny bit, actually double nade, but they mostly dodge the damage. Over a minute, so I do like this position from Kenny, who is pushed all the way in to upper B and is just going to be having a very, very advanced position. That should help them out. That's also why they can afford to have 4 people out in this A yard still, and will continue to do that until Kenny says otherwise. So yeah, really good stuff. Ooh, and Kenny, he's so quick. Taking down KNG. That's so well done. And MIBR must be feeling just lost on this map now. What do you do to bring this back? So any element of surprise is probably going to be gone. And now they walk into the shot for Nico there, taking the face off of Leo. And used to VSM with a bit of a return. That is good news, but 25 seconds. There is still a double nade left on G2, so might be able to do even something just with that. Amanek has one of them if he knows the damage. Could toss it over the train, just try and see if he can get it done. It's not happening yet. Long range, Amanek with a shot, and now VSM, 10 seconds. The bomb is right in front. He has to go just plant, but they're surely going to interrupt him. Yeah, they're on either side, and here it comes. Nexa with a kill. Close round, much closer than I thought it would be.
Ooh, Amanek is able to get that AWP just in time.
Yeah. They got it. Maybe it didn't look like they wanted to double up, right? No, said whatever.
He pulled off, yeah, Nexa pulled away at the last second. Once you get that single op, which is interesting. I mean, Nico can op. Oh, wait. They rather have the AK, I guess just because they're so filthy rich. They're just like, whatever, we'll just buy an op. All right, fair enough.
I guess that's a kind of flexing, isn't it? We could have had it for free.
But instead, we wanted an AK. Maybe we can't buy an AK. Some things money can't buy, Anders.
Maybe it was like a wrong skin. And he just thought, you know what? Actually, I'm going to have an orb. It's going to be exactly the one that I want.
Well, that's Amanek getting on there, doubling his frag count in a matter of seconds with an AWP. Maybe we need to get this guy with an op more often. 6-1 on the CT side for G2 in this anti-eco. Made in Brazil. It's Deagle Kevlar. They'll have a full buy in the next round. A beefy one. I mean, it's a nice HE, but that headshot from VSM. Dude, VSM is just hitting shots right now. I mean, the rest of his team, they're there, but well, I mean, he's hitting shots. He's only got 5 kills. Ugh. And KNG.
007.
Yeah, James Bond.
I don't even know. I mean, there comes a point in the game, right, where the fact that you're getting a big round loss bonus is no longer really something you're going to be celebrating, right? It's maybe fun for a little bit, but it's 7-1. The money is, again, this 12,000 on Nico. It's started to become a problem here.
Just gotta say, rest in peace, Sean Connery.
Yes.
The only James Bond.
I agree, but it's always a fun discussion. I know people have different opinions.
Yeah, sure, they have different opinions. I mean, they're all wrong. That's fine.
No.
There it is. All right, 7-1. G2 lock it down.
14-3 to Nico right now. Double up still alive. All right. What? All right. Timeout. I think that makes a lot of sense. 7-1 is kind of a rough deal. Now, it might be worth pointing out that this is one of the few maps that is left that can really be still quite CT-sided. Most of the other ones have over time, with the economy and everything else, sort of tilted towards, you know, being at least very competitive for the Ts. So this is one of the ones where you can't get shut down, but it could also just be that MIBR aren't ready for playing train yet.
Well, this is, you see, that situation where the highs are high, but the lows can be really low. And this is the one thing where it's like if teams get too hype too often, if things start going against you and you start relying on that hype, or like everybody going crazy, it's awesome, this is great. But it can also be just dead quiet when just round after round after round you're losing, you're getting beaten up, and you're not getting that hype, you're not getting that energy.
Yeah.
It may be biting MIBR a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I definitely think there could be an element of something like that. And I mean, they might just be, that might be one of the things they've been saying for a little bit, or at least feeling like, you know, we just need that one spark, you know.
Sure.
Just get a little bit in there and then we're good to go.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and it's been eluding them for now. 9th round. Another chance here for our Brazilian friends to try and have an impact on this train game. They fought hard to get it here. They've played 2 overtimes across 2 maps so far, and this time KNG gonna get rewarded. Oh no! He jumps right into Nexa, who just had to essentially open his mouth and it was there, as if he was a giant shark or something. That thing from Star Wars, that certain desert.
Ah, there you go. Star Wars or Jurassic Park or any number. I mean, you can just say Jaws.
Exactly. I was so scared of that film when I was.
Dude, it ruined oceans for me for a few years, yeah, when I was growing up. I saw it way too young.
I was afraid to go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, I didn't take it that far, but like I did deep water for me was ruined after Jaws.
How's TRQ turned around?
Where does that come from?
I he didn't see him, I'm sure of it, but then he still turned. That's so interesting. I mean, it doesn't matter because he still got the kill, but that was interesting. And the bomb is far away, and yeah, VSM, I don't know what to do at this point in time. Getting more kills.
30 seconds. I mean, you're going to be in the open, and yeah, I'm going to spot you crossing. That's, I mean, shocking that there are 2 quick kills like that coming in on MIBR side, but let's see it. Again, Nexus perspective. Yeah, KNG just jumping right over the top of him. Those are not easy shots to hit, by the way.
No,
when you're that high up like that in your aim.
Tracking him through the sky like he was, you know, operating a flak cannon or something on the ground.
He's going skeet hunting, skeet shooting.
Exactly.
14 kills for Nico, 4 deaths. It's definitely more of a one-sided affair here as G2 are currently powering through on this CT side, 8-1. A buy round coming in for MIBR. Lucas, we've seen, actually does use that Krieg. So, man is
I can respect that.
Yeah, he's committed, you know? So definitely.
Most of the people were really, really slow to come around to how powerful the Krieg was. It's one of the absurd things. The Krieg was that good for a very long time before people even bothered.
Well, yeah. That's when it's like, oh, things are in, but that's why devs take their time with balance patches.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they almost want you to just go through the game again to figure it out. Is there something else that is here that can counter what is now strong?
I mean, I think before the Krieg meta really put in play, I think at least something like, you know, almost a year before that, I heard people quoting the stats for it, like, you know, the first bullet accuracy, and it's like people were sort of saying it, but no one was really doing anything about it.
It's so expensive. I think maybe it's because of the it's the eco change that prompted it, right? Because now all of a sudden you're more wealthy, you have more money, more of the time.
That
so
probably
it's not as big a risk, yeah. I mean,
but even if you changed it, like if people still use it, if it was, you know, as good as it was before, so. Yeah, it's just really interesting, but still some people holding on to it. That's interesting. Also, 25 seconds, pushing through against Nico. It's a pretty good trade, but Hunter through the smoke. And again, they can't afford to be slowed down. Even trading evenly right now, that's normally great if you have a minute left, but with 15 seconds, you need all the manpower you can get, or you could get slowed down. Looks like no one is... Oh, grenade is so close! Nearly blows up the round. That would have been the end in just one nade. VSM going to get found, and now it's TRK. We are going to have to get some of the crispest headshot we've seen yet. Just, it's going to have to be so lightning fast for this to work out. Any extended battle, and he's going to be dead before anything else could happen. They both have the smokes, or not smokes, but the kits. Tapping it once, putting pressure on him. He wants to go for it. The spray is in. That's a good start. And now Nexa. Going to tap it one more time, and TRK is calling him on his bluff. He's actually really, really bold and smart, and now he knows it's going to be happening. He's ready and waiting, and he turns for it. Oh, and there's no time. TRK in a 1 versus 2. We got none of the headshot, but all of the win anyway. That's well played. Second round for MIBR, and they lose everyone doing it, by the way.
That's where it's extremely painful if you're on G2, because you probably know that somebody's low. You just don't know who it is. Did he die already? Did he not?
Yeah.
And so, you know that if it's calmed properly, there's no way the guy's trying to take that duel with an op. He's going with the pistol, and, you know, it's probably a done TRK. But that's just the way it goes. Sometimes comms weren't there. G2 were unaware, and that is a critical round for MIBR to pick up in this first half. Second round on the board now for them. They did a great job moving quickly out onto that A side as well, trading kills. That's what it's all about on that T side, especially when you're low on utility. You just need to get out there and swamp them. Always trade, always trade.
Now, because they won it, and then also obviously TRK blew up with the bomb, it does sort of count as the smallest possible step they could take forward, because they lose all of the rifles. Yeah. That's slightly devastating. They need to win this round, and the next one, and the next one. It really has to keep going here, or they're going to be in deep trouble. All right, 8-2. And you're going, even if, as we said, the round loss bonus doesn't reset, look at the money that they have. What does it matter at that point if they get, you know, 3,400?
Right now they're just hoping that G2 are going to be getting patient. I'm eating quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, it's the joy of playing top dog, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes, I mean... wait, what? Kenny just expecting him to stop or to keep going. That may come back to haunt him, especially because nobody's coming up right now. So Kenny is just getting zero value out of his AWP.
Over that flashbang from his teammate though. Nexa doesn't actually swing behind it. He's playing right at the edge. Kenny going down. Nexa with a strong kill. Low on health. And oh, Hunter getting surprised. Leo with a strong or a great shot with a deal, but Nexa just coming in. He was so low on health. He's got a quad kill and has probably sealed this round for G2. I'm so curious what happened to Kenny there.
Yeah, me too. Well, I think he's just expecting him to keep walking.
Oh, it's going to be the ace, isn't it? Leo nearly walked into it.
Still possible. Can he get a gun anywhere here? Did anybody die out here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's something, I mean, again, they're not going to have money, so...
He still gets a full set of nades next round. He's got a Kevlar helmet. So this is actually the best case scenario right now.
Always to make it around the corner. My God, it was close. Amanek almost found him there.
I think Amanek did.
He still might. He's around it. Oh!
He dies at it. Went from the best case scenario, Anders, to the absolute worst. He dies after the ball, after the clock ticks down.
No, I think yes, he did. Yes, he did. You're absolutely right. Oh my God.
And Kenny, I think, literally shot through that guy's legs. He did. He bumped up. It's not like he held. He bumped his crosshair up.
All right. Bullet disappeared. Guess that can happen. 9-2, and so far, it isn't really the third map I feel like we deserved. The first two maps were so great. This one is way more one-sided. MIBR have had enormous economic struggles, and
we aren't done yet. We aren't done yet.
No, we're not done yet.
This is just old train, Anders.
Oh.
Where you can expect to get like 11, 12 rounds on CT side.
And everyone shrug and say, whatever, it's fine, we'll bring it back.
Yep. It's entirely possible.
You know, I'm excited about the fact that Liquid got that invite to the showdown.
Yeah. Well, I'd be more excited if it meant that we get to chill with Moses.
I'm sure they'll... I don't know where they're going to be boot camping. I guess they have that training center in
Netherlands, yeah,
somewhere.
Yeah,
City I can't pronounce.
So I think he will be in Europe. I mean, they will obviously be in Europe. I just don't know where. I think Netherlands. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool to see the bald eagle.
I'll find a way. One way or another. 3 versus 5, and again, it's unarmored mostly. It's just pistols, and it's real slow. MIBR. I mean, you know, you mentioned this even I think 5 rounds ago about the sort of the energy dissipating a bit from MIBR. But you certainly feel it even more now. They're playing slowly. They're not really getting rounds. We haven't seen the hype camera for a while. That's really what we're here for.
But that's exactly it. Highs are high, but lows are low. And then how do you dig yourself out of it, right? So 9 seconds left, and again, running it out this clock. Nexa, this is it. Nicely done, baited. And they get a bomb plant out of it, so again, Hunter's so what? Hunter's got so much money, he's just gonna throw a smoke away? Okay. Dude's got places to be.
Yeah. Need to keep this going. I mean, the place specifically that he needs to be is playing against Astralis in the next best of 3. And they're 6 rounds away from doing that right now.
And also keep in mind, guys, if you're going to be tuning in for that second best of 3, because that is going to be happening after this, there is an hour break.
Yes.
Between this best of 3, the last map, the last round, and the start of the next one, there is an hour break, so the players can have time to get some dinner. And so you guys can have some time to get some dinner if you haven't eaten yet. So
should.
Yep.
VSM charging out. Yes, a little bit more speed. I prefer this. I like this. I want it to work out for them. This is something we haven't seen before. Up the ladder and taking down VSM. Now, Kenny, I think a shot. He's not been having the best game here with the AWP. Amanek, on the other hand, really has. He's 13-3. He's only died 3 times in these first 12 or 13 rounds. He's going to find one more shot, and then they have the lead. Now, they don't have the bomb out there in the yard, at least. KNG will find Nico, so a little bit more. Even if Lucas can escape, and he will. 2-1-2. A minute and 10 seconds. Any chance for redemption right now for MIBR, and it has to be them winning the next 3 rounds, including this one.
This standoff now. Nexa just holding. KNG doing the same. With 58 seconds left, you've got plenty of time. But they do believe G2, at least right now. I mean, Amanek is swapped out for an AWP holding back of B right now.
Yeah.
The thing is that, I mean, Nexa should be close enough to be that early warning system, shouldn't he? So does he need to be on B or should he be holding A? And it looks like Amanek is wondering the same thing. He's rotated over here, just checking back there in CT.
They're so split up. I mean, they're going to be coming down Pop Dog behind him. So I guess we'll find out if he's got his back turned like this.
Yeah,
oh, it's just a crime waiting.
Yes!
The knife is there, and he's going to get him. Oh, man. Bold move from Nexa, I suppose, but also KNG bringing the blade into action. And Amanek, could he continue here? He's got the AWP. He's made his way around. I don't think they've heard him yet. It's a strong kill there to take down Lucas. No smoke, so can't put on the pressure, but it's KNG. Knife and an overall triple kill in the round. Some fist bumps are coming out. Third round for MIBR. It's long overdue.
That was a monster round, just the same. 3 kills. This is big, though. Nexa, yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised. Holding the angle, just trusting, but it just was not meant to be. So we will get quite a bit of money spent by G2 this round. There's a chance for MIBR to salvage this first half. If they can get the remaining 2 rounds, 5 rounds on T-side train, it's not anything to sneeze at. It's not the best, but it certainly isn't the worst. So, a chance here. G2 deciding to go aggressive, though. Nico, he's enough. He's done with the shenanigans.
Yeah.
Just charges Leo.
Yeah, that M4A1 is so accurate, even when sort of slightly moving there. Nexa on the one side, just get tagged a bit through, and that was enough of a giveaway. Kenny with a good shot there. Hunter also inflicting some serious damage onto Lucas, I think.
Kenny's such a mad lad. Like, what is this position with an AWP?
They're certainly unexpecting it. Oh, he misses the chance. Still gonna get it. Oh, wow. A little bit sloppy, but what does it matter?
Dude, TRK is just sitting there like, did I hear that correctly? Turns around, doesn't see anything? Like, did I imagine?
It's like it must be some kind of auditory hallucination. What's going on?
Oh, that's unreal.
Here we go, Kenji. No, we don't.
Oh, Kenny's hitting some shots there. Those were 2 clean. Well, second one, not so much, but the first one, solid. Down with a quiet third map, but I mean, it may also be just because his teammates aren't leaving him a whole lot to play with. And we are going to go for the double AWP setup here in the 15th round for G2. MIBR, what do they got? Not a whole lot.
I mean, this has just been a devastating first half in just so many different ways. The money, the slow pace, the clear lack of energy. I don't know how they bring this back. Nico hitting headshots. He will get shut down afterwards. Not even worried about main after. He's like, you know what? That was so clean, no one was going to follow that up. I'm just going to go. But someone did. It was VSM to take him down 4-on-4 now. And pushing up over at the B-bomb side is Nexa. And I like this from KNG sneaking in. Hunter though was kind of looking for it. It looked like he was, and he was going to save his teammate. That is a very important move there. Otherwise, Kenny would have been down and could have gone out of control.
Should be counting his lucky stars, Hunter, that Kenny was peeking with a nade at that particular moment. Otherwise, he's dead for sure. But there's Hunter with the spot. Does a little bit of damage to VSM. 3 players on the A side 4, made in Brazil in this final round of the first half. And, well, the push is coming through from Nexa. So their fate is sealed. They have to commit to this A side now. There's no backing off. TRK finds Hunter. Finally takes that guy out of the fight. But now Amanek has got the angle and hits the shot. Bomb is down in the open.
Deep, deep angle there. Very hard for Leo to you know, recognize or do anything about. If they had smokes, they probably would have smoked it off, but they don't. So you see the result. They're triangled in here, basically. TRK and VSM, 30 seconds, and they have to find a way to get this done. Kenny sneaking around the back of the site here, looking for an opening. And as long as he can stay here, he can pretty much sort of box them in, and they know where they are. Nexa going down. That's TRK again out there looking for kills. And on the other side, it's Amanek. It's double or retake. They're so late with this bomb plant. Finally coming through. TRK, does he see him? Not quite yet. He's actually going to be turning back the other way. The timing is unbelievable, but Amanek still goes down. And now Kenny sneaking in. Guessing where he is now, certainly seeing the gun barrel, and this time he's going to get him. Is he going to go straight for it? He has a smoke, but not that much health, so staying inside of the smoke for a full defuse here is going to be tricky if there's a lot of AK bullets. And there's TRK. An excellent quad kill for him. Brings them up to a 4th round, and that's great news. A break, and we'll be back with the conclusion. We are back. It all comes down to this final half. It's been all 3 maps here between G2 and MIBR at the Blast Premiere. Well, overtime on the first and the second map. This one, overtime is a bit out in the distance right now. It's hard for MIBR to imagine what that would be like. They would need a truly epic comeback. Now they're on the CT side. That is the more favored side. But we've not seen anything really out of them on this map so far that makes us think that they are really well prepared and have done a lot of homework. It is looking really, really sketchy. Running into the B bomb site, charging away is G2, and there's the first kill for Lucas. He had to hunt for it a bit. Bomb, though, in a slightly irregular position, but that's really hard to defuse it when it's there, so see how it plays out 4 on 5.
Better hurry. Although there is already a man pushed up in CT, that this is going to be the crossfire setup. Nico and Nexa working together, the Wombo combo, TRK and VSM. Last 2 alive for MIBR, just like that in the blink of an eye. G2 getting all the kills. And so VSM with 11 health is trying to push forward. TRK hoping that Nico's going to make a mistake. Not going to happen. Nexa takes him out, and this should be a dead VSM. Easiest shot of Hunter's life. 12-4, G2 pick up the pistol on the T side.
Yeah, nice push. I mean, it started off slightly uneven. But yeah, the fact that they were so aggressive to lock MIBR into the connector and not let them out. Because all MIBR would love to do is to get everyone out onto the back of the B bomb site so they can sort of snipe down those lanes with the USPs. But when they're locked in first by the Molotov and then by the crossfire, they never really get into a position where they can take any sort of really favorable fights with the USPs. It's all up close, and that's not that great.
No.
Scout, MP9, Deagles on MIBR, but if G2 win this, I mean, they're going to be so far ahead. Who have they left over by Ivy? Is that Hunter, I think? On his own? Yeah.
Surprise, surprise. Leo with the double. He could not have asked for a better situation. That is exactly what you want with the MP9. Still, I mean, the rifles are in this fight, though. Kenny getting dropped very low.
They have 2 Molotovs. There is a smoke on KNG, but no defuse kit. So keep an eye on that smoke for KNG. It could be what saves them in this round if they get close to a defuse. That is Hunter also flanking the flank. So that is always really hard to count on. If you're TRK here, you know, you're probably not going to be looking for that immediately. Nexa does get a kill, but he's going to be going down now. At least the Molotovs are out of the picture. Hunter coming in here, strong kill. And again, without a kit, that 1 kill is a huge issue. They're going to be on it, and I think they're going to have... No! They're not going to have the time. Oh. They make a run for it. They put so much effort. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't have been happening, so... Tough way to lose.
The heartbreak.
Yes. Man, they feel like they deserve that, didn't you?
Yeah, but this is just, like, dry as well. No nades, no nothing. You couldn't ask for a better situation there. MP9 point blank. It was a nice shot from KNG to end it. But, yeah. There we go. A bit of hype coming in from G2. Glad to see.
I mean, you know, minuscule levels compared to MIBR's hype, but...
What is this? Is Nico playing Soviet CS? Is he running behind somebody with a rifle because they couldn't afford another one? What's going on here?
I think he's just sending us all a message saying, you know what?
Lucas.
You think I care about, you know, anything? I don't. Oh, he's back with the nickname.
Okay. What?
So,
what's going on there?
Couldn't even tell you.
Maybe he just had to get a nade out. Guess he just had to get a nade out as fast as possible. Yeah, probably just thought he picked it up.
Yeah. Well, we're all allowed a little of that every once in a while. Love a headshot here, but hard to guess exactly how that's going to be playing out. Back over towards the B bomb site. It is a repeat with Hunter over at Ivy. Always good to have someone straggling around the map here because they could just be so annoying. And if nothing else, you could keep a couple of people over at Ivy for a longer time, maybe. Leo again, though, added. This time not with the MP9, but with the FAMAS, and he's going to get another double. What an incredible B anchor, at least for the first couple of rounds here. That is way more than you could have expected out of him, and he's going to get a triple. Because why not? Hunter not even be able to take it on Lucas. He was on 20 health. What an odd round. I don't know how to explain any of it.
Just get slapped. And then they save 3 AKs.
Actually, there's something about that round that suddenly makes you think, you know, what if G2 aren't quite as well prepared for the T side as you would want?
Well, their T side has been shaky. I mean, Nuke did not. It looked like they were getting real, like they were running out of ideas on Nuke in their T side.
Because, I mean, those positions... I don't mind that they go out down without grenades against the MP9 the first time around. Like, that makes sense to do that sometimes. You can try it. But the second time around, that back position behind the first train there in B, there are 10 different grenades and ways to check that don't just involve one at a time walking into Leo. So, some spam coming out, but not really doing anything. Got to be careful here for MIBR that you don't lose this round because that just would be unforgivable. Nico will get a headshot, taking out TRK. Amanek is up close with the Tech 9. He's going to take down KNG, and dropping real low is VSM. Almost a shot through the smoke. No, Hunter, that could have been an easy kill, it looked like. Now some return fire has come out. Hunter is quick to flick, though. And now Nico, he's got the bomb. And Hunter, yeah, well, he's going to be all the way across the map, but I guess it doesn't matter. Putting the bomb down immediately. And, yeah, out in the open.
It's also the raid boss, Leo. This is the guy. He is now in his comfort zone on the B site. He's got time to play with, and he's got a kit. He's realizing perhaps that the flank comes in, and Nico chooses the impeccable timing to go in there and take that peek.
Yeah, he thought for sure that he was getting shot in the back, right? Yeah. Like, all right, someone's got to be there.
That's painful, man. We feel for him. He should be in a winning position there.
At least maybe could have. It's always harder turning it into a one-on-one, but once you get there, maybe you could do something. Doesn't work out that way. He was up against Kovac and Kovac. New law firm.
You heard the gavel.
Laying down the law.
Indeed, the gavel hit, just hit the table and it was over.
Someone did an amazing Photoshop of them in suits.
Oh, hell yeah.
Really cool. That
is a thing.
That's the level of commitment, most girlfriends wish their boyfriends. Yeah, there's no hesitation, no doubt in his mind.
He just went in there.
It's like, whatever we have planned, I'm doing it right now. Lucas going down with head armor, so that Mac 10 is super lethal. 3 versus 5, and Nico with a long shot there to take down VSM. I'm well aware that someone could be in Pop Dog still. He's going to find TRK. Said it's been a while since we've seen him really sort of pop off and take over a couple of games. He got a kill on Kenny as well. He wasn't even doing nothing.
Yeah.
But Nico's been having a good time. He's 23 and 10 right now.
Well, aren't these just the weirdest rounds?
They really are. Strange ending to this game in so many different ways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, G2, I think it decisively. Maybe it's just, it could very well be one of those situations where MIBR, they're strong on a couple maps, and they're just like, we need to 2-0 this. If it goes 3 maps, we're toast.
Yeah, and I think,
well,
that wouldn't even be like, it wouldn't be super unreasonable. It'd actually be perfectly, it would make perfect sense for MIBR. They wouldn't have to pull it out as some sort of strange excuse. I think that's just the nature of building a team, right? It takes a lot of time to build, maps where you're confident. And especially, not just as in like, oh, our T side on this map is great, but our CT side is terrible. That happens all the time. No, you need all of it. And on something like, 6 out of 7 maps, maybe. So I think it would be, reasonable to assume that probably MIBR are a little bit early in this phase, and G2, even having Nico in there, still retain a lot of what they would have had otherwise, right? So 15 to 5, 10 straight series points, and G2 one more round, and they get to fight Astralis in the next best of 3. Molotov on top of TRK, putting a lot of damage on him. Smokes coming out, some counter smokes here. Still 45 seconds, and still 2 people in B. Nico, he's really happy about just tapping people away one at a time. He's going to use a couple more bullets for Lucas, but it is still nice and swift. VSM a little bit late, otherwise that swing would have worked out, I think. And now it's a 2-on-5, and I think there's nothing left here, really.
Yeah, this is it. 1v5 for Leo. Bomb is now going to get planted.
Killing console.
Yeah, right? Don't give him the stats.
It's going to be Amanek to pick it up, ladies and gentlemen. 16 to 5 at the end of quite a marathon best of 3 with overtimes on the first 2 map, but the last one, G2 clearly were a level above. So a little bit hard fought, I think, at the end there for MIBR, but still they are a fantastic team to watch, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to go to the desk before, obviously, there's another best of 3. I think it's going to be a fantastic time.
We are, and I just want to take this time to go ahead and say, give a shout out to the community. Took a lot of guts, but unfortunately, both of their predictions are now spoiled because they went for the double MIBR prediction. We've all been there, Anders.
Yeah,
it stings, but don't worry, guys. There's always, when we come back, when we get into the showdown, right?
It's always tomorrow.
So keep focused, eye on the prize, and obviously we've got a fantastic best of 3 coming up next in about an hour's time. But first, we're going to hand it over to our desk and the analyst to break this down.
Thank you very much, Anders and Semler. What a great series we had from start to finish. But you got to say, it was G2 outclassing MIBR when it comes to training. We kind of expected it to be a step above. There's only so many maps, there's only so practiced that MIBR can be at that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have seen the limits of what MIBR can do right now in terms of map pool. We talked about it in the veto. G2, even though probably haven't played that map with Nico, were able to basically use the structure they had with Jax and Amanek, and they went through the motion. And even though Nico probably wasn't slot in perfectly in the system, he completely popped off on that first half. He was very instrumental, very key, and had probably his best map in the series.
Yeah, and it was a one we needed to see from Nico, right? Especially as they've still got one more game to play here. When it comes to the side of MIBR, there's not so much we can say, but we also can't be so negative because look what they managed to do. They were potentially looking at a 2-0.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, right? Because I think this is not the way you would like them to go out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Because as you said, they don't really deserve it. Against Astralis, they were so close at 2-0ing them. Against G2 today, they were so close at 2-0ing them. And it's been MIBR, you know, just every time we watch them play, I think this is the only map, you know, the only map in the entire tournament where we stand here and say, okay, MIBR, they got outclassed, you know. They were not on the level of G2 right here, and fair and square, G2 were the better team. But in every other map MIBR have played in this tournament, they've been a surprise. They've been exceeding our expectations. Yeah, they were low from the beginning, but I guess we raised our expectations a little bit game by game. But at the end of the day, I think MIBR is still, you know, despite going out now, the surprise of this group. They played one hell of a tournament, and especially KNJ. You got to give credit to him.
And for me, surprise of the whole tournament, I think we've got to say quite honestly there, because they delivered in a big way. And when it comes to G2, you might be a little bit disappointed, right? We can say that, yeah, Nico's slotting in, honeymoon period and everything else like that, but in my eyes, they should have been a team that can close out games where you're that far ahead, and it was across 2 maps.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think these kind of changed the storyline for G2, because had they won the first map cleanly as they could have, it was 15-10 for them. Then Dust2, again, they completely let, you know, the advantage go away. So that kind of changes the pace. That changes the story for G2. Now we have to talk about the fact that they let it slip away. And again, if you put Astralis against them instead of MIBR, they probably pay the price, because the map pool is not going to be the same. They're not going to be at an advantage going up against Astralis and their maps. So you cannot allow that kind of slip up to happen. Though, I'll still say, good reset coming out of G2. Probably very frustrated on the back of Dust2, able to completely forget about that second map, move into train and dismantle the opponents. That's a good sign, but I agree with you. There has been some slip up.
Now, positives, though, when we look at MIBR, because now they've gone to the showdown, but they actually are a legit competitor going into the showdown. I believe they're probably going to stay in Europe the rest of this time, right? It doesn't make sense to go back. You'll keep getting good practice, and you've got some great foundations to build on here.
I want to see this team and this constellation of MIBR stay together. I want to see what they can do when they get to the showdown, because we just saw the teams being announced not so long ago. We got Liquid coming there, we got EG coming there, we got FURIA in there. There's going to be so much competition within this showdown. So if MIBR can once again replicate the performance they were doing in this tournament and pull it up, that'll be amazing.
They're actually going to be in Flashpoint, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah,
that's
a dangerous team to go up in Flashpoint.
It could be, and obviously the good signs for MIBR, if we can make any conclusion regarding the future, is first of all KNG being impactful.
Yep.
The spirits really high, very motivational, very hyped up, always pushing each other. You have VSM, even though we haven't mentioned his name too much, and the stats are quite, I feel like he's a very calm player. He plays not so easy positions, rarely makes mistakes, and obviously TRK, who, as far as I'm concerned, for my money, was the man of the tournament for them. He really was shining throughout these games. So we only have a couple of information, a couple of bits and pieces here and there. We wait, and we need to see more from MIBR, but these would be my go-to.
Yeah, these are promising signs, and you touched on TRK a little bit there. This is a player to me who's now come out of his shell. We've actually get to see all the good things, because again, many of the players we hear about coming from Brazil, it's all about, oh, they're great players when they're playing in the South American region. They get a step up to play for a FURIA or play for an MIBR. We might see him at a big event, and then they don't get too much time. TRK's now been a bit tried and tested, and he's passed the test.
It's been a breakout event for TRK, let's be honest. He's been good. He's been influential in the game. It's not like he has a lot of, you know, high-fracking games with good stats and so forth. He's been clutching. He's been, you know, in the right circumstances. I feel like he's been providing some solid Counter-Strike. And I think, you know, when you look towards MIBR, when you look towards the players, there's not a single player you can out and say he didn't do his job good enough, or he was a disappointment. The entirety of MIBR, they stepped it up. And yeah, as you said, if you're going to highlight 2 players, it would be either TRK or KNG. I cannot stop talking about KNG. It's the eye test as well. The fact that on Dust 2, he was just not missing a shot. Sure, here on Train, he didn't have a lot of impact. He didn't do a lot. You know, the TRK had a nice clutch, and that was about it. There's not a lot to say about the map of Train, but you look towards the rest of the tournament for MIBR, TRK, and in particular KNJ, just by the eye test. Take away the stats, take away all that. Look at how they play, look at how they maneuver around the map, and look how few shots KNJ is actually missing with that AWP. Especially for a guy like Kenes, he was struggling today. He was struggling even on Train. It must be so infuriating going up against a guy like KNG, where you just feel like he cannot miss a shot.
And there's one thing, right? We talk about this a lot, and we keep it eye-opening here for Twitch chat and everyone watching, the fact that a lot of times, right, players talk about family and all this mentality. When it comes to the Brazilian teams, you can actually see it, right? It's there, the emotions. They're living and breathing it on the server, and their hunger is second to none.
Yeah, they've always used it. I feel like that's always been a dimension that we touch about when we come to Brazilian Counter-Strike. They really
It's culture. It's ingrained in them.
Yeah, and I think that can be a weapon if you know how to harness it, right? If you know how to use it. Usually the downside of that is that people might get frustrated and then the negative emotion, spill out and take too much space. But if you can only take the positive, if you can only take the motivation, not the frustration, then hell yeah, motivations and emotions all the way. That's what's cool and beautiful about Counter-Strike.
And when it comes to G2, when it comes to what they're able to achieve here, right? Yes, okay, it's a win. But if this was any other team we'd be looking at from Europe, I don't think they would have won that today.
No, I think you're right. I'm not sure how I'm going to judge G2's performance right here. I think, as Matthew said, the mental reset after throwing away Dust 2, that was a positive sign. Let's be honest, Train, there was no fight. It was them being, not only one step, but 2 steps better than MIBR throughout the entire game. So it was still a decent performance. We're still relatively new inside this G2 project. So you cannot stand here and say it was disappointing. They only won 2-1 against MIBR. At the end of the day, they won, and that's what matters. But going up against Astralis, Matthew, they'll have to step up.
They will have to step up indeed, and I believe that there is a man that we need to mention, right? Because Nico coming in on the CT side, we've said it forced some rotations in terms of position, forced some changes, and a man that has been tested is Nexa. And in this game, I believe that on the CT side, he was beautiful to play, and we'll have another example coming out. As we see, scoreline is 8-2. First frag being found by Nexa, and then I want your attention on his placement, his positioning, how he basically maneuvers around the smoke, finds the right timing to punish KNG, and then he's gonna go again through the smoke at the best time, grabbing these 2 kills, make it 4, and that was a pristine B defense coming out of Nexa, and he has plenty of them. I believe he was almost top fragging the CT side for most of that part. That was pretty good. And I just believe he's been not only, obviously, an IGL with a new player, that's a challenge, but he's been moving around his city positions, and he deserves some praises.
Well, he does deserve a lot of praises, so you can give it to him live if you want. We got Nexa standing by for an interview. Nexa, how's it going, my man? You managed to get past them in the end, and that Train was looking impressive. And I guess, first of all, mate, I wanted to ask is, when it comes to Train, how much practice had you had with Nico throughout that?
Just 1 map of practice.
Wow, so there we go. Not much practice at all across all of it. When you're looking, though, at what you guys have managed to do this event, right? You had such a close game yesterday against Astralis, but here, even against MIBR, it was a bit back and forth. You had the advantage in the games, and you let them come back into it. What do you put that down to? What do you do and think, okay, how do we stop that from happening again?
I think we just got scared towards the end of Dust 2. I think they had a great game plan. They're on map pick Nuke. They started off really great, but once we stabilize, we take control of the map. I think it was pretty easy to bring it back. But actually, the opposite thing happened on Dust 2. I don't think they prepared anything special or whatever. They just played Team CS. They played together. Whereas we on the other side, we just we were overthinking. We were trying to figure out what they were gonna do instead of just being focused on our crosshairs and just killing them when they come. And they always come. They have this crazy play style. They're just everywhere all the time, just searching together one by one, and it's a tough play style to play against. It's similar to what I do, but I would say a bit more team play is involved when I see MIBR play. And it was very, very tough to play against them. And but honestly, I think it was more us failing to do what was necessary and not adapting properly, or just missing easy shots than anything else, So I'm pretty sure any other day we will close this out 2-0.
Talking about that play style, talking about MIBR being a bit aggressive, coming into this matchup, did you expect anything else from MIBR? Because we here at the desk, we've been having a hard time finding out what the new MIBR stand for. It's a relatively new team. As for your preparation, was it tough to prepare for? Did you know what you were going in against?
Well, the maps Dust 2 and Train, it was the first time they played them, so we didn't really have much info on that, and we knew they were great on Nuke and Vertigo. They were it's the 2 maps they played in all their games so far, so we just wanted to remove one of those to not give them this comfort zone to have both of them, and they went for Nuke, which was totally okay with us. We liked the map as well. We kind of knew what to expect. They're not random and just playing Puggy style or whatever. They are actually, everything they do has meaning behind it. If they always leave guys in proper lurk positions, they can always come back. That's why they have so much success in 3v5s and 2v4s, whatever. They know how to play for each other and set each other up. So this lurker guy could take his proper timing and turn the round on his head. So.
Talking about you personally, it's not a secret. Bringing in Nico is going to change the situation a little bit for you as a player. By the looks of it, from our side, it looks like you changed position on some of the CT sides. Is that an active choice you made, or is that Nico coming in and sort of like requiring that space in order to fulfill his potential?
No, like the positions I have now are basically the positions I played my whole life. But before, we never really had this like proper rotator guy, and Jax was our anchor, and he was just playing the positions that I played before. So I was just like, he cannot really play the rotator. His English is not that great, you know. And then we just thought it was for the best for me to do it and just move around on the map while he can, you know, keep his positions until he adjusts and, you know, speaks English properly. And then we would see what we would do. But it never actually came around to that point where we could like switch around and I could get the anchor positions that I prefer to play.
Interesting. Speaking about Nico next, I asked him what he was bringing to the table, what he was bringing to the team. But now I want to know your perspective on what you want from him. What do you want from Nico as a player to bring to the team?
Like the biggest thing I want from him and what I expect is just help on the CT side. Like we desperately needed this guy who is experienced, who is the rotator, who's played these positions his whole life, you know, like someone connector on Mirage or like rotation on Dust 2, these kind of impactful positions where there is someone who can actually read the map properly, give like the proper adjustments, feedback, whatever, and just I needed someone to like, let's say, bounce ideas back from, you know, and actually have a conversation about like what we can do, you know. I had this with Hunter, but it wasn't like it wasn't quite what was necessary. We needed just like one more person there, like speaking and helping out. And on the T side, it's great now. He's not calling anymore, and he has like these little positions that he wanted to play. And it's really easier for me when I have someone on the other side of the map who will communicate, who will take his timings, who will basically kill people, and I don't have to worry about anything, and I can like have an easier life basically.
Awesome. Now you mentioned Hunter, and to be honest, the family angle is one that I find very interesting. Have you felt any change, any reaction coming in from Hunter now that Nico is in? You know, is he, I don't know, more sharp, more motivated, or maybe no reaction at all? But I find this angle so so fascinating.
Yeah, he's like 100 times more motivated and more sharp playing. I think we had a slump, like everyone in the team for the last couple of months. We weren't really like individually performing that great, but since Nico came in, like Hunter has been, I feel like he's been playing the game like for 50 hours per day. if you know what I mean, like he's been like full try-hard mode, giving it all he has. I mean, it's his lifelong dream basically coming true, and I know he will do everything he can to make it to the top with his cousin.
Well, Nexa, thank you so much for your time, mate. We're going to let you get on and get ready for that grand final. We're excited to see you back on the server to take on Astralis.
Thank you, thank you.
Always good to hear from Nexa. And Joe, one thing, ever since his very beginning of his career, Nexa's been able to give some really good interviews and insight. He just doesn't give the fluff, like BS answers that we oh so often get from players.
No, he's a very well-spoken guy. I think a lot of people forget he had a stint in North America as well when he went to Renegades and tried to kickstart his career.
Thank God he didn't stay there.
Thank God he didn't stay there. You know, I've been there, James, you know that. But it's not really a nice place to be for a long time. Let's put it that way. He didn't really get his career kickstarted, but when he got back to Europe, I think he had learned enough from that stay to actually get it kickstarted. And the rest is history. I think Nexa right now, and we do talk a lot about him, and it is in a positive way, but as of right now, he got to be one of the best in-game leaders in the world. He got to be one of the most underrated players in the world. One thing I did mention, or did notice right here, the fact that he said he's going back to his old positions. Imagine that, bringing in Nico and don't even have to sacrifice, but actually be better off in terms of positions. That's a scary prospect.
It doesn't often happen, right, when you change players and something just slots together and you go, oh, I get what I wanted back. Yeah, that's the dream come true. But one person we need to hear from, right, it's Kogu, the coach of MIBR, a 1.6 legend. He had his stint in CSGO, a very short stint at that, but he has been behind this team from start to finish, and he's given us some final words here.
I've got the wonderful Kogu joining me here. First of all, man, commiserations on that loss. But you guys, you made it so close on those first two maps. So what were the issues for you guys coming into that third map of Train?
When we started ST, we had our game plan. We talked about it last night. We knew almost everything that they're going to do on this game, but we could not. Our strategy, our game plan could not fit on. It's so hard to say right now. It sucks. We almost had it first map. Well, we did a great comeback, both maps on the first and this third. I don't know. I'm almost without voice. I'm screaming a lot, but I think we need a little bit more energy for the last map. I give chocolate, I give bananas, I give some fruits, juice, coffee, and our game plan just didn't work. I'm really proud of my boys. What you guys watching right now, it's 1 week practice. We did this with 1 week. If we had more time to prepare, I think for sure we will do better. So right now it's heads up and keep believing. We have more practice, more tournaments to play, and I believe so much on these guys. So good to be with them.
And you should be proud, Kogu, considering this is the first debut of this new MIBR lineup. It was absolutely fantastic to see. We absolutely loved watching your energy as well. And of course, you mentioned going forward, you still have more tournaments. You're still going to be making it to the showdown later this month. So what are you guys going to be doing in terms of the practice? You're going to be here in the boot camp. Anything that you're going to be looking to work on after your first official here?
If we're looking for what? Sorry,
Oh, just anything that you're going to be working on going forward as a team now that you've had this experience.
Everything. We will fix every mistake that we made. We're gonna try new things. We're gonna, as a team, we win as a team and we lose as a team, all together. So this is the good thing about these guys. They're all open mind. So it's gonna be easy to fix all the mistakes. And if our game plan for the next match doesn't work, we will try to fix again. We will talk. We will try new things, and that's it.
The hype is real with MIBR, and you can hear it from Kogu's voice. All the shouting, all the screaming. It takes a lot of energy away from you when you're playing a game that goes that long.
Yeah, I think that interview in itself is a statement as to how much they give when they're playing. But that also begs the question, can you actually play for that many hours with that level of intensity, with that level of hype? To me, that's a risk. But you know, when I think it's beautiful when we see them shouting, screaming, standing up. I love that. I love the emotions. But then you have to ask the question, can they maintain that level of energy and consumption throughout an entire series? We've seen them on train falling flat at the very end. Are they, functioning on 120%? Can you do that for 3-4 hours? That in itself is a challenge. I think sometimes you have to harness that, that energy, that fire, use it at certain time when you feel like you need, to kick the team. But you also sometimes have to go in cruise control. You have to be at cruising altitude, have it under control, not be always burning oil.
It's knowing, right, when to spend it, when to hold it back, and we can all get carried away. Yeah, it's beautiful to see, but adrenaline can only last so long, but I can only push you forward on all of it. But that does bring us to getting into our grand final, guys. It is nearly there. It is nearly time. We are going to be heading to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. But when we come back, you will be getting the conclusion here of the final group for this entire tournament. And this is one to get excited about. You've just seen it earlier. G2 versus MIBR, a great game. 2 overtime maps in there and a little bow out at the end. But it was a fight from start to finish between these teams. But now it is time for the rematch of what we dubbed one of the greatest matches of this year so far. Astralis going up against G2. And Pimp, I don't know if I can handle much more of this, man.
I'm so excited. There's so many good players on the server. You got the likes of Sipnix back on the server. You got Nico on the server with G2. Device showing up again. There's so much skill, there's so much brain, and there's so much excitement in turn for us. I think this game could potentially be a replicate of what we saw in the first against the two teams. 3 maps, close scores, and it's gonna be fun, James.
It's going to be amazing. Both teams have something to prove. Nico has to prove that he's a good fit for G2, that he's going to push them to new heights. Xip has to prove that he's back on level. Astralis have to prove that they deserve to be on the throne. It's going to be a banger.
Well, Astralis have been getting better every single game we have seen them play. But this G2, they are hungry for revenge. We're going to a break, and when we come back, it is the rematch of one of the best matches we have seen this year in Counter-Strike, Astralis versus G2.
The best team ever to touch Counter-Strike is now back. They're playing a tournament again together as a 5. Watching Astralis, watching this team, it's going to be so epic.
Know how he's possibly going to get in here. He gets one. No! Absolutely impossible! Magisk in the corner. He was flashed. Nobody could see him, and there's the spray down. Big double. Continues it. A quad kill. He's wrecked them all.
This is one of the most stacked lineup when it comes to individual skills I've ever seen. Can you unleash Nico and Hunter and Kineas at the same time?
Nico doing everything! A ridiculous 2v4 by the Kovacs.
European banger. It's Astralis going up against G2.
the best team ever to touch Counter-Strike, is now back. You know, they're playing a tournament again together as a 5. Watching Astralis, watching this team, it's gonna be so epic.
Know how he's possibly gonna get in here. He gets one. No! Absolutely impossible! Magisk in the corner. He was flashed. Nobody could see him, and there's the spray down. Big double. Continues it. A quad kill. He's wrecked them all.
This is one of the most stacked lineup when it comes to individual skills I've ever seen. Can you unleash Nico and Hunter and Kenius at the same time?
Nico doing everything! A ridiculous 2v4 by the Kovacs.
Yeah. European banger. It's Astralis going up against G2. It's a rematch. It is the final match, the grand final of Group 3. And we've got Astralis going up against G2. Our final match here to determine everything in terms of where they will place for the seeding. The tournament run for these two teams has been pretty damn crazy. They marched on past the NA counterparts. They met up with each other and gave us one of the best games we have had this year in Counter-Strike. And if you missed it, well, first of all, watch this grand final, but definitely go back and check it out because it was a banger. And G2, they could have been in a situation where they wouldn't be here right now. It hasn't looked pretty in the last games, but now they've got to battle against the Astralis one more time.
4 games we had in that group, 4 of them went to 3 maps. 4 out of 5 games went to 3 maps. That's how tight, how close that group was. And you're right. If the first time G2 and Astralis met, if we have the same kind of spectacle right now, you know, you better get the popcorn, get the tea or the beer or whatever you need, because that's going to be a spectacle.
I'm going to get you a nurse as well. I don't want your heart to be able to, like, want to make sure it keeps going, you know.
It's getting a little bit late. It's getting really, really fast.
He's in a good shape. He's not in danger.
Not in danger at all?
Nah.
Do you think Astralis are in danger though, Pimp?
They should be. They should be. When you're facing one of the most stacked lineups in Counter-Strike right now, as we did say, you know, previously we have Nico, we have Kenius, we have Nexa, we have Honda, and we have so many good players. Amanek, not to forget him, just to mention all the names. No
so
offense, but like there's so much talent within G2, right? So no matter how they've been looking so far in this tournament, no matter how good Astralis have been looking, if I'm Astralis right now, I will be a little bit scared.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look, right, and remember everything we've seen over Blast Premier thus far, because, oh dear, EU versus NA really didn't work out this time around. Even, right, end of last year, NA were competitive. Right now, they've paid the price for being stuck in their own region because they have not grown with some of the best.
That is the topic, and we've touched on it many times during that whole broadcast. The fact that NA just was stuck with NA, EU with EU, then the quality of the practice, the quality of the competition you were going up against all the time kind of went down the drain, and we saw the result. We saw the difference when we had these teams coming here. It started with EG, and at that point in time, when the EG bomb out, we don't know if that's going to be a trend for everyone, but actually NA here didn't really pan out.
And if you haven't seen this just yet, it was released about an hour ago, the full showdown. This is all of your teams. And just to put this into perspective, 16 teams are here. Only 2 will make it to the full finals. And we have EG, NIP, Complexity, Faze, FURIA, MIBR, Mouse Sports, VP, the new Cloud9, Team Spirit, Sprout, Endpoint, Liquid, Godsent, and Mad Lions and Fire Sports. What is going on? That is one stacked event to only have 2 teams get forward from. And right now, I was looking at Liquid early on thinking, oh, Showdown be easy for them.
Make a prediction?
Not
You
so
have any
much.
prediction?
Yeah, with the lack of practice they've had, you know, now that FURIA is in Europe, now that MIBR is over here, EG has spent some time here. Apparently they're back to North America. Liquid, they're in a tough position when it comes to practice, so we may see the same thing happen for them.
I'll just be on that MIBR hype train a little bit more.
All right.
You know? If they're staying around, they've got Flashpoint coming up. They'll probably go win that as well. Easy teams in that.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how MIBR are actually playing that showdown, because now they're going to come with a little bit more pressure. No, they're not going to surprise everyone and we're going to be so hyped. No, they have to do it again if you want us, you know, to believe in that project. So it's going to be great. Some teams as well. Complexity, to me, huge favorite in that showdown. But Liquid, I feel at least Liquid have got the warning now. They've seen their brothers from NA come here, get smacked. Now they understand they have to take it real serious.
I'm never going to predict against MIBR again. Never. There's just no way.
Is it 100%?
Simply too good. I am on board on their train. You know, I think MIBR is going to smash everyone. There you go.
That was a quick switch.
Just checking. You feeling okay? All right, his temperature's all right. He's not too warm. Pim's still alive.
I'm a fanboy of MIBR now.
There we go. He's coming on over. He's coming over. I'll take it. I'll bring Jacob along with me for the wild ride. It was a fun ride when it came to them. But right now, we've got to talk about Astralis. And we got to talk about G2. But this Astralis, we got the 5 back, the core, the team that became legends of the game and did what other teams want to do.
Yeah, and I want to say it again, and I want to say it every single time I see this lineup in this tournament. This is the best lineup ever to touch Counter-Strike together. They have made stuff happen that nobody would have believed would be possible. 3 majors in a row, some of the best individual players as well, without being the best, right? You talk about a device, one of the best players in the world, sure, but he's never in the conversation for being the best. Supnik's back on the lineup. He's been looking a little bit rusty. It's not been looking, you know, like the same old Supnik's before the break, but that's to be expected. I think he's lived up to our expectations, which were that he would come back, he would find impact as much as possible without being the star of the team. Overall, I think the impression I've gotten from Astralis so far in this tournament has been a positive one.
Yeah, it's been real positive. Again, the question for me becomes the individuals, and obviously, as the graphic points out, Xip coming back. The first series he's had, he looked a little bit out of shape. He looked to be out of sync, not being able to convert some of these kills, some of these frags, but then the second series was already better. So is that going to be a trend? Are we going to see Xip already back in full force? Remember, we had an interview with him. We asked, do you feel any pressure? Do you feel ready? He said, yes. That's what he said. He was absolutely ready to 100%, and he proved us in the second series that he was back. Glaive, a little bit struggling individually, not at the best. But again, against G2, it's going to be needed.
Well, you were talking about Zip, right? And he's been looking better match after match. When we managed to catch up with Dupree, as Freya was talking to him specifically about Zip.
This is only Zipnik's first event back with the squad as well. And yesterday, he was looking pretty consistent against G2. So how is he finding things from your perspective? Is it like having the old Zipnik's back, reintegrating into the squad, or are there a few things that you guys are still helping him with along the way?
I think we're just trying to give him the easiest time as possible. Like, we're having a lot of time to go through the tactics that we've been doing and all the new moves that we've introduced to the playbook for the last half year or so. And I'm actually quite impressed with the fact that he's not at least he's not showing it, that he's not more nervous or more excited in a way. He's just this really calm person that just seems to be enjoying himself when he's playing the game and really enjoys to be back playing, I think. So it's really nice to feel that he's not over-exaggerated or trying to overcompensate for something that he can't perform. So it just feels good to have some calmness on the team, and it's just really good to feel that my old teammate that's been on sick leave is now back with us. So in general, it's just really great, and I think he's just showing some really good signs. If I were him, I think if I were the one that had been on sick leave and trying to come back, I think I would be more nervous or maybe trying to overcompensate for something that I couldn't perform. So it's it's just been a pleasure so far, and I'm just happy that despite we've had 2 really close games, both G2 and MIBR, I think we've managed to come out on top, which is
a huge testament to him as a player, for sure. And I'm interested to hear, you were sort of saying there that you feel like you've still got that chemistry, but there's still a few things that you're working on as a team. Has that practice and preparation time kind of differed at all from what it used to be with the team? Are there specific things you're focusing on at the moment?
I think the hardest part right now is that there's so many tournaments going on and there's so much time to put into preparation for the opponents you're going up against, but also the new tournaments you have to participate in. So, and the fact that we had to use S-Attack in the previous lineup, now we had to use Civics, it feels like we keep going back to scratch all of the time. Like, we need to figure, because everyone is not different. Everyone is not the same person, and everyone is communicating different and playing different. So it's all about starting over once you get a new player into the team. Even though it's an old player, there's still a lot of things that changes in the game all the time. So there's been a lot of time to try and get back to the form that we wanted to, and also to try and make it as easy as possible for everyone on the team with roles or a new type of setups that we're running. But I think that's probably the hardest, that we haven't really had the time to like make everything as smooth as possible when it comes to like team play and individual things. I think we struggle the most as individuals right now, because I think we're trying to compensate to be good as a team. So yeah, I think that's probably why we're a little bit up and down right now.
I'm also interested to hear from your perspective. Obviously, we've seen Vitality with that 6-man lineup, using it a little bit differently to how you guys have. They've been actually, making history, having Navara coming in mid-series for specific maps. Is this something, or what are your opinions on it? Is this something that you could kind of see Astralis doing in the future with Bubsky? What are your thoughts on it?
I definitely think it's something that we could try out in the future. But I think it's going to take it. I think we're going to give this shot. Give everything a shot before we go into that solution. I think it's mainly. I think what Vitality is doing by swapping in a player for specific maps can be really good, and I think that might be something that is coming into Counter-Strike in general in the next couple of months. I think it's actually very clever in a lot of ways, and it keeps the enemy guessing a lot more in terms of what approach they're taking on this specific map. So I think there's going to be a lot of mind games going in, and I think in a few years we might see very normal. But right now I think it's still on the testing phase, and I think it can be both really good and also really bad, because if you keep changing the player for specific maps, you might end up being a little bit inconsistent in the map, or there could be other issues coming into the team. I don't know, but I think it's really nice to see that other teams are also trying to use the more players on the roster and trying to actually use it in a positive way by swapping the player in, instead of just saying, hey, we have a 6-man roster, but we're actually not using them. So I think that's actually positive.
Interesting answers coming out from Dupree, and I think he knows, right, that there is some stepping stones to go with all of this, and it's certainly not as easy as some people may have led to believe. When you bring back the legendary lineup, it doesn't just work straight away.
No, you'd like that, right?
Maybe
you'd like just to put the 5 players together and you go back to the legendary form. But from listening from all these interviews, they understand that it's a process, a protocol to get a player back, not only to individual form, but to team form. Speaking of team, we have now the Veto coming in. I don't expect major surprises this time. G2 taking out Overpass makes sense. I'll be surprised to see Astralis float Mirage. I think they're going to kick it right out. We have the Mirage ban now. The picks last time around, G2 went for Dust 2, and they could. I don't see why they would divert from it. They've been pretty good. Remember, they slipped away versus MIBR, but they're going to go for that Dust 2 pick. Now, Astralis have 2 possibilities as far as I'm concerned. They either go for Nuke, which would be the logical choice. They've won, pretty much any single time. They lost against MIBR, but still a good map. Or they throw the Vertigo curveball. They could as well. We haven't seen G2 on Vertigo. That could be the 500 IQ play here, because we don't know if G2 is ready on Vertigo. So on that one, Jacob, you have an idea? They go actually for the classical.
I think they're going to pick Nuke. Yeah.
It's a good one.
That would be my
100%, no?
I think they're going to pick Nuke. It makes sense. It's been the main pick throughout the entire tournament. I do like the idea of floating Vertigo and maybe putting it in there, forcing Vertigo upon G2, but it's Astralis, and whenever they can pick Nuke, they feel comfortable enough in picking Nuke. Even though they lost to MIBR the first day, they still picked it against G2 yesterday, and they won it, so not a big surprise there. Twain goes out of the way. Do we see the same map as yesterday? Are we going to get Inferno again, or do we get Vertigo?
I was surprised the first time around when Astralis allowed Inferno to be the third map. And remember, it went to overtime. It went to overtime with the Kenias that was below the sea level. He was really having a hard time. Do Astralis take that into account? Or do they just make the big B play?
I think we'll get Vertigo. I would love to see Vertigo.
You would like to see Vertigo too?
Yeah,
I think Astralis have all the reasons right now to push G2 into a Vertigo pick that would definitely be less uncomfortable. And there we have it. Astralis push G2 to Vertigo on map number 3 if we go the distance, and that one's going to be exciting.
Could they be falling for a trap though? Could this be a G2 that potentially is ready for some Vertigo?
Yeah, they could be ready, and I think G2 will be ready, but it's not a trap in a sense. We heard from Nico now, we heard from Nexa as well, that Train, they only had 1 practice map on, the same goes on for some of the other maps, so they don't have, a lot of preparation coming into any of these maps, so it can't be a trap for Astralis, but it can definitely be a new playing ground, and as Matthew said yesterday, Inferno, that was as close as this could possibly be. Astralis were better in the OT, sure, but up until that point, I felt G2 had a good chance of winning Inferno, so I'm not too surprised that Astralis want to take it to Vertigo. It's just fun that we don't get to see the same map pool.
I'm excited. That's a map pool that fits me. I've just realized that we're going to get to see again Dust 2. We're going to get again Nuke and then Vertigo as the last map, which I have absolutely no expectation for. I have no idea how G2 is going to approach it. I'm just trying to think, like, lineup-wise, roster-wise, who is going to go where, and I don't know. And that makes me happy because I'm going to get surprised.
But with the old lineup, they were always happy to play a bit of Vertigo, right? They could play up into it. It's just we've got to continue to talk about how Nico slots in, but also how much we've been able to work with him and how much space he wants on that CT side.
Yeah, and I think we learned a lot talking to Nexa, right? He wants to be back in the anchoring position, so maybe you could expect Nexa all of a sudden to play the B-bomb side by himself and then let Nico roam around. If we get to Vertigo, I don't know. Getting to Vertigo in the first place, though, that's the big task. That's the big task for G2, They have to win Nuke or Dust 2 for that matter. And I think both of the maps, sure, they beat Astralis first time around for Dust 2, but we saw Astralis step it up. We saw Astralis lose a couple of eco rounds, but, I mean, if they wouldn't do that, can they do it again? Can they replicate a performance like that with Nico and 38 kills?
Thank you. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You know me, I'd love to say that G2 goes into Dust 2 as favorite because of the result they've had, but we have to consider Nico's performance and the fact that it is very unlikely that he's going to go up and have 38 kills again. He's a good Dust 2 player. He takes a lot of space on the map. He owns it to the maximum, but that kind of impact, it's one of a kind. That was his best performance of 2020 against a top 30 team. That's what he pulled together. 2.08, 2.05 rating on Dust 2. That was absolutely ludicrous. Is he going to do that again? Can you rely on that? Hell no, you cannot. He's going to be good, yes, but not to that extent.
Well, you're going to need the whole team behind them, yeah. But if we just saw that game they had against MIBR, there was many things we could look at that and see mistakes were being made. These are mistakes that Astralis will easily punish.
Yeah, they will, but I think it's going to be a different type of Counter-Strike game. Nexus said, playing against MIBR, they're everywhere. There's always a player lurking. There's always a player, trying to put some spin into the works. And I think as for Astralis, they approach it a bit more, dare say, as a team, a little more collected together. So I don't think they'll be pressured as much by the way Astralis plays Counter-Strike in the early stages of the rounds. Astralis, we saw it yesterday, Inferno, execute heavy Counter-Strike. That's the big task for G2. They need to shut that down when they get to the CT side. They need to have the individual players be able to shut it down when they get to the CT side. I don't think Astralis is going to put that much aggression towards G2. I don't think they're going to rattle them that much in the early stages of the rounds. Of course, they will at some time. But as for MIBR, that's a complete different game. That's a Counter-Strike game, that is all over the place. Whereas for Astralis, it'll be a little bit more structured.
It may be a little bit more structured, but it's going to be an amazing game either way. It's the rematch. It's the grand final here for Group 3. Both these teams have qualified, but now on the stake is their personality, their performance, their individual ability. After the break, it's Dust 2 between Astralis and G2.
So we've got one more best of 3 to bring you guys before the Blast Fall series comes to a close. And we have the matchup that started Group 3. We've got ourselves Astralis and G2 loaded to the docket. I'm getting a little nervous because James is running by. He brought me a hot dog.
Are these Brazilian?
Kidding me.
Oh my god.
Look at the girth on this bad boy.
As Stunna would say, the Braziliancy right here.
Yo, this is the most Danish. Look at the excessive amount of wiener in this bun, brother. You ate it?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. It's like a mukbang on camera.
Oh, you gotta laugh at yourself or else you'll cry.
Those Brazilians, they're hard to chew on, man. That was a long series.
Yeah, that was incredibly long. But whether or not this one turns out to be long, time will tell. Thank you, James, for the good laugh. Astralis favored at the start of the series 1.5 on the Betway odds. You agree with that?
Totally. That's why I picked them to win. Hey, they got something to prove here. Pimp threw us a storyline that Astralis they come in with Zipix.
Yeah.
Zipix doesn't look great at first as usual. I mean, that would be normal, totally fine. And then he starts playing a bit better, but they still had to prove something. Okay? They did a whole Pro League run, dropping one series with Esatag and won the event on the first one back.
Imagine that.
How are they not going to win the first one back with Zipix in a smaller event with the guy that they won 4 majors with? They must.
Paint a compelling argument.
They must win this.
They must.
They already beat G2, and that was with Nico straight on the gear, dropping 38 frags on Dust 2.
Big bombs.
Actually, sorry. G2 won that map. And this was a map that at one point in history, Astralis did the unthinkable. They put together a 13-0 win streak on Dust 2. The map that no one can find consistency on, the one that Nexa was not willing to pick anymore. Even at the height of G2, he's not willing to pick it anymore. He said, fine, it's true. You can never be consistent on Dust 2. Astralis did that.
Astralis tend to do what they please. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, thank you tuning in to the final match of this stint of the event. Device. He gets himself one before going down. Glaive in lower tunnels can trade this. Bomb alone on catwalk. Meant to join forces with the 2 Ts on long. Magisk tapping away will be traded by Nico. Now, unfortunately for G2, they've got low HP, but Hunter doesn't seem to mind. Glaive making a ton of sound. Just loses his face, but Zipnix with the frag grenade dunks it onto Hunter. Where's the peek? Nico right there. Now he's got the smoke, he has no kit, he's got the health advantage, and Nico's still standing in the open. Now Zipex just claws him down to give Astralis the opening round.
You're kidding, he actually pulls that off. He'll go back and defuse, and who better to win the 1v1 versus Nico than Zipex? Nico, no cover in the open out at long, and he gets the, 3K in the rounds? It's too far away for me to read. I'm gonna need some new glasses like Zippis to be able to read. Were you gonna eat that hot dog?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Just putting it on full display.
Yeah. You gotta put it out there.
Shameless. Oh, okay, a little banter.
Ooh.
No.
No.
You know what my favorite is, though? Zipix rubbing his tummy a little bit. Daddy Zipix is hungry.
Give me the clutch. All right. Nice shot, Amanek. I see you. Kenny S going for that hard entry. Flash bang blinds both sides. Deagle misses the mark. Frag grenade does not. Kenny actually walking through the fire gets chipped down to less than a quarter HP. Amanex trying to give support through mid, but it's Hunter to pick up that frag on his own. Device, having crawled up the catwalk, will trade one. So back to the 4 versus 4. Each team with a player low health. We've got some separate duels here, Mohan, all across the map. The Rat Rod walking out mid. And Hunter, well, he could line up 2 bodies to the left, but it's the peek on the right that's going to cost him. Device answers. Now long is really their only entry. Magisk able to regain control of the M4, at least for 1 frag. Device now on the corner, sees the player in the open. Molly off the mark. He got flustered, but Nico, oh my goodness, through the corner, is able to catch the kill. Dupree answers yet once more. Very effective trade frags coming out of G2, back and forth, but again, this time it's Dupree to just land it on his head.
Like David Blaine.
And Astralis find their second.
Watch me disappear. Yeah. I was asking Twitter because I'm too lazy and incapable of doing the research myself, but I didn't think that there was a map that I didn't think it was a higher fragging map versus Astralis. The best that I found was a map that went to OT, or a map that was very strong half that Coldzera had. Electronic had one in OT. But nobody has had a map in regulation where they dropped 38 kills versus Astralis.
Damn.
Let alone a 16-11 scoreline. So that was something that that Nico did that made history. And then something that you've seen 38 kills in a map before, but versus Astralis is a whole different ball game, of course. So that was some pretty crazy individual level from him. And I could see it coming again. He's been looking great all tournament, to be honest. Honestly, so impressed with VSM this tournament, despite him not even going positive in on a lot of his maps. And it feels like even when Nico has 14 kills, I'm remembering a lot of great moments in a lot of the rounds. Impact frags.
M4 up for Dupree. Flash back from his first angle, and G2 gonna run with what they've gotten already. Bombs in tow. There's nobody inside of tunnels, but Amanek wasting no time. Just ate Nico's flash. Still able to lend a helping hand. Hunter falling off Cat. Just took the no-scope, but Glaive didn't get his kill. This is a bit of a robbery already, regardless of whether Astralis can manage to piece together the retake. They've got the smoke and the frag, could block off tunnels. But you can see Nico wrapping around. And in that nasty Kovac 2v4 on Nuke versus FURIA, it was Nico to play the long con wraparound. It works out, or it should have, yet again. Amanek's got it into the clutch. He nearly dies out to Device, but will find his kill and give G2 their first round.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Amanek. He's trying to hold on to his spot. You know, one thing about the six-man lineup, of course, is that you do have players that are every day thinking more about... Now it's not the motivation to play well just so that you can impress yourself. Now it's to keep your goddamn job.
Yeah.
Imagine Navera sitting behind Ziwu and RPK. Learning, watching. Right now it's Jax. With his crazy Jax smile. Sitting behind Amanek. Saying, Amanek, thanks for keeping my seat warm. Okay. Rifle kill. Up to the top of mid, traded back out mid. Hunter goes for 2. He's looking for more crossfire incoming. Oh my god, how does he get all 3?
One-man army. Swinging out from mid. Exactly where the last round's hit came into fruition. They're going to play 3 players up Cat. Of course, Magix is down beneath this. Could find their heads on the cross, but the Molotov's going to deny him that chance. So sure enough, G2 will get their bomb plant. Now the alternative route, play up Catwalk. Use the Xbox to get hot on flank. The solution, leave a player goose, challenge across long, and suddenly G2 will have an excellent post-plant position. Hunter single-handedly winning this round, Launders.
Maniac mentioned that when things get hairy, Hunter's response can be aggression.
Okay.
Go out by himself, and the fact that he's comfortable doing that is amazing, because usually when if at a point in a round you're worried, you know, your response might be to be aggressive, but it might not be the one you're comfortable with. Your natural response might be hide. Might be turtle up, might be let someone else do it, but he's willing to take the round into his own hands. Free up Nexa from babysitting, and that's all you need to say about that. He runs into the crossfire of Astralis. Not that they didn't have good spots. He just comes out mid, picks them apart one at a time. All these trades make sense in terms of, you know, zipping Slave, and then, of course, Device from CT spawn. They all had to peek him.
You know, they all had a chance to kill him as well.
One of them had to win, yeah.
None of those 3 frags were headshots, so they weren't insta-kills.
And they weren't even surprises, right? They knew he was coming.
They just couldn't do anything to stop him.
That's the main problem.
Well, now he'll be relegated to the ump. Glaive's going to go walking into the tunnels. He has Dupree behind him, so one of these 2 CTs with weapons. And it's better than that of Hunter. Insta-kill. That could be an SMG retrieved by Glaive. Suddenly we see G2 shifting their focus and forces closer towards long. They've got the utility for the execute. Should most certainly be a recoverable round. Cross smokes down. They're gonna try and fight this one through, tooth and nail. Glaive takes the boost with his retrieved SMG. Device shooting off some shots, but now things get awkward. Glaive, he's gonna sprint for that M4 before Nexa can actually get on site. Nexa reading into the goose play, gets his kill. Now Device is still back behind boxes. Zipnix underneath. And that AK at a distance, as the bomb carrier's gotten to Goose, but hasn't been able to put it down. Nico on ramp, and I mean, this is just a layered setup here from G2. I love the fact that they just fall silent. Let those smokes fade. Let this hold fizzle out. And there's nobody actually to stop Nico from walking up on Device. I love that he clears this. And if he goes for Zipnix's position, he could very well take himself another. Excellent calls, an excellent slowdown by Nico. No stress as G2 find their third.
And I joked about G2's map pool, but they actually brought it back in because of people picking it versus them. They picked up a couple of key wins, and then Nexa said, oh, maybe we'll start playing G2, start playing Dust 2 as a joke on Twitter.
Yeah.
And now he's actually picking it again. And it's cool to see. It's cool to see that it's working and that they're comfortable.
I can get aboard.
I guess the one good thing is that no matter how much teams watch you... Oh, okay, never mind. Hold on. Almanac's coming out with the entry. Did he spot 2 in pit? He's looking to clear it.
Oh, just free fires Glaive. That's nice. Now he's got 2 teammates to replace him. They molly out of position. They are just hunting down the members of Astralis. For a second, that looked like it was going to connect. G2 yet again this round, just cooling things down. Really making Astralis squirm. They'll go for cat control in the meantime. Nexa has a new knife. Very cool. Device could find timing. Maybe. Oh no, not even. Nico.
Timing.
Yeah, goes the other direction.
That's the bomb spotted, which is interesting.
But they did stack B appropriately.
Yeah, they're committed, and they've got one Hummer, so Dupree cannot move from this position whether they like it or not. So they're just going to clasp their hands, prayer emoji, and hope that that G2 overthink this. Zipix will now run out towards mid, and oh my god,
down.
That's not a bad pickup. It's 1v2 situation. If there's anybody to do it, Dupree, he's been extremely on form. And, oh my god, Nexa. Wait, oh.
Dude, 10 seconds. That would have been incredibly close.
That was super close. That was very, very close. In fact, there's probably someone out there that knows the exact math on that. Because, again, 6 seconds to get to the camp plant. Not even sure.
He's halfway up cat. He's not even past Xbox yet.
Go back, yeah.
Oh, obviously Dupree assumes they had already moved past.
He's like, what are these idiots doing? Why are they still here? They can't win the round if they're still here. So
damn,
it
good
makes
recovery.
sense. It makes sense, of course, for Dupree to peek.
Yep. Yikes. Dodging the frag grenades. Kenny S dropped to 30 health. Amaneki's found his Mac 10 kill over in the B tunnels. G2 seriously gunning for a 5th round in a row already. Now, obviously, that last one has an asterisk next to it. Things got sketchy towards the end, but we like that. Gives us a chance to clench. Nico connecting op shots in middle. Magisk, that's an easy pickup, but again, what are Astralis expected to do? So difficult.
They're double off to T side, both on mid.
Glaive's going to come sprinting into this. Did they not hear him?
The Department of Redundancy department with these AWPs. Kenny S covers Nico, though.
And then Hunter clears out mid yet again. So they'll send only Hunter to the B site, rack up some cash on that SMG, maybe. Oh, even with 3 health left over, he still takes the chance. 5 alive for G2 as they do get that 5th round on the board. And now we've got a double op setup on both teams.
They can't be really using this op, are they? I mean, they can drop. They should be dropping a gun. Why are they picking up 2 SMGs alongside this? This is such a strange buy. On the bright side, they have so much money. On the other bright side, they can go for 2 different op picks in the round, either mid, long, or they can camp out B tunnel, something like that. They can have a gimmick pick going on. So Kenny S is going to be buying guns for this whole time while Nico goes out and seeks a kill. And they might try to score a rotation frag. But a very tricky round in some regards. I don't know what G2 are going to call here. It looks like they might be running their way up cat. But they probably do not want to be committing until they let the ops work a little bit more. Because they're going to have to execute with 2 ops.
Run boost. On the fly. Hup. Ew. Nets them nothing, but style points worth something. Frag grenade goes deep. Bada boom. Kenny S taken down to 53.
This is a very strange split. They have 2 ops both on cat and a UMP at long, and they're doing a cat split versus a full rifle.
Device caught with grenades out. Goes back for the scope, but now already that MAC-10 on site. Amanek, he's going to commit to the bomb plant or not. In fact, he doesn't even have the bomb. It's Hunter.
The molly goes, yeah. Device throws his fallback molly, misses his shot, but this is a huge opening for G2. Smart for Hunter not to push out long behind him. Can hold now for the cat plant. They probably never peek long in this situation, and the Astralis players like to rotate through CT in this spot as opposed to cat.
Here come the retake nades quite quickly. Magis, the only man to take damage as of yet for Astralis, and Glaive, he's going to send a flash up to the skies. Hunter peeks over, gets Zipnix, dead to rights, but Nico, he just got himself a collateral. And now in the 2v2, he cuts down yet another, and Nexa's there to close it. A 6th round for G2. Nico's op shining in that 8th round.
Wow, that was beautiful. Beautiful for Nico. It's crazy how he's able to hold his ground in these open positions and just trade, of course, a collateral. I mean, there's always a little bit of luck involved in a collateral, but with Nico, it just doesn't feel like it's lucky. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So that's great. I mean, a couple of things. Only one thing about Astralis' Dust 2 is they always retake through CT spawn, which means that if you do go for cat plants and you're very comfortable in those positions, you can kind of farm shooting into the fishbowl that is CT spawn. A nice opening kill, but it's just pistols again here for Astralis. Do you know what I mean? No one one's trying to come cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a bit too much information from my perspective.
Glaive, little 5-7 execution, but Kenny S catches him through the door. This leaves 2 Deegs on the field for Astralis, one inside the B site and one up here on close catwalk. Nico off the flash, perfect. Dupree over here just playing with his skeleton knife, got nothing else to offer here.
Oh, you're so jealous.
I am very much jealous. The most expensive vanilla knife in all of Counter-Strike, the skeleton. So expensive, Dupree can't even afford one.
Does he not have one?
Oh, he's got the blue steel.
Oh, the blue steel's cheaper than the default.
You know what? My knowledge only goes so deep.
Okay, I could believe it. I could believe it.
I was.
Well, let's see if someone comes into his crosshair. Oh.
Unfortunate for Dupree, but excellent for Amanek as he keeps that MAC-10 rolling over. We have Kenny S, max cash at the start of this 10th round. I mean, wowza. G2 coming in hot versus Astralis. That victory over MIBR has got these guys fired up.
I mean, it just goes to show you how well MIBR were playing.
Good point.
You know, these teams are not sleeping, and MIBR were doing a great job. Nico looking so damn good right now. That is the face of Malik. I watched a rotations or a map, or sorry, Thorn has so many series. It was a show with Malik and Legia, and then they talked kind of in depth about the French Counter-Strike scene and all these different periods, and it made me a Malik fan, so I just recommend go watch that on his YouTube channel. The interesting part was just seeing how long he was around and how many close relationships that he had with a lot of the players in the French scene. And I'm mainly including Kenny S now.
Again, Amanek's gonna go for this, and he almost walked away with a frag yet again. You know, he did that same extinguish on one round with the AK where we see him go pre-fire the second player in pit.
Trying it with the MAC-10, giving himself a bigger challenge, a harder task. Glaive rotates, and Dupree catching Kenny S just through the corner of the wall. Hunter's trying to dodge the fireworks as bomb's been dropped over. This looks like an end to the streak of G2. What makes this round different? Feels like Astralis just connects some shots.
You know, most teams are playing 3-2, no one peeking mid from either side. But what's kind of boomer about Astralis is that Xyp9x loves playing into CT spawn by himself. Not always boosted up. A lot of freedom for him. And I'd say part of a huge reason, probably maybe the most important player on the CT side, because of how fluid it is between cat and mid, is your CT spawn player in Xyp9x. And the reason he's so good at his role was because he always knew when it was going to be cat, when it was going to be mid B. I mean, that's just, he's hired for his brains, right? And here, something also that's a little bit unique to Astralis, they're challenging mid quite a bit with riflers. And it did cost them when Hunter was alone that other round.
Yeah, with the 3K.
But then you could also say that if, you know, if Hunter did that every single round, surely Astralis will, it's plus EV situation for Astralis because it's a rifler coming out with no support to probably be traded. But I'm not sure if there was long nades thrown this round, but one of the best fast execs that G2 throw is a long control when teams play 3A, and they just run out mid. If a team, it's kind of a gamble, but Dust2 is gambly. If a CT team decides to go for long control, it's literally because they feel like it might be long control. It's not because they know. So there's 3 or 4 players over at A. Some nades come over. They're happy to see it. They hang out for a bit. Everyone busts out mid. That poor B guy is going to have another thing coming.
So the 10th round added to the scoreboard for Astralis. Their first round after 7 consecutive from G2. The only thing they have to rebuy here was their utilities.
Let's push.
Oh, it's perfect! Glaive coming off of the mid play. Lines up 3 players from G2. We've talked about this consistency and mid control from the offense. Trying to challenge, and they just got a face full of flash. Minute 20 for Amanek and Hunter to attempt to claw this back. But how would they ever find an answer?
Yeah, they'll need Wolverine's claws to get this one back.
And Magisk finds his solo frag on long. It all falls onto Hunter, and it's back-to-back 5 members surviving for Astralis. Score 4-7.
Show me the glaive spray.
I want to see these. Look at them. Look at them.
They're so tilted. What's awesome about this is, of course, Glaive uses their own Xbox smoke against them. You throw that Xbox smoke, thanks for covering my lower.
Later.
Get peeked.
And it did look like the one player who wasn't blind was Kenny S, but he had 2 bodies stacked up in front of him. He tried to bail back just to minimize the loss, and he got shish kebabbed. So, nicely done by Glaive. Now Dupree with a sniper in mid.
Oh, scary throwing that hinge smoke these days.
Yeah, once they hear it, they know what's coming. So making sure that, I mean, obviously, look at the variation. You get punished by your own Xbox smoke last round. They alternate into the hinge smoke. Ensure that nobody can come pushing off of catwalk. The first frag missed on Xbox. The second one is perfect timing. Nico down to 37 HP, but the bomb's still able to move inwards here.
Why aren't Astralis' grenades called Sonics? Because Sonic rolls up into a ball and does damage in his video games.
Like that?
That was really good. So they should just be called Sonic balls, right? Sonic nades? Maybe they just didn't find it catchy. Like I can't. So the good damage is nice. Good damage is good. Hunter, oh sorry, Nexo's gonna be the one trailing back and not coming out long, but putting a little bit of pressure. They're gonna try to go for the cap plan again. I like it.
Well, Device last time fumbled some nades. Instead, has the scope up, drops the first shot. He'll be given a second chance if they try to peek long, but last time they didn't at all. We saw them just kernel up on that catwalk defense.
Against Astralis, they love retaking through CT spawn.
Everybody from CT spawn.
That's all they love doing it.
All right. Well, let's see if they can do it well enough. Flashbangs go over. Magisk
Crispy headshot. Then he gets the kill into Kenny S. A third kill for Magisk on the retake. This is a flawless retake from Astralis. The first casualty stacked up against them, but Nexa in a 1 versus 5. Transition spray for the Zipnix headshot. That one was a beauty.
Yo.
But with the initial bout of retake going so well, feels more like an inevitability than anything else. And Nexa, with too much on his plate, offers up a 5th year for Astralis. Considering we had 7 rounds in a row for G2, this is a great little comeback from Astralis, but it finally costs them some bodies, Launders.
It was totally blind on that first kill, too. That's nasty for Magisk.
Dirt nasty.
I was putting together top 5 all-time riflers.
Utility damage. Damn, Glaive.
Yeah.
286, 12 rounds deep.
He saves the nades just so he can get the stats.
Bottled.
Damn.
Amanek, we've seen him now play that timing differently. You go back a couple of rounds, he was consistently extinguishing it and then running out. This time just goes through the little bit of fire at his feet.
He's so tricky. He's so crafty. Oh my god. I love this push into upper. Glaive getting this info back. This is the most tactful way that you can get information back on the CT side. They picked the perfect timing. There's been so much cat presence and focus here. Glaive will get a free lurker. Great. Doesn't even waste time with it. They just rotate over to A. So here, Glaive knows that they have to go for a big rotate back through spawn. So his best play is actually to sit here.
Haircuts. Okay. And a second. Device. Just absolutely destroying their attempt at the long walk. But Amanek will answer. Nice.
Damn.
The ops are popping off. We'll see if Zipnix can shut this down. Nexa just about to round the smoke. Drops bomb yet again. And despite Amanek's nice frags here in the 13th, he's going to have to do everything if he wants to add it to the board. If not, Astralis now within 1. And it was looking like this T side was going to be dominant. Still good enough, don't get me wrong. Let's see what Amanek can offer. Deep mid player makes contact, and then the other 2 closer members of Astralis swing for the fences. A 6th for Astralis. Still the double snipers, and now only 1 round of a lead. Device, look at this.
Whoa. My goodness. Right in the pit. Second one up. That looked like a rewind. How did they do that? That was tricky. Very nicely done production. Last 2 rounds. 2 ops on the board. Dupree, is he opping solo B? Device confidently peeking on mid. My goodness. This is going to open him up to a lower pick. And this lower player, there's no flashy or green box. He might just walk into this. Oh,
the shot.
Device a bit slow. Bit slow.
Now we're going to get that mid-peek down suicide. Device goes into it, but
the trade from behind him.
2 ops better than 1. There is a second on the play in Nico, and there it is.
What is going on?
So sure enough, a 3rd player with the op, but Hunter survives it. The frag, off the mark. He's down to 16 HP.
You know what? I'm not going to say this isn't winnable. So we have, I know it's a 2v4, but we have Magisk pushed off Cat. Zipix, eyes trained on B, full HP as well. Hunter's low. And G2 might commit without information. Next is now flanking A site. And what makes this interesting is the lower players would come back through Cat potentially. It depends what the timing is here for Magisk. They don't want to go B now. Yeah, so this is just about Magisk, basically.
Yeah, Magisk versus Nexa. You can see Magisk kind of...
Who gets lucky? You can see him
unsuspecting. Walks right into it. Now immediately, as you called, bomb starts moving over, and the Tunnels players try to keep up that pressure on B, just in case he had attempted to go through mid, could have cut him down from behind. They had the route to the A site. Really, the tail of the tape in that 14th round, Mohan, is the ops in mid. We had the initial kill, back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
Until we saw that AK peek and shut it all down. Glaive even picking up the dead op. And, well, this 15th round still featuring snipers for everyone, it seems. Dupree and Device right back at it. Nice full formed buy on each side. And 4 members of G2 into the tunnels early. Oh, damn, wasting 0 time right into mid. Nice headshot coming out from Nexa. Now all of a sudden Astralis isolated with 2 members on B, but by getting Device into CT, they have opened a route on Catwalk. Yes, they don't have long control, but it's not like Device is going to be on Car where he has been. Instead, it's just Magisk tucked along the wall. And Astralis wasting no time, getting up, Catwalk, Device with the CZ, committed to the corner. Excellent headshot coming in from Kenny. Magisk just moving his crosshair, and it's a 2 versus 4 with 2 ops to try and retake the A site. It's the final round of the half. They've got nothing to lose, but they may have already lost. Dupree swapping out to the M4. Device unable to get something just yet, so he too swapping to the automatic rifle. Kenny getting Dupree as he jumps through the smoke, and Device on for the 1 versus 3. The full HP prevails. G2 Esports 9-6 after the T side of Dust 2. Don't go too far.
No. Yes. No. Yeah. And I think it's all white all the way.
Yes.
Go 1 by 1, and they go 1 by 1. I think you should be fine. And wait. No, wait.
Okay, all the way.
The last 2 ones are the good ones, but there is one before that is not good. I don't know if it makes sense. So
okay. So this, which one I go to? And
the third one from the last. You go on the left.
Yes.
The left of it, and you go back to the normal rows.
Yes.
And you take the second and the last one. Yeah. Got it?
Oh.
Let's wait for each other here. Okay, go first. I follow you. Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god! What did you?
I try to bunny hop. Okay, I go first again. Go. Yes. Okay.
Red boost, I think. Would make sense. First jump. Okay. Come, bro.
Yeah.
Good. Can you get in? You see?
What's happening?
Okay. I guess we just yeah. 1 need to.
Everything is white for me.
I'm being paranoid about something. I think we have to.
Oh my god. Okay, we're going up, yeah.
Can I open the door? I think I can open the door for you. Wait, let me check. Yeah, welcome.
Easy. Okay, what about here? We just have to click some of them, and it will turn
I
green.
guess. Yeah, yeah, it's green on the left as well. Try to make it green.
Yeah.
I think yeah, we have to. Yeah, this is good. Am I missing something or?
Yes, green? Okay. We just have to figure out which combination.
This one is big. Oh, sick! Let's go.
Yes!
Okay, there's a chicken here. Should I kill him? I can't.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 3-round lead that G2 hold over top of Astralis. It is Dust 2, after all. We've expected great things from G2. And when we look at the scoreboard, well, we find Hunter and Nico at the top, with 14 and 15 frags, respectively.
So many individual rounds. Kind of look like an IGL victory from some perspectives. Lots of good calls from G2 to pull that half back from the grave. On the reverse, we had some great rounds from Astralis too, especially at flash cat rounds to call out what G2's game plan was, and the glaive upper tunnel push to recognize they've been doing a lot of 4-1 lurks. But still, G2 come out way ahead, which is very scary signs. And Astralis are now queued up for a long hit, but look who's in the tunnels.
It's Kenny NES having cleared it all. They're so confident in this A stack. But Magisk will find the first kill. Curious to see just how blind he was. Excellent follow-up flash, but they just can't quite get their headshots, damn it. Glaive's able to get himself across the ramp. And we've got Kenny S up on boxes. Because of the tunnel flank, he had the catwalk. He worked into the site. They're body blocking for him. The bomb plant goes down. 3 kills coming in for G2. Dupree runs forward, but Kenny S covered by his teammates. Now Magisk has everything to do, and that bomb's not nearly planted for him. Kenny's working through it on the defuse. G2 with double digits immediately off the second pistol.
I know you were cheering for the retake, just so that we could talk about how delicious and juicy that body block was. 3 players were all queued up, made sure to get the bomb down. And hey, you know what? Round win or not, that bomb plan is nearly worth as much. If there was a graph to show how valuable winning the opening pistol was to how valuable it is to just get the bomb plant, they would be virtually indistinguishable. You'd be splitting hairs in the current meta in CS. Right now, Astralis will be happy to get that bomb plant. The AK buys have already begun. Dupree 31, Glaive dropping a scout. Galil purchased up. We're going to have a situation where it puts G2 in a pressurized position. They've got to invest more than just into SMGs to know they're going to win this round. Kenny S will be forced to get a rifle. Nico will get a rifle. Almanac has one final decision to make. He's got a rifle as well.
Okay. 2 M4s, FAMAS, double SMG. We look at the other side, double Galil, AK Scout Deagle. Hard to say who's got the better buy, except for the utilities, and obviously Device lacking armor. So the glass pea shooter in the Scout. Instant tunnels control from Astralis and working bomb to mid quite quickly. G2 do have a member in CT spawn, but they're also kind of getting curious on long. Astralis grouping early.
Nico's a lone wolf floating. Actually, on paper, makes so much sense as a mid-to-B player. But it looks like it might be another scored bomb plant. It's the utility that's going to be the biggest advantage for G2, but they don't even have that much. Like, in this situation, with their formation, you'd think they'd be relying on Molotovs and stuff to retake the site.
Bomb moves inwards. Not even a contest yet from G2. Bomb plant, 5v5 retake. All right. G2 with their hands full. Remember, Device doesn't have armor, so he's going to have to try and keep his head down. Little smoke to move forward here. Hunter anticipating Glaive on a perilous peak as 3 CTs would be ready to receive, but it's a missed shot from Nico. And now they just instantly swarm up the ramp. Dupree's gonna answer. Device just cowering in the corner as his teammates do great work, shutting it down for now. Kenny S answers. There's the first, but it's Dupree with the Galil and Astralis with the 7.
It's well played. Listen, Astralis do everything they're supposed to do in that spot. They know that they have to take a certain timing where they just all fight at once, because there's not enough positions to stand in that are safe. For example, if you play back on Cat, one single smoke from long can shut you off. So you don't want to come through that smoke later. So instead, Dupree is literally out in the open. You have one player, Gandalf. You have Glaive fight off a flash right away. And all of those moments of timing are what are key for Astralis, and they nailed them.
Quick flashes. But a big stack up here from G2. Dupree lining him up alongside Zipnix. One more member of G2 on the other side. He dies to just the sidearm. And Amanex flank could come up empty-handed. Very nicely done by Astralis, just committing entirely as a team, following through after that first bit of contact, and this is why they'll have an 8th round added to the board.
I wonder if it's a wrong call to have the setup that they did, because they knew exactly what round would come their way. Now, the only thing they didn't know is that Astralis would try to go for a cat exec in that spot, but they maybe know G2 are going to stack in that way on anti-ecos. So, bit of IGL mind games. And we saw, the longer the game went on last time versus Astralis, the more powerful Glaive got, specifically. The more confidence he had in reading into G2, and the more he made it look like Nexa wasn't the fantastic IGL that he is. Why'd you put the hot dog down?
I was just in my face, and I was getting a little uncomfortable.
Okay. That's 2 rounds. Okay, let's see. How many did they survive with last round? 3. Majority. So had a surplus on back-to-back rounds and another farming round where G2 will try to come up with something creative. Call the strat, Connor. How are you calling this strat on a full eco with nothing to work with?
On the full eco, you go for a mid smoke, and one guy boosts 4 CTs onto Cat so that they can go challenge mid.
Okay, so mid smoke comes out. Oh, looks like they
didn't listen.
They're gonna go for the. Do they have any flash? No.
Well, they're still challenging mid, just not from the direction I would choose. Frag grenade from Glaive, softens up Amanek, fire at the feet of 2, forces Amanek outwards, and just like that, it's the instantaneous 5v3. Glaive, he wants a little bit more.
He literally knew what was coming.
Still tons of utility as well for Astralis. Clears the closest of corners. Hunter looking to respond, and Device gives cover with the Scout. Headshot. Man, he's been hitting the headshots on the op and Scout. No body shots needed. Pristine accuracy, and Astralis now within 1. 10 rounds for G2, 9 for Astralis. Buys on each team.
They've lost 2 players in 3 rounds, and I'm not talking about the pistol. So all those deaths actually matter. G2's lead diminishes. They'll purchase up into everything and better grenades than they had on that first anti-eco, where they were forced to spend more money than they wanted to because Astralis scored a bomb plant, a pivotal key bomb plant. So almost the first real round of the half by their standards.
Hunter completely called out by the utility, but Glaive,
my goodness.
If only he had a gun in hand.
He's
oh my
chasing
god,
this
he's
down.
running right through this. Of course, the Hunter doesn't expect it, but Amanek from the back of the B site, he's looking to lock down the line, and the spray goes astray. Nico on the other side of the window runs in, insta-kill on Zipnix, and we have Device in the clutch. Minute 15, he falls silent. He hears Nico. That would have been his chance, but now he's gunned down. G2 with an 11th, just catching all of Astralis off guard with that flashbang and not letting them sink their teeth into the B hit. But damn, Glaive, hell of a commitment there through mid doors.
And Damanek as well. That's where I see a sheen in his glasses every time the hit comes out. He's looking real comfortable and a 2A player. So creative on timings on entries, on T side, on lots of maps, not just this one. And on CT side, working alone in the small sites, biting off more than he can chew. If Amanek isn't even your bottom fragger, who is on G2 Esports?
Jax. Whoever he may be.
Yeah, and he was one of his, this was one of his better maps too. But Amanek is definitely working overtime to, you know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I do. I do. Glaive will be thrown around the corner alongside the flash. Oh, abort. Luckily for Astralis, there's nothing here to punish them. Where's that op on Kenny S? Okay, over towards car. So the closer they get to this A site, the closer they get to the magic stick. Ooh, push. I like it. I like it a lot.
Nuts. Just take it and run.
Completely compromises the mid setup now.
And look how Amanek loves to do this. Just run, 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 run. He knows the space is quite open. At a certain point, he's got to start walking. Probably now. He's in the spawn.
Zipnix is going to catch him.
He's not even...
Or not.
Bro, have some... Relax a little bit. Are you serious? He does almost all the damage to the player going into lower spawn, and he's still continuing forward. They're clinching.
This is
Amanek.
sick.
Shift key is broken. He hasn't started run. He hasn't stopped running, excuse me.
Dupree will finally shut him down, but what a rampant round from Amanek. Gets into the tunnels, never let off. Zipnix seemed to know he was coming, but I don't think he expected him to just go for such a wide peak. Check out all these kills from Amanek. This is his highlight reel of the round.
This is a 4-3 peak right here.
Boom, bada bing. And then up to Device, because Device tries to turn as Hunter comes out from mid doors.
Where did this come from?
It's awesome. Awesome round coming out of G2 to get that 3-round lead.
I mean, he was safe. As soon as he got into spawn, he was in a great spot. That's mental.
Understandably could have slowed everything down, could have forced Astralis to go back and clear their back line. But he wanted to have some fun with it. And that was very fun. Explosive. 3K throws the wrench in the works. Wrapped it in dynamite first. We'll see if Astralis can get back on the board here. They did come in with the buy. Op included on device. 5 men set up in mid. We see Hunter going for a bit of a tunnels peek. But just playing around with it, assuming maybe somebody would be there to keep him honest. We're going to have Kenny S tested. Op on cross, and Nico goes running inwards, lines up 2 players. He even sprays into the third. He could do more damage, but the gun goes dry. Device with the op answers in the 2v5. Kenny S throwing the flashes out. CT starting to sniff around at the base of mid. This means Cat is compromised, and if Astralis don't turn around to stop it once the smoke fades, oh my goodness, Aminex running through. He tried to screw them over. Hunter back here as well. Just trying to exchange shots, trying to trade damage through. Nexa does stop bomb, and a second kill as he snaps it onto the site and gives G2 their 13th round.
They've got a different look to them right now, right? The aggression, it's reaching new heights, and it's weird. It's on the CT side, and it's all these weird spots.
Man, they're confident in this Dust 2.
They're happy to send Aminex through that. I feel like he had the blessing, you know? To come through with a flash. It wasn't good, but then even that play to come up long that quickly when they are just about to set up in a 4v2 retake, they would have won anyways.
Astralis going to try and turn it back here, looking to crank the dial themselves. They will get that long control, but you're absolutely right.
It's
the
just
last
disrespect.
2 rounds, man. Nexa, he puts his hand on Aminex forehead. I bless you, child. Go forward.
Dunks his head in water.
And he just moves in quick.
That's awesome that they're on the same page with that kind of. It's not like they're the last time they played Dust 2.
And absolutely justified as well in that 5 versus 2. You know, even if Aminex doesn't get a kill as he did.
How does Kenny S play the smoke actually? Oh man,
nearly could have racked him up.
Could have been a few hundred damage.
Frag grenade.
Not bad.
Could have been worse. Nexa on Goose. Flashbang connects to the face, and Glaive with the opening kill of the round. Now down goes Nico.
Well, that's a bit awkward.
Oh my God. Hunter comes up, almost stopping the bomb. Magisk will give one back.
Such a strange round. Nexa eats a flash, doesn't want to run away from it, and then they spot him. And, oh, what's happening here? That's not even a kill, okay. Kenny will drop that shot and leave. G2 will save. Very weird round. I mean, Nico even just gets sprayed down through the smoke on the cat corner. Hunter almost gets 2 with the boost. A few things go a little bit too well there for Astralis, but they don't really care how they got there. It's a 3-round streak put to an end. Nico has been farming. Jeez, he's up 22 and 14. Pack leader. Dust 2, new favorite map maybe.
Pulling away from Hunter. They came into this half with, I believe, 1 kill between them. Or rather, 1 kill separating them. Now up to 4. But yes, this was Glaive just giving chase to Nexa. And the Magisk spray, that one's the big one. Also having this very back position on ramp. Denies the jump up, which could have really delivered. You saw the bomb planter kind of hands busy on the play. Good job by Magisk to give cover.
Damn. Nico sporting 1.35 impact rating on Dust 2. Didn't realize that was such a high-performing map for him. Only thing higher, I think, is Mirage.
I wonder how much that stat jumped after his 38 kills the last time they played.
Yeah, it might have been a little jump.
Like, that's got to be a boost to the stats.
Definitely 50-plus units.
Hunter's playing in CT spawn. Here's the hinge smoke. Could time this perfectly. Oh, man. Nice. Kenny S softening him up with the op shot through the ledge. Frag grenade was perfect. Poor Magisk.
This is where Aminex glasses shine again.
Let's see what he can do. He does have support from Hunter. Flashes are good enough. Aminex flustered by the fire. And Dupree looking to be the front runner of the B hold. Device, however, drops the bomb. Now things get awkward. These Molotovs are going to burn themselves out. And Dupree, well, he catches the headshot, but Nico's flank exchanging dinks with Glaive, who gets the edge. Man advantage, but again, that bomb, it's been thrown forward, and Kenny S, he's got a player up close, just chipping away at his HP. Dupree, he could just go gunning in for this final frag, or intelligently play bomb.
Need to know in the interview, what is it right now that G2 are just not letting Astralis get bomb plants? That's their only game plan. Literally, on every single round, they are attempting, they're not always successful, but they're attempting to fight continuously until they win or lose, potentially. In B-side, of course, it makes a lot of sense. But I mean, Hunter's re-aggression through the window, it feels like a bit too much. But I guess it's been working for them early on in this half. And honestly, it feels like it's Almanac that has been the guy who... I guess when I think about it, I think Almanac is probably the most probable character to use that kind of play in other games. Like, he always does stuff like that. But now it feels like everybody's kind of joining in.
This is that op shot.
This is...
Tried to get away.
This is really nice.
Combined with this. Boom. Also, Dupree catching that window peek.
That's the one where they're even numbers, right?
And that kill also could have gone either way.
For sure.
Be gone. All right. So Kenny S did close the round with the op still in hand.
Oh.
The only tool for G2 to deny a 12th round for Astralis, unless this three-man cat stack with USPs and a 5-7 somehow works out. Dupree jumping up, gets dinked. Glaive also down to 41.
And Kenny S.
What is going on?
He's pushing. He's pushing with the op.
And because of the damage, that just called one down. Kenny S, he's found the bomb. He finishes off Glaive.
Oh, I love that.
Goes in for second servings.
Yeah, they don't want to go A. They know that now that he has tunnels control.
Oh my god, this is just USPs! All of this damage stacked up from the vanilla pistols. Device and Dupree on damage control, able to get it back. Kenny through the wall and the smoke. How have they managed this?
Hold on.
And how will Dupree deny it? He drops into the CT spawn. But we've got an Opper watching this. Kenny S, he's going to make sure he doesn't cross back to the B site. Kenny scope, and he gets him. A 3K from Kenny and an awesome pistol hold on Cat to get their 14th round.
Hey, they got called out the last time they used a full eco, where they had that stack at mid, and Glaive was like, nade it, molly it. This round, Kenny finds a cool way to use his op that's not just going for a cat peek, not just going for a long opening, instead going into B, pushing tunnels alone, re-aggressing, grabbing 3 kills. Right here's the trade. That's a big one. Monster round from Kenny S. And the USPs as well. You got to credit everybody there. Great teamwork.
And look what this nets them. Double deagle between Magisk and Zipnix. Immediately going to be sprinting out long A. Nico, he's got himself 3 kills. Shuts down everybody that managed to get out from the doorway. Sends the frag soaring and sends Astralis spiraling back into mid, where Hunter will meet them with a smoke. Bomb is dropped. Dupree's going to walk through this. That's such a simple pickup. And Device in a 1v5, or else G2 take their 15th. Mohan, that last round with the USPs, that is a turning point for G2 because it looked like Astralis were going to cut this close. And instead, they get cut down.
Wow, it's been fun to watch. That was pretty interesting. Again, the CT side is unlike a CT side I'm used to seeing from G2, which is cool. And at this point, Device in desperation mode, willing to give Nico the 4th. Fantastic stuff by him on an individual level. We've seen him in a few different spots.
Excuse me. Yeah, he's now on 27 kills.
Yeah.
Hunter, 21.
He just loves killing Astralis on Dust, too.
He's making it a hobby. Here's the replay from Kenny S on the final kill.
This is a great shot, too, huh? Flick up. It's a jumping kill. Oh my god!
What?
It was like that? Well, you didn't tell me it was like that.
C'est quoi ça?
Impossible.
Not for Kenny S. Smoke grenade out to CT spawn, and Hunter picks up the opening kill. Aminek's gonna throw the flash, so Nico easily coming in here, and this is G2 just shutting it down. 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds to close this 16-11. Awesome showing on Dust 2. Another victory over Astralis. And G2 now 1 round away from closing out Group 3. A 2-0 perhaps on the cards, as we will have to take this to Nuke, where we've seen G2 perform already this week. What is in store for us? Only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, come back for that second map. You're not gonna wanna miss it. The time has come for yet another episode of the CS Money Skin Survivor. Today, I am joined by Jax. How are you today, brother?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good, thank you for asking. We've got 16 skins, and round after round, we're going to eliminate half of the batch every single time until only 1 skin is left over, at which point we will find a new owner for your favorite M4A1S. Round 1 begins.
Golden Koi. Nightmare. Player 2. Control panel. Shorticos fires. Hyper Beast. Masterpiece. Darkwater.
Now things slow down a little bit. I'm gonna need some explanations.
No worries.
Round 2, ready to go. Let's get it on. Nightmare versus the Golden Coil.
Golden Coil, black and the red, it's a good combo.
Control panel versus Player 2.
Player 2, I like the skin, like a bit anime, video game.
Chantico's Fire or the Hyper Beast?
Chantico's Fire, it's like me a bit Mexico.
The Masterpiece?
I like Masterpiece, but my nostalgia is too big. Darkwater.
Round 2 comes to a close. We've only got 4 skins left over. Darkwater eliminates the Masterpiece. Player 2 or the Golden Coil?
Yeah, Golden Coil.
Ooh, all right.
Darkwater.
Chantico's Fire? Arriba! That fast, man? That fast?
Darkwater.
There's only 2 skins left. On one side, the black and gold Golden Coil, the Mel Gibson of M4A1S skins, and then the Darkwater, where nostalgia may take over. You've got to make this decision. Who survives?
You're exciting me so hard. We will make Gibson, so I take Golden Coil, brother.
All right. The Golden Coil taking the victory over top of the Darkwater. Listen, the Darkwater has been around forever. We've got to get the old skins out, the new skins in. Now that we've got our winner, man, we need the real winner. Who is going to own this skin? You will decide by choosing a number between 1 and 4.
4.
Behind door 4, we have Walladorama. Congratulations, brother. You've got yourself a Golden Coil.
Congratulations, Walladorama.
Jax, I appreciate you coming on to the CS Money Skin Survivor.
Thank you, it was a pleasure.
We may not have got Jax on the server, but I did love that little video. Great work there from Scorny. That was an entertaining one, but that was also an entertaining match. We talked about Nico needing to dominate on Dust 2 like he did before, but actually, okay, he had a great game, but it wasn't needed to just be the Nico show this time. There was a team effort being put out there.
It was an all-around performance coming in from G2, and we are slowly strolling towards G2 actually dominating Dust 2. It's been now 3 occurrences of them having a strong map. Their game plan is sound. I think all the individuals are pretty much in good positions. They seem to be synchronized. They have a good synergy as well, and they defeat Astralis in a deserved way, I would say.
A deserved way, and it was an Astralis that was trying to battle back. It was close at times, but realistically, I felt very comfortable with what I was seeing from G2.
Me too, I agree. I think it was a convincing performance from G2. I think Nico, as you said, had a great game. I think G2 as a team seemed a bit better prepared for Astralis. Last time when we saw the 2 teams, you know, Astralis had periods in the game where they by far were the better team, and then G2 had periods in the game where they were the better team. Sure, G2 won a couple of rounds that they probably should have won. Astralis lost a couple of anti-eco rounds, but overall, the sentiment you sit back with after the game were that G2 were the better team on Dust 2. No doubt about it. I don't think Astralis played a bad game of Counter-Strike. I just think that G2 were better.
And when it comes to playing Counter-Strike, we always have these amazing eco plays for you. So take a look at this one this time around.
I believe I found the key moment in that game. And once more, that's an eco round with just a saved AWP from G2. We see the aggressiveness coming out of Kenny S, finding the first kill and going for more information. That is so valuable. Now they know that Astralis is going back to Catwalk. And for some reason, the Magician Nico with the USP able to grab 2 kills. That is massive. I have no idea how he got away with that. We'll see the trades coming out from Astralis. Meanwhile, Kenny S is still pushing into tunnel, grabs a kill through the wall, leaving Dupree alone with 20 plus HP, wondering what the hell just happened. They had 1 AWP, USP's behind it, and Kenny S, like a king in that round, gets the last kill. So that was the turnaround for me, from 13-11 to 14-11 with all the money in the bank for G2.
Had they not won that round, right, it could have been the other story completely.
And that was the moment, right? That was exactly as Maniac described it. That was the key moment in this game. Had Astralis won this one rather convincingly, as they probably should have, it would have complete different game. It changed the tides of the game, and it changed the mentality for Astralis as well. To those of you who saw the first matchup, more or less the same thing happened. You know, I think that was Nexa and Nico again with USPs. They won an anti-eco round on short, killed 2 or 3 people, and now Astralis ran into the same, you know, the same blender of USP again and got punished for it. I didn't listen into the communication, but I can imagine how annoying that is for Astralis to basically lose the same type of round twice at such a crucial moment of the game on the same map only within 2 days. It's simply not good enough for Astralis. On the other hand, Nico with a USP and Kenny S not having a great game again, 14 kills. He went 4 for 4 in opening duels, and this round, he played a majestic role in.
And this is the thing, right? You can say about Kenny not having like top of the scoreboard kills or crazy amount of kills.
Found impact.
But if he can have, yeah, there you go. If he can have that impact, right? If he can get what they need done like that, that's what you want to see from him. Because he said it himself, he can just do what's needed for the team.
100%. And let's be clear with the viewers, this is not a confident version of Kenny S. This is not peak Kenny S at all. He used to be way more impactful than that. But for G2 structure, if he can have these rounds left and right, it's already going to be way better than the game he had yesterday on Inferno, who him completely missing. So obviously he's going to have to provide more with time if you want to see G2 at the top, or even like, you know, a top 5 team, for example. But these are good signs that he's able to find these rounds left and right. It's going to slowly but surely build confidence for him, and eventually I hope we're going to see a good Kenny S.
Now, one thing I'm interested in is with Astralis here, right? They used to be the best team in the world in my eyes on Dust 2. And it was with this core 5. And I'm looking at this, and okay, yes, they've had some breaks, they've had to come back and go into it, but I'm missing that magic, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
I think they miss a bit of everything right now, to be quite honest. I think a little bit of that synergy that you spent so much time building up in practice, you know, over the years, that has gone lost while Sipnix and Glaive have been out for a sick leave. Let's be honest, it's not only Sipnix who's been out for quite some time. Glaive is slowly but surely coming back. Matthew said as well, the first couple of tournaments we saw him play, he was not at the same high level. He seemed a little bit rusty, at least by the eye test. So I still think Astralis is trying to find back to the old ways. And I talked to Dupree yesterday as well, and he said, like, it's like having to reinvent ourselves. We have to re-find that synergy. We have to practice again, and we have to learn each other to know again. Because whether you want it or not, when you play with S-Attack for a couple of months in practice as well, and Bubsky for that matter as well, different players, different way of communicating, so you lose some of that synergy that you spent so much time building up with Sipnix. I'm sure it's coming back, but it'll probably take some time.
And I also believe that, you know, when Astralis was at the top, obviously our focus as experts and desks and community was always on the protocols. It was always on the play style, the structure. That's what we would praise, and rightfully so. But I think it overshadowed the individuals, also making the best out of every single situation. We talk about Zip and his clutches, Device with the AWP. We talk about Magisk and his impact. He was kind of quiet in that game, 13 and 20. He's been the best player for Astralis so far in that tournament. So the individuals at the end of the day will always matter in Counter-Strike, no matter how good your game plan is. And yes, as a whole, I think Astralis kind of folded here on Dust 2, but now we move on to Nuke, where they've looked very much in shape.
And before we move on to Nuke, right, I want to bring a bit of spotlight onto one G2 player. Amanek here. We've talked about him, right? And he is right now showing us what he's got from start to finish, because he wants to stay on this team.
And you can look at it. You can look at the attitude that he's had in that situation. He just got the entry kill onto the B-bomb side, but he pushes the advantage again. 37 seconds left. He's T-spawn. Swift, deadly aim. Still going in for the damage, not backing down. I like the fact that he's taking, you know, charge of the round. He's taking his responsibility, and making a huge play. We have to set the story for the viewers as well. I think there is a discussion right now in G2's camps about Jax or Amanek. Jax, Amanek. said, right? Amanek is making such a case for himself in that tournament. He's been a surprise. I always knew he was a good player. That was never a doubt for me. But the fact that he had to go around in CT positions to accommodate the teams and is still performing like that, that deserves a praise.
Yeah, Amanek definitely deserves some praise. But what we need to look at now is Nuke that is coming up next, right? It's Astralis' pick. They won it last time around. But this G2, they want that revenge in a big way. And they're slowly starting to find their groove of it. But I'm just wondering, we praised before that Nico and Kenny outside moment. Can we rely on that?
I guess we can rely on it to some degree. It depends on how Astralis want to approach the game. I think Glaive and Device is equally a good combo outside, to be honest. Glaive at least used to be, to my understanding at least, the best outside player. He was so annoying to play against, had so many different ways of doing it. But I think Maniac was onto something when he said that right now, the lack of synergy, the lack of team play, and the lack of time together, I guess, as this lineup again for Astralis, it's overshadowing the fact that some of these players are not performing on an individual level. We already painted the picture quite clear. G2 right now have one of the most stacked lineup within Counter-Strike in terms of individual skill. You can think what you want about Nico, but when it comes to raw skill, he's insanely good. When it comes to raw skill for Hunter, he's insanely good. Somebody got a match that from Astralis. Dupree has had a bit of a resurgence. He's been playing better Counter-Strike as of lately. Magix as well, he's doing a good job. But Device is having a quiet tournament. We used to have him up there in the talks. Is he a top 5 player? Is he a top 3 player? Can he someday, challenge Cyber and Simple for being the best player in the world? As of right now, he's nowhere near that level. Hasn't been in the online era. So, for Device, we need to see him step up. And for Astralis as a team right now, I think, to compensate for the lack of synergy, to compensate for the lack of, let's call it team composition and those fundamentals we talked about, the individuals will have to step up and match G2, if not overshadow them.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on Device there, because I'd like to see him now go out with a bit more of a challenge and take the fight to the likes of G2, because we know they're going to want to get going. They want to get that momentum built up and try and push Astralis around.
Yeah, and if you're Astralis, you want to put pressure on G2. You want to push them out of the comfort zone. We know that G2 on Nuke is not quite ready yet. They have a few ideas, they have a few interesting rounds, but if you force them out of the A plan, it's going to get shaky. The good news is, when the last time these two teams met, Astralis won quite decisively, and the clutches went all their way, which means to me that the individuals have more mastery of the map. They dominate the clutches. That was the best map of Zipnik since he got back. He was topping the charts with 23 kills. I think we can rely on that. I think we can rely on Zip finding impact again, even though he's a little bit rusty, because Nuke was their home map. We see it again, 88% win rate for Astralis. It's ridiculous. So for G2, they are far from being over with that series. They would still have to fight to win it 2-0.
I still find it crazy, right, that when I saw that tweet that Bubsky's the one who's coaching right now, because Sonic's like,
that's a meme at that point.
That's an interesting just six-man
Well, at least he's
throw,
involved in the game now, right?
I guess.
That's a positive. He earns money, so he got to work for him.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh on him though, right? It's like, oh, you're still like on the sidelines and now you're just going to throw you in the coach role? Like, what?
I mean, Bubsky's an entirely different conversation, right? Because we can all agree, I think, that he's too good to be sitting on the bench. He's too good to be a coach. So we can deep dive into that discussion. I don't think we have the time for now, but right now he's not really adding anything besides, a calm voice once in a while, I would assume. I'll try to listen to the calm, but the lack of Sonic, that's a big talking point, right? He's one of the best coaches of all time. Listening into the comms yesterday, he was coming with so many inputs. There was even a couple of rounds on Nuke, as Maniac was talking about, where he did the call and the players afterwards the round said, Sonic, that was such a great call. Thank you, right? So that they are lacking right now, and that could be a problem for Astralis.
It could be a problem indeed. We're going to have to find out after this break, because Nuke is coming up. G2 are up 1-0, but Astralis need to do everything they can to stop them and take us to a third. You'll be finding out how this game gets on after the break.
Our analysts set this one up nicely. Nuke's win rate for Astralis looks as though this should be the 3-map series. The Betway odds giving the edge to G2 as they've got Dust in their back pocket. Mohan, what's your heart telling you here and now in this second map?
Hopefully Matt just doesn't have dust in his brain, so you can call a good nuke here. Now, I did kind of talk about how much Glaive is calling, but of course, I'm sorry, everybody. It was, you know, of course, it's Magus calling, and Glaive kind of being there, secondary, giving some advice.
Yeah.
I think it's to help to, because of course, you know, Glaive experienced maybe the first stage of burnout, if not fully being burnt out or something. I think if you get burnt out, as Threat talked about on HLTV Confirmed, it's a very serious issue, and some people will not recover for it. So I want to assume that Glaive preemptively took a break, experiencing some level of burnout. But even now that he's back, he's maybe not going full force. Pimp told us that he's a very hands-on caller, and that can be stressful. However, pistol round begins.
Yep, that's a lot of bodies for Nexa and Nico, and even Kenny S is empty-handed. Luckily for G2, Hunter and Amanek can get something done. Look at the damage here, Launders. I mean, I don't fancy Amanek's chances. He doesn't have Kevlar himself, but this 5-7's got some damage output.
They're all one shot.
It's pretty damn close. He swings it open, goes for the bomb planter, gets him first, device up next, drops to 26. Oh my goodness, he's genuinely on for it, and he closes. 4 kills in the pistol for Amanek.
This guy's been on roller skates the whole series. Woo! He's pushing everything. He's not stopping, and he's got too many bullets to wait. 5-7, 1v3. Clip it without health bars. This guy looks like a monster, but he made it look real easy. And they're stoked, right? No one's really, you're checking out your IGL, you're thinking about economically, how do I come up with an eco? Oh man, I gotta come up with an eco round. No, they go ahead and win the pistol. And no plant there for Astralis. So no threatening buy. And we see because of that, majority SMGs now for G2.
Yeah, they're gonna look to rack up some cash.
SMGZ.
I think Amanek on roller skates is a great analogy, man.
Like that?
When we saw him flanking, why'd you say that so aggressively?
You like that?
Looking me in the eyes with?
He's at the disco, the roller disco.
The discoteca.
Donde esta biblioteca?
Who goes to the library anymore? It's called the internet.
It's called the Kindle.
Yeah. A little bit of squeaky spam. And Nico hanging on to life with about a quarter HP. Curious situation. Astralis getting into secret, then stopping.
This is what happens.
And then going back in full force. As Kenny S has moved to his garage, as Nico has gotten onto Mini, Zipnix will be the lingerer. He is still hanging out behind the red box, looking to put that Glock to work. But now everybody for Astralis has been corralled. Will they be culled? Hunter throws the frag out. Kenny S insta headshot. There's the bomb plant at the very least, Launders. They get a little bit of money. Glaive finding Nexa with his head turn. Magisk wallbang off the Deagle. There's something coming into fruition for Astralis, but now the guns start to prevail. It's Amanek with the double, and Kenny the final nail in the coffin. G2 losing 3 bodies, but we said SMGs were a part of this mix, and all of them get swept away. The FAMAS and the Colt move forward. G2 2-0.
It was 3/5 of the mix. They don't lose any rifles. They don't go ahead and need to pick up anything, upgrade a FAMAS or whatever. So now it's a bit scary for Astralis. Luckily they got a plant, but they know they go up actually against quite a strong buy from G2. However, the upgrades, kind of interestingly enough, Nexa is going to pick up just an MP9. Sometimes they'll do 3. Well, what they're doing now, actually, I should say, is 3 on outside control at the same time to help out Nico, who mostly roams alone. But this time around, he's actually led on the cross, and hey, they've crossed fast. In fact, Nico doesn't feel like he knows.
Oh my goodness. Kenny S caught on little blue box. 3 Ts, make it 2 into secret. Zipnix will find Amanek coming out onto the rooftops. Hunter is still beneath him, oddly enough.
Wait a second. Okay.
I'm waiting.
So, they dropped 2. Hunter can stay in the lobby. He wants to stay alive, but he has the info on lobby already. So there's too many angles to be approached from. He'll come back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they've actually got Nico back upstairs. I like these spots, actually, from G2. I won't lie.
Okay.
it's a bit testing, but they have some information is a thing, and they boost up too.
Nico is watching for Glaive here, as you can see. Gets the M4 headshot. That's his second frag on the round. He wants a little bit more, and he'll even get Dupree. Not anticipating the third. Hunter cowers back into cover. Magisk maybe relying on Zipnix to make the move. He's the last T with 100 HP. Is Nico's 3K all in vain? Or will G2 close this third round as well? Patience coming through from Astralis.
You can see Magisk doesn't have info because he's looking for the flanks, but there's not going to be any lurking. It's just about Hunter getting uncomfortable.
Yep.
But that's of his own volition. Zipix will now push out, but Hunter's in kind of an off angle. Oh, the shoulder peek's perfect. He spotted him.
And then he wide swings, but the damage is there, damn it. Zipnix taken to 34 HP. Nexa's gonna have to come up from vents. Is Zipnix watching this? No, he's not. And the headshot connects. The frag grenade goes soaring forward, softening him to 28. And the spray nearly enough. But Magisk will skate by. Barely. Astralis almost being wrecked by Nico, single-handed. Economy in tatters here for G2.
Of course, it's these mid rounds that Zipix is just he's so careful in, and even though Hunter's like somewhat out in the open, he's sitting like front sight where you'd normally plant. It's something where, you know, Zipix not careful on that shoulder peek, he just dies instantly. And again, it's a player like Zipix, he doesn't have better aim than basically anybody on G2, but he finds ways to make these kills unfavorable for his opponents. That's the magic of Zipix.
Danish wizardry.
I think the rotations were once again good, but yeah, strong mid round. And I think one of the reasons Nuke has just been coming into favor with the smarter and better teams is because it becomes about the mid round so often. And this is where you can really dominate. One of the scariest maps to observe with X-ray off. Nexa has a cute little ankle. But there's an outside fight going on at the side.
Ouch.
Okay, well,
Ooh,
there's that.
Get wild.
My goodness, he gets the AK too.
Does he move it? Yeah, he's coming inside instantly. Could throw it over. Yeah, Hunter's gonna have his hands on it. Amanek buys time, swings wide, substantial damage. Deagle from Kenny S also connecting. Glaive to 32, device on 16. Clock sits at 40 seconds left. And that bomb, it's still back. Over towards Trophy. They could try to swing this into the ace fight, but Mohan, how do they get this player off of Hut? They've got one Molotov, but they don't really have the time to set up properly for the execute.
Yeah.
They could throw it over towards vents instead and come peeking outwards and upwards. But Hunter, he's in a prime position to shut everything down. Kenny S lends a helping hand. Down goes the AK, down goes Kenny. And a 2v2 ensues. Just enough time left over for the plant. Both these players with Kevlar. Nexa with the AK. Dupree the double flashbang. Nico takes to the heavens alongside Nexa. Post plants from Dupree is deep in lobby. Glaive gets killed instantly on the heaven peak, and now Dupree's gonna have to come in with the clutch. Keeps the gun out, and he hears that first tap, looks up, but dies to Nico with the three-piece. As G2 rob back around, they have absolutely no business winning.
That must have been the quietest mid-round, I bet you anything. They barely said a word. They basically were looking at all of their usual positions and just nailed those kills right there. I mean, they didn't even have to get info. As soon as they saw someone, they were dead. It all starts outside. Magisk gets pinned to the fence, AK given up, given over to Hunter, and even though Hunter doesn't get a kill, he serves for a distraction so that Kenny S can.
Wow.
That's a rough one.
Nico. Alongside Amanek at the top of the scoreboard, 7 kills apiece.
Nico, 157 ADR for 5 rounds. 5th round now.
It's an intimidating stat line. Oh no, Kenny, he gets caught. Just standing and stranded out in the open. Nexa attempts to plug that one back, but it is 3 members of Astralis going downstairs. They throw the flash to attempt to delay. Hunter knows that his teammates are still a bit further back. Dupree safe or not? His rumpus sticks out around the side of the bomb plant, gets easily picked up, and then Nico catching a kill on the back of the site. Now it's Glaive and Device who have to somehow get back into this.
Astralis look a bit off right now.
Right?
That plant was a bit strange. Surprised to see that.
Hunter's so patient, but the barrel of the M4 could really screw him over. Sure enough, the ump gonna get the better angle. 22 health left on Device after that. Amanek goes down for free, and Nico, who has opened a couple of rounds already for G2, is gonna have to close this 5th one. He's already above the bomb. They've got a smoke and a flash. And they could just go side by side, but instead, one from double doors and one on control. He cuts down the first, sees the second, Device peeking, toying with the idea of it. Oh, the crouching crab walk kill to give G2 their 4th.
Just nasty.
Another 3K from Nico.
Amanek tried to throw it away. That was very, very strange all around. This one, man, that's like, what? Because Dupree, you know what, I mean, I don't have to like mansplain this, of course. You're planning on the side of the silo so that you're exposed only to control, only to ram. But he's not perfectly lined up. He could have planted safely. And it could have been a different round. Hunter would have saw nothing. Maybe took a shot. That's it.
Damn. Now we find Astralis back on pistols. Glaive the best equipped with Kevlar, a frag, and Berettas. Device though. Oh, Device though. Joey, you know what you gotta do. I want him in slow motion from both perspectives, especially if Astralis end up winning this round. But Hunter, full damage control, comes back into the mini. And Glaive, he's pushing inwards. Nexa, he's able to survive the Berettas.
Bro, their CT sides are so
Hunter
floaty.
cuts off bomb.
I love this. They're moving around so much.
Dude, they're everywhere.
It's even, they're taking some risks. This isn't, this is their CT side right now. It's not about the map, it feels like. They're basically, yeah. They're like water, always moving.
Flowing through the cracks. Zipix looking for the headshots. They're toying with him as the flank gets closer behind him. And there it is. Nexa finishes this 6th round off, a 5th to G2's favor.
I love where CS is going, where more teams are just turning the aggression up.
Sit down.
Like a broken faucet. Now, Device, he tries to steal one back. This is,
this one, man.
Disgusting.
Wow. Damn, Joey really killed it. Or all of our replay operators.
Yes.
Joey can't get all the credit.
No, of course not. Go ahead, list them off.
Our other replay operators.
There's a lot of names. There's a lot of names in production.
Hunter playing around the side of it. We're going to get a list so that we can properly attribute credit. It's important.
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but there's a big name. There's a big room full of smart people making this look very easy. And we're the two dummies taking all the credit, talking.
we're just the moving mouths.
They probably had to go to school to do their jobs. Okay, Amanek looking for the push. Oof, can't actually get the damage in. And I think he's going to be this flagrant all half, so it's fine. It's just what they're setting him off to do. Nico is a backline of defenses in secret. It's an important point of contact here. The molly doesn't do anything. It just lands shy.
So maybe anticipating this aggression. Maybe the tricks of G2 start to become expected, and Astralis can really milk this moment.
Here's where G2 need to make a decision, because they're not actually in a sight at all. Look at them. They're 3 coming out of secret like it's a clown car. They are now moving towards mini, but not in a very good situation to actually retake the upper site. Some good spam damage through the smoke, but man, at this point, you're faking the retake. You're not going for this.
Yeah, especially with all the follow-up utility here at the hands of Astralis. Double incendiary, flashbangs aplenty, but Nico will connect his flank, almost getting a second kill into Dupree. Kenny S will finish that one. There is still a chance that they make this happen. Device straight down beneath Nexa, goes wide and dies. And Kenny S now just has to walk away. So Astralis, congratulations, a 2nd round on the board, all starting with Magisk, that 2K outdoors, shutting down what has been a very aggressive G2.
that second one, of course, he's just trying to. His friend died. He's like, I gotta get something back. But yeah, they're not stopping. Sometimes the info's worth it. Even if you die, rare circumstances where it's just it puts you in a position to get a good trade or get a piece of map control back. Like we saw Hunter pushing into lobby at all the right times, if that makes sense. But kind of, I'm surprised they went for the retake because those 3 guns means they could buy here. Yeah, I mean, it actually looked like surprisingly good effort, but they got 2 kills. They lost a player. They don't have enough money to buy here. And now they're spending more. They're spending more money on other things just to support, of course.
Yeah, which again, in hindsight, this could have been legitimately a viable gun round. They could still win it, but odds most certainly not in their favor. Nico's gonna rattle off some rounds and then fall back away from this position. So Magisk kind of magnetized towards him, and what they're doing is hoping that he tries to push the Deagle so that Kenny S on this M4 can kill the front runner. But they use their smokes first and foremost. Nico does have an angle over top, and Device calls him out. Kenny S then gets closer.
This is gonna be no.
Oh my god, Kenny S, he's staring at the wall. Good thing he turned back around.
Wow, Magic doesn't even bother clearing that.
Device hears Kenny moving, and he can't get around that further corner. Unfortunately now for G2, that leaves only 1 rifle in play for them. And it's downstairs. Not where you need it to be. Outdoors completely compromised. But at least G2 have 2 sets of feet inside of hell. A site, so easy for the taking.
Astralis always good at picking the right sites in the moments like these, where it looks like they have limited information, and it looks like they have a good read. They'll start to mosey in at the lead of Glaive. Opposite vent cleared. That's the tricky one. Seriously, such an important part of the site. Imagine if opposite vent didn't exist, how simple it would be to take the upper site from Mini. Just clear top hut, everything else back to the wall, clearing out all these angles. Such a key position we're going to see played a lot on the CT side. But it's been mostly yard control here from Astralis, and now especially in their more successful rounds. So I imagine some of their defaults are going to lead to outside control first to see if G2 can throw anything tricky at them. I mean, they're really, G2 just keep, they're keeping the aggression high, which is fun to watch, and it worked really early on. We'll see how sustainable it is and what the deal is. Playing CS like they've got somewhere to go after this.
Maybe just not wanting Astralis to fall into the comfort zone because we expect them to on Nuke. Keep things crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm here for all of it because it's really exciting. It's really fun to watch.
And it's our final match.
It is.
The Blast Fall series.
In probably the most insane group. the group that FURIA go 0-2 in. That MIBR end up in semi. Like, it's a crazy, crazy group. Very exciting, very fun to watch. Everything's been awesome. Such a whole lineup of storylines for Blast. They really lucked out in terms of how many storylines coalesced all at the same time. But, okay, let's see what Hunter can do. He's going to be upstairs. They might avoid him. Magisk is going Blue's Clues downstairs. Not a single point of resistance here.
Should be able to just walk right into this B site if nothing changes from G2. Nico will get into position. He is leaps and bounds above the rest of his team, 12-6. 5 kills ahead of Amanek on 7. Nico safely tucked into the site. I say safely, really only for now. Once these doors start swinging, once the glass gets popped, unless he lands a crisp shot, it is going to come tumbling down around him. And sure enough, he is killed quickly. So the utility makes a difference here. G2 still looking to save that one M4. Our pistol players on the CT side could take some risks if they feel like shaving down some cash. Keep your eye on Zipnix.
It looks like the next tournament that G2 will play is Masters. DreamHack Masters. And that's potentially where we see Jax come into the fold. This is something interesting, of course, because they've not said and pretended like they were going to do a 6-man roster. Instead, they said they're going to choose a 5, where they're going to do it over the course of a couple tournaments. That seems like what they're aiming to do. And so the next tournament coming up in a month will be this one with Jax. And, you know, Amanek is creating a situation where he's not only hard to replace from his impact, but his game style is incredibly hard to replicate. You can't really raise someone to be like Amanek at the moment. He's the way that he's taking liberties on both sides, honestly. Creates a lot of value for the team when he's playing well, and his performance did dip tons. So you can only assume that the fact that there's a bit more pressure on the roster is influencing Amanek to deathmatch a little bit more, because it seems like that was the real missing piece. His play style has always been there.
And then to also, when he gets those chances, make sure he goes for it. Make sure he proves that he can do his specialty role. Be as invaluable as possible.
Slow default, waiting for lobby control. I guess they're maybe faking outside, trying to get G2 to squeeze, because otherwise they'd be majority outside. Dupree gets a kill, don't know how.
Through Mini by the looks of it.
Oh, wait, what?
Through Squeaky Door? It is got a hole in it. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Holy, okay, well.
Hell of a way to start. Astralis shooting for a 5th round, looking to tie 10 rounds deep. They've got that 5v4 comfortably with utility advantage on top of it. Nexo's behind boxes on ramp. Wall of smokes completely denying information and vision from G2. They could try and challenge this. Magisk is alone on the other side, and yet he survives with only 10 HP. Able to get away from this. Kenny S is going to go chasing, and now Hunter is in a really tight spot. They're spamming him through the door, and it works. Kenny S, can he collateral or just stop it all on his own? He goes peeking into this. He wants a little more. And with that bomb drop, he's got himself somewhat of an opening. A 2 versus 2. Nexa taking to the top of Hut as Kenny S through smoke kills Magisk. But they put the clutch god into where he works. You want to talk about being invaluable in terms of Amanek and his style? Well, this is Zipnix. Molotov and a flash, 2 CTs lie ahead, and he is focused forward, gets the first kill and the second.
It just can't be explained. It really can't. He doesn't even have a play there. He's scared of decon. Do the finger wag or something. Give us something new. Just been pure content with Zipix.
Oh,
that's the one. Right into Mini. That's how it ends.
That's nasty.
Wow, and this is a round where, wow, Device even just completely mauls Glaive, just trying to default. Oh man, almost threw his wig off. I don't know if it's fake hair, but probably isn't, but.
I'd be shocked. Imagine Kenny S happens to have a toupee for the last 5 years. Nobody ever knew. Okay, just the pistols. And they're not supposed to net them much, although we still find ourselves in a 3v2. Everybody from Astralis still outdoors, about to take the secret route into the B bomb site, where Zipnix ended the last round with a succulent 1v2.
How many times will we need to say it? I definitely remember looking at a stats one tournament, and it was like, Astralis don't win this tournament unless G2 or unless Zipix wins every single one of these clutches. I remember watching the game, and then looking at the stats after, I'm like, this would be impossible for them to do it. Such an X factor. There, honestly, I think I was trying to make a top 5 like kind of dream rifle like lineup, and I had Nico on there, and I had Elige on there. I think he was in the 5th place, and I had like a few other god tier aimers that we can all name. But I was like, who from Astralis, like someone from Astralis in a mix of mechanics and aim should be on there, probably, right? There's got to be at least one. And the only person I could think it was actually toss up Dupree and Magisk. Like, because there's a mix of the results, but also the eye test. It's a rifler list. It's not just like who's the best, most decorated player, or best teammate, or anything like that, right? And I couldn't fit Magisk and Dupree in that top 5, but I still kind of want to. You know what I mean? They're like 6 and 7. It's so hard to say. It feels like it makes no sense to not have them there. But yeah, that's what's so kind of special about Astralis. Just like even you have to kind of stretch to almost see who has the most individual skill on the team. And the fact that they could have been so dominant with that, without some like twist robot aimer, them still being such a great lineup is just so extraordinary.
Super patient from Astralis, giving Device time to work the sniper. Wall of smokes thrown yet again. Nico nearly lining that one up. CT's deep in lobby, but Device will hit the kill feed first and foremost. 50 seconds remain. Kenny S at bat. He gets the third player in. Flashbang, he could get back into cover just in time, yeah. The utility staves it off, sends them back the other direction, and now those smokes that they were using to get downstairs are gone.
Always a precarious spot when the Opera gets a kill and falls back. Nico, he spotted?
Yep, and they're gonna try and chase him down, but the crispness of the M4. He's gonna dodge that frag grenade for the most part.
Another
Nico with another. 4 versus 2. That flashbang from Kenny S and his one op kill tucked the tail of Astralis right into Nico. His 16th frag then and there versus Device. 8 seconds on the clock as Glaive's gonna have to gun down Nexa or just desperately try for the plant, but he'll get neither of the two, and G2 tie at 6.
He just makes him look like boss outside, sitting behind that box. And yeah, it's all because Kenny S funnels the attention back upstairs. Wow. Like you're saying, that was sick, man. Not a single spray, not a burst at all.
Tonight,
Dupree didn't even start shooting.
He's had some really killer kind of rapid tap fire moments. On Train versus MIBR, he comes out of connector in a crucial round.
3K,
yeah. So, I mean, just multi-kill after multi-kill this evening from Nico. Absolutely worth his weight in gold.
Always a frag movie with Nico.
Let's see what more he and the others have to offer. Kenny S opening up shop into Device, besting his counterpart Opera.
Quite a slow pace here to Astralis. Not a single upper rush that we've seen. Some of the lower hits, they're somewhat delayed. Time's not running out, but they are either losing or winning their default and then turning that into a round win. Not really full executing or rushing anything. No vent dives, which is the most surprising part of all this. Usually Astralis and their T-side are putting way more pressure and using spawns whenever they have them with Magisk and Glaive to get down the vent.
Still a bit of time to adapt, but that's an easy pickup. Uh-oh, player dropped. 2 players dropped, Nico and Nexa. Suddenly, this is a 2 versus 3 to the favor of Astralis. Can they still hang on? We've got both the members of the T-side downstairs. They're gonna find themselves the bomb plant. There's utility for the retake. This was an awkward position, but it's not lost yet. Individual heroics could make the difference. Frag, fantastic. Half of Dupree goes down, and that's an easy pickup. But it's Xyp9x again in the 1v2 clutch. He's smoked off from Decon. We've got 2 kits on the play, a bit of a gap in the smoke. That gives Xyp9x all he needs. Kenny S scoped in, hits the shot, dropped to 40, closes door, and Amanek now is gonna get on top of that bomb, but they tap it yet once more. Xyp9x wild spray, not his day. Is there time? Yes, a 7th for G2, despite the internet's best efforts.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. Oh my God, it was a good try. Not sure what just happened. We got a tech called.
3 kills for Amanek, 2 for Kenny S. Wow.
That was strange because, so one thing I know that Glaive would call sometimes is walking up the squeaky like they did with a group explode, and if they all get up to the side of hut with no one spotting them, then they can be extremely dangerous on an execute hitting the upper site, and they love to do that. I think in their heyday, 2018 Astralis, they were doing that a lot. in my opinion, it was all about their squeaky pressure, whether it was in diving into the vents or just hitting upstairs. But right now, it's a bit too quiet for my liking. It's a bit too quiet for Astralis. It doesn't feel like they're applying a lot of pressure, baiting grenades out, hitting with conviction, and instead, it feels like they're looking for these otter default victories.
Otter?
My favorite animal.
It is. It is.
Is odd-er a word?
Oh, that was... No, I thought you were saying utter. Utter default.
Like cow udder?
Like no, like as like a...
Why are we talking about animals?
I don't know.
Weird things about Amanek.
I didn't catch it. Was that a 5v3 when they dropped? Was it a 4v3 when they dropped?
It was, they had like 2 left, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just getting picked off like Pikmin.
Alama! Alama! Alama!
Yeah, exactly. Great part about Smash. Never even have to play the original games to know the references. They lost like 3 players on their way to just getting in position to get down vent. It's weird. It's weird. It's not the Astralis we normally see. Something's a bit different.
Was it the Astralis that we're used to seeing on Dust 2? Because I feel like we had, that conversation. The same point you're making now was kind of bubbling on Dust 2.
A little bit, yeah. But also with like us, but like also G2 looked different.
Yeah, they looked really aggressive.
Yeah.
And they have at the start of the CT side as well. Remember,
maybe that's
going
what's
all in on Silo.
Yeah, maybe it's working.
We're getting a different Astralis because G2 are pulling it out of them.
Could
They're
be
siphoning this new stance.
Yeah.
Little highlight package across Nuke. We've had some big multi-kills from Nico. This was the 3K from the Rafters that did not net them the round. Astralis still able to close it. I think this is just going to be a total Nico highlight package. Deagle.
Yeah.
Deagle.
This is a clean headshot. Lots of impact. Lots of multi-kills. Oh my goodness, another 1v2. It's just perfect.
I promise you the 3K from CT Spawn should also be coming up because, I mean, again, he's just talking point after talking point.
Aim nap, yeah. Right on cue. See, not even a burst for the first shot. Just believes in himself.
It's like a laser beam.
It's like the opposite of a stormtrooper, really. Hits everything. Well, in terms of tech pauses, we've survived worse.
That we have.
And players are rejoining.
Oh, that's very kind of Device. He said, if you really want to, we're okay with restarting the round. It's not often you see that hard of a tech issue still net.
Very smart tactic by Device.
The team a win. Quite scary, you know? Kenny S and Amanek, they're comfortable, looking like another easy round. Suddenly everybody just dissipates around them. Imagine the chaos that actually creates in a TeamSpeak. You know, that's one of those moments that, I mean, we have the mic'd ups, right? I'm kind of curious to see like just how frantic things get when suddenly everybody disappears.
Mm-hmm.
You know, are you able to manage that type of a stress? Because sometimes you see stress coming. You're prepared for it, like an exam or something like that. Or in a 1v1.
DJ did something awful this morning.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, DJ.
Walked over to Joey's room. What's the number one thing you shouldn't put in a microwave?
Small animals.
Small, okay. What's number 2?
Fish.
Fish is the number 2 thing. What does DJ do? He walks into our EVS guy Joey's room and puts fish in his microwave. And then cranks it out all the way to max, and then he looks Joey in his eyes, and he smiles and cackles, like he runs the Dark Kingdom.
Which he may.
Who knows with Prius? He's doing something like some of the things he does. You think you can only do these things accidentally, right? He's flying under the radar. We're underrating him. We're underestimating him. But this guy's out here putting fish in the microwave in his friend's apartment when he has his own microwave on the same floor.
He does. DJ,
I know you're listening.
He pulled a stunt. Okay, you know, talent. That's what they call us. I don't know why. They have a bad rep for sometimes being, you know, divas, for sometimes being demanding.
It's all because of
Mohan, for example. He needs all of the chocolate bars in the green room sorted by type. He won't sort them himself.
I'm still gonna eat them all, but yeah.
He needs the Snickers set aside, and if you try to touch them, oh my God, good luck. But you know what DJ does? This is the most dramatic thing I have ever heard somebody demand for. So we all show up to the hotel before this event begins. DJ gets his own apartment. You know, we've all got our own rooms going on. And there are things that you can justify changing your hotel room for. You know, sometimes it might smell a little. Sometimes it might just be a little unclean. DJ, within moments of walking into his room for the first time, goes right back down to the hotel reception and says, "Excuse me.
Hello?
I need my room to be changed. It is too far away from the elevator."
Too far from the elevator, sir? Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. He refuses to walk that distance to the elevator. And let me guarantee you, it's not very far. So they put him into a different room. He walks in, he changes again. By the time I arrived in Europe a day after everybody else, DJ had changed his room 4 damn times. There's no pleasing this guy. And then on top of it all, he ruins Joey's room with the nasty rank smell of fish.
We've got an amendment. It was 3 times, and then he tried to do it a 4th time. They wouldn't let him.
Oh.
And honestly, I commend the hotel for sending it around.
Gotta put your foot down.
Abhorrent behavior by DJ.
Thank you for your patience, folks. We're back into the action. G2 on 5 members and 5 guns. Ready to keep this lead rolling forward. 2 rounds to go in this first half, and G2 have strung 2 in a row. It was 5 rounds of a streak for Astralis. Can G2 do the same?
They don't know that anybody's gone downstairs. Oh boy. Well, Nexa's moved into a good spot. Nico's on a, Kanias is on a fast rotate. It looks like might need to be the Nexa show. Oh man, they swarm perfectly.
Damn.
Oh, I love that. Before the grenades get set up, Kenny S cannot get his scope into the site.
Wow, and he's just fully blinded.
Oh, that's sick.
Sick round.
Out the pause. I like that. I like that so much.
Talk about it.
That is a play that, first of all, requires no grenades. Secondly, relies on not getting spotted outside. They check that box off, right? G2, we're going to allow them to cross outside this round for free. On their positive side, they keep control of everything else, and they'll rotate one down early, lower early. That's Nexa. He gets in position. But Nexa relies on Kenny as the support. However, there hasn't been a noise the whole round. So if the control doors swing open and nobody goes to control room to throw the smoke, the Molotov, as you would normally do, then Nexa is, excuse my language, screwed. And they pop out with the nade this time around, when normally what would happen, for those of you who may not understand, normally what would happen is you take control room from the windows, you throw your initial Molotovs maybe on both sides, a smoke to refresh the left side, and then you would pop out from controlled doors and attack the site kind of slowly. Clear out angles, maybe fight Nexa. Here they come through like a firestorm.
Absolute ridiculous aggression into the B site for that 14th round. It gives Astralis their 7th. We are all tied up. And 1 defensive round left for G2 to tip the scale. Op on device. Same for Kenny S. Sipex watches smoke by ramp. And Kenny's getting curious. Can he find a kill? Glaive could walk right into this. Just jumps around the side, not an issue. 4 members of Astralis still back by spawn. It is only Zipex by trophy. His back turned.
Well,
like the control of Squeaky like this.
That's just the amount of information they need.
Wall of smokes outside, Zipex blind. Now 2 members of G2 inside of lobby. Zipex coming to find them, but actually one man just went up to the rooftops. Oh, and Hunter, he kills Zipex. They're gonna try and cross over to Secret, and they better get down before Silo is in position. Amanek seeing everything. That's all the information they need. A 5v3 turned 5v2, and it is flawless until finally Dupree gets one on the board here for Astralis. He's doubled back now, wants his bomb. Amanek, oh, the headshot connects as the frag grenade landed. An 8th round for G2 to close the CT side. Join us after the break.
Oh my god, oh yeah. Ah, yes. Okay, maybe it's not. This is like a production room. Oh, we have to play a song, I think. Okay. We have to play, you know, this Jacob song, what do you call it? Dun 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 dun. I think so.
No, that's... Yeah, I see what you mean, but... I have a terrible taste of music.
Okay, like this.
Ah, yeah. Oh, you're doing great. Keep it up yourself, I guess.
Blue,
oh,
green,
wait.
red.
Look at this.
Yes, okay.
Look at the painting. Is there some... You kidding me?
Oh my god, what happened? What happened?
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 2.
Oh, good job.
Yes. Okay.
Wait.
Now we have to stand. There's some balls.
White ball. Okay. We need all the balls. But maybe we don't need the balls right now. Maybe we can just put one ball and take it afterwards. So we have time to...
Okay.
God damn it. I'm so pissed. I feel like
My
it gets
god,
harder
maybe
and harder.
yes.
You did it?
Yes! No. I have to hit this, I think.
It's a mini golf.
And go.
Clear throw.
Vamos.
We did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, one more room.
One
more room. Okay.
The second row is from the top.
Okay, it's green, blue, red, green.
Green, blue, red, green, red. Okay. So now, third rows from the left.
Oh my god, I dropped my USB. I dropped my USB.
You have to move.
Oh my god. Maybe it cheats on? No, it's not.
Oh, it's okay.
No!
Okay. Red.
Yes.
Red.
Yes.
Good job, Ito.
Okay, that was really good job.
Oh my god, 26 minutes? I swear to god it's because you knifed me in the first place.
You are winning this, oh my god. No, Sama. Oh my bro, you're so sick.
They didn't do it blunt!
Oh my god.
Sick run.
Okay, next.
Oh, you gotta hype each other up. I love that. You are winning this.
Malik.
Next up, baby.
Malik, clairvoyant.
That was Malik.
That was Malik. Yeah, the whole team is silent. Every player says
Of course,
nothing.
everyone as a player has respect for the clutch.
Coach comes in.
You're about to win.
Like, maybe if you let him.
If you lose, you're a shit.
Yeah, here we go, folks. Back into the second half. G2 with a 1-round lead. Maybe Amanek can deliver in yet another pistol. That 4K in the pistol round was huge because it led G2 to win 5 of the first 6 rounds. Glaive with the double headshot. Device nailing 2 to the side of Mini. Blink and you'll miss it. Astralis takes second pistol. This time there is no clutch for Amanek, and there is now no longer a lead. 8 rounds apiece.
You know, that first half was a half that I actually want to go on longer. Because somewhere in the middle of those rounds, from like round 7 to like round 12, it was kind of strange what we were saying. Wasn't sure if Astralis were all there, but they were quietly winning rounds. G2 went from super high aggression to slowed it down a lot. And at the end, those last 2 rounds were sick, tactically speaking.
Yes, sir.
So I kind of want to know more about what was going to happen there. But again, this half is going to be totally different. We'll see what G2 have to bring on their T side. I think both these teams are so even strength. I really don't see either of them disappointing here.
Device long distance with the AUG. Should absolutely have the edge, as he also has Glaive to help out. But Nico, well, he opens up with the Deagle kill. Frag grenade could do massive damage, but instead it misses the mark. Dupree goes down. Venton back up again as he sits pretty on bomb, making a little bit of cash. Although Hunter, he lands the P250 headshot.
And it's on a gun that might be unrecoverable top of the silo.
Scary situations. MP5 has the shadow advantage. So easy to just crouch and crawl and fire all the same with that MP5. If it has anything, it is moving accuracy.
Oh, it's so passive-aggressive, Connor. You hate the MP5.
I do. With a passion. Only because, listen, I don't hate the MP5
it's an awkward price.
if it doesn't take the MP7 slot.
I wouldn't even buy it if it was cheaper than an MP9. MP9's better every single way, period. No, I'm with you.
CSGO facts.
And someone tweet at you because I think we accidentally said the Kovac brothers. Kovac brothers.
Yes.
Fun fact, they're cousins, not brothers. Accidentally say brothers. I've said it too. I actually said it in my videos. I think I opened up like, yeah,
they refer to each other as brothers. You know, I think some family bonds go beyond
when they were that far apart on Astralis and G2, they were cousins. Now they're on the same team. They're brothers.
I like this explanation.
Okay.
Now, Astralis with their 1-round lead will have to face up versus the big buy. G2, 4 AKs into Galil. Kind of lackluster utility, and they use the vast majority of it to throw up the smoke wall. Nexa will lurk ever so slightly inside of Squeaky, but he is met by a damaging grenade. Nearly half his health is gone, and Glaive already down in the troll hole.
Troll hole.
Nico's gonna come chasing. Hunter opens up with the kill upstairs, so Glaive actually just goes ahead and retracts back to vent. This opens a door for G2 to wrap heaven. They will do so with 2 players. And the bomb potentially looking to split through Mini. So what I see is G2 with lobby control thanks to Nexa, a double Mini man, and a heaven wrap with 2. But they lose the lobby player as Magus gets aggressive, and now they have to hesitate. Now they have to contemplate whether they still want this. Flashbangs in. No need to commit. In fact, it's a redirection. They're going to use Secret and B ramp to go downstairs. Device ahead of this connects the op shot. A 4 versus 3 with a Molotov to stave half the players off, essentially.
Why does Device look like he's trying to entry ramp? This is insane.
Very good. Glaive next to the door. Knows that Nico's close. Amanek right here with him. 20 seconds left. Smoke up for the bomb plant. And Glaive gets cleared out of the closest of corners. A 3rd kill from Device through the smoke of all things. And if Amanek can best him, then he's on for the clutch. But he crawls by. 10 seconds left. And Dupree's not going to challenge out from doors, so now there's just no time. He'll go for that 1 fake plant, and it costs him. Double digits for Astralis first. A 3K from Device as he goes to the opposite side of ramp and cuts off G2.
Let's watch this again, because honestly, I really wish G2 won this round based on it being a sick tactic. But then you have, what the hell is this? Device is opting from their side of, I mean, I don't even have a call out for that, because I would normally call the opposite turnpike is where the CTs play from. And he's just at the entrance to ramp from the T's perspective because they got the information back.
Yeah, it's the kill on Nexa that's everything.
Just beautiful.
Get that lobby kill before the split comes in. I like the attempt of a redirection. but Device's forward position, that's really the moneymaker. Now they're going to go ahead and challenge onto ramp. Zipex goes down for free. Aminek's barely standing.
He loves entering ramp.
That he does. Hunter, he's going to try and stop the secret push. Glaive's got a grenade out. Oh, Device, he had to land that with the deagle. It's still the bomb plant for G2. They've got something to work with in this round. Aminek caught as Dupree comes in from lobby. Now, this post-plant position's kind of awkward. 2 pistol players on site. Oh, the floor bang of all things. Kenny S. caught between a rock and a hard place. Nexa's corner pays off. Now suddenly he's down into the 1 versus 2, and he's screwed over by Magisk. A 3K from Device makes the difference.
Yo, Device is on a mission at the moment. He's 20 and 11, and he's been getting a lot of his kills with just rifles. Super nuts performance by him so far, looking very smart here on Nuke. Sharper than a penguin in a tuxedo. And here is another flank kill.
That one.
Yeah, this is the specific spam where you jump up on the box, spam over top of the door. So nicely done. And of course, the position that Kenny S, the reason why that's so much more popular is because if you come out of control, you have to look directly up to clear it. And you're also free from being spammed from decon, which is becoming more and more common.
Good attempt with the lesser weapons. G2 couldn't quite close it. 20th round, a 3-point lead for Astralis, and with Squeaky blown open, this could be quick contact. I like what we're seeing from Device. But Aminek, he gives chase to Zipex. This is a 2nd round in a row where B ramp compromises the lower site, and Aminek, hunting for another fight, has Magisk just beneath him. He swoops onto him. What? Last bullet! Headshot connects, and he wants more. This guy doesn't stop until Device makes him. Dupree from the rafters with the double to close. Astralis take a 12.
Damn, some crazy stuff happening right before our eyes. Man, this guy swoops down like Batman.
Goomba stomped.
Crazy. Last bullet.
Unreal.
Nice opening here. Perfect, really, with the squeaky control. What's happening? Hits a light. Okay.
4 bullets in the magazine.
Chill for me, man, Device says. Stops him like Jackie Chan in an arcade, like, all right, chill. You need to stop running around. What a nuts round. Could have very easily got out of control with the extra 1 frag. Device impact after impact kill.
Giving Nico a run for his money. 22 kills on Device, 21 for Nico. Smoke grenades go up, the Molotov answers, and Device, as it plumes, pops Nico. Talked about the duel of the top fraggers, now it's Nexa's chance. He gets Dupree out of mini. Glaive takes his place, has an additional player on site, but Nexa, as quickly as he came in, goes out. And Glaive's gonna give chase here. Walking in behind him, Nexa gets around the next corner. This is ridiculous. And Nexa doubles back, but they didn't see him.
It's literally like teleported behind him.
Oh, and Magis comes into hut.
Wait, 3 players pushed up outside Device. Gonna have one on his left side. Tries to jump up for no reason, awkwardly. Weird timing.
Magis in front of the hut. Oh. Dude, Magis taking control of this round. Curious to see what Glaive called there. He got out into T-spawn and had Magis come join him through hut, knowing that there was a chance Nexa had tucked in around that corner. Timing has been wild in this 21st round, but all they have left is an attempt at the A site. Hunter, trying not to kill his teammate, has to buy a bit of time, and now it's the 1v1. He's got Zipex to deal with. Now, on these ramp entries, we've seen Zipex in back-to-back rounds go down empty-handed. But this is no longer the opening fight. This is what he is made for.
Oh, this is perfect from Hunter. He gets so much information. He can't lose this. I don't care that it's Zipex. He can't lose because he's got the plant for himself inside of heaven, and he took the huge risk of running him through.
All the way around.
There's just no time, really. Yeah.
Hunter's fully tucked. Time is ticking quick, and just like that, Hunter gets himself the 3rd kill, gets G2 their 9th. And Astralis, a few players strapped for cash.
That was an absolute power play. This looked like a round that Astralis, as you were talking about, it was Magisk was taking control of the round. Some absurd timings and kills that are coming out.
Great play from Hunter. I love the Heaven Wrap. I love your confidence in calling it. It feels that way, but you know, it's hard to write off Zipex.
Because Zipex is too smart to look there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, the reason why he wins clutches is because he's so good at distilling the information down to the possible outcomes. He takes his big risk of walking all the way around through lobby to clear out hut. There's no other time, and once he sees where the bomb is planted, he can't assume that that was the play that was made. If he did, he'd be an idiot.
Like a good student, he's too smart to cheat. And that exam passed by flying colors. Thanks to Hunter, G2 have their 9th. It's his 12th kill of the map. 3 of which, 1/4 of his frags coming in that 1v3. Good stuff. 3-round lead for Astralis. Molotov meant to interrupt the smokes. Hunter quick on the heels of Glaive, but Magisk sprays into Hunter. Nexa trades this out from hut, hits the dink, and that should be that. But Magisk surviving longer than he has any business doing so. Nico has to eject. What is this round from Magisk?
They fluffed it. An insane hold.
It was an op on Nico, I believe, that comes out from hut and just can't quite catch that kill.
It's literally a 1v2 with scoped guns. Nico, free frag. One-on-one situation. Opportunity to drop vent. You know he wants to. You know he's thinking about it, but instead he'll wait. Oh, damn, this is where it gets spicy. This is where it gets very interesting. Let's see how the brain of Zipex will work. Oh, man, I actually love this position because he can camp the vent drop if that becomes the late game situation, and also can hold down upstairs from a very powerful spot.
Sure.
And now he'll move around. Not going to be able to drop onto hut without making noise. And the last thing anybody wants to do right now is be the first one to give up information. So he's going to try to take a gamble and read that it's a walkthrough into upstairs. And he's got scout in hand. Yep. Don't tell me he reads this correctly. Nico's actually pushing out, but it's got to be the vent drop, right? Yeah, okay.
Oh, and that decision right there could make the difference.
Yeah.
You've got the top fragger of G2 versus the bottom scoreboard dweller of Astralis. Zipex, he's got a 1v2 under his belt already this map, but that's 1/3 of his total kills on Nuke.
Okay.
He swaps over to the ump, drops down into the vents. Nico knows this. Look at this angle. He peeks. Oh my goodness. Nico with the gall to go for the fight. Flabbergasted.
That's bad. He was like, oh, glory me. He just did that. Like an absolute monster truck, wide swung with an AWP in the 1v1.
Versus the ump of all things.
Man. This guy got some big-ass feet. You know what I'm saying? Huge feet.
Double digits up for G2. And Astralis, 4 pistol players plus the scout on device, wasting no time. Hunter downstairs already. Nico sees the shadow. That's an easy pickup versus Glaive. And because Hunter's so quick, he catches Dupree in transition. That means he's already got full control of vent. Everybody else from G2 can come downstairs to join him. And do they smash themselves against the half wall of Astralis? Could be an easy mount. Magisk missing the first couple of Deeg shots. Aminex Mac 10 sings. And Zipex completely cleared out by Nico. 5v1 situation for Device. This T-side is delivering. 5 CT rounds in a row for Astralis Mo, but now 3 strung together for the offense.
I'm loving the tempo here from G2. It's starting to... The temperature's starting to rise. They're getting faster and faster, and it seems to be exactly what they need. The trades come so close there. I mean, of course, Nico wins such a critical 1v2, where again, Astralis had such a good start to the round. That this game could have gone any way, of course, but you know, we're having some really insane plays by Astralis as well. And he'd like to hold on to that, but he's not going to be able to. 26 and 15 for Nico, 24 and 14 for Device, and they are by far and away clearly the stars right now. Crazy to see Zipex on 6 kills and have a really impressive 1v2 in this game already.
Oh, poor guy. Just chilling behind his boxes, absolutely blasted away. 208 utility damage for Zipex. There's a silver lining.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll always find ways to create value, that's for sure. So
within one.
Yeah, within one, and they've got the pistol. This tempo change is what's solved the problem for G2.
Insta-kill versus Glaive. Goodbye. The sounds of silence. And we're back. Thank you for joining us in our moment of tranquility. Oh, now it's carnage. Frag grenade is great. Hunter taken down to 58. But that's all the tools Astralis really had to work with. Devices on Little Blue. It's being watched. And Kenny S will kill him.
Kenny S, and the S is for Sharp.
Hunter almost caught in a moment there, switching guns for no reason. But he gets it back under control. Trying to move through with minimal losses. If they can rack up some economy, that would be great for G2's T side. Player count at the end of rounds. In the 21st and 22nd, those were 1vXs. 5 guys alive in the 23rd. Looking like 4 will move forward in the 24th. So now they start to cultivate some cash. Can Magisk tear them down ever so slightly? He's got Nexa behind him. Easy peasy pickup. And he's not even going to go for the MAC-10. Maybe catch somebody else off guard. Bomb will pop. This is 12 rounds apiece, no matter what you try to tell me. Things are getting interesting.
Feels like here's where the game begins. Where now, with the adjustment period, we're looking at a strong start from Astralis and CT side, but a G2 that proved that they can answer back. And now here's where G2, it's where if they want to stay on top, it's where they'll have to innovate.
Okay.
So now it's the huge mind game here for Glaive. Do they turn up the aggression on CT side? Do they let G2 take outside control or even throw their smokes? And if not, or if so, are they going to have Glaive in secret to come out and try to fight them later on? Because I think the one round where they let him cross downstairs, Glaive was too afraid to fight him inside of the secret stairs, and that might be something they want to try to do. Now, Device also, he feels like he has an aggressive bone in his body right now that's trembling. He really does like taking these fights, but also Magisk, unrelenting aggression inside of the hut to get an opening. And here's, I mean, I guess where they can just initially peel back.
Is there something wrong with Hunter? No. Okay. Device looking for an additional kill here. I really did like that aggression from Magisk, but it's now Zipex on the kill feed. Device with a double. The op sings from Garage, and Amanek has bomb. Only man left over, and it's empty-handed from G2. Astralis right back in the lead with conviction.
Ah, well, just sick there. They kind of call out both things, right? They see that it's a light lobby with an outside default with a lot of aggression here, which is what's been working for G2. And they let Device really work, re-peeking a lot, taking control of things. He's hitting everything. I want him, you want him to roam. The worst thing in the world would be him to be left alone outside and have everybody else die, or him to not have impact, because right now he should be taking fights. He's having a monster map.
First of 4 timeouts called from G2.
Yeah, bit scary. Like to see something towards ramp, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. We did see Amanek die there a couple of times without holding anything at all. You put him in the clutch and maybe he delivers, but unarguably a weakness at the moment. You know, he's got 7 kills. The next lowest on Astralis is 15.
The other thing is no one's pushing the cross smokes or peeking behind red, so there's a chance to throw those nades with, and no one's peeking secret either. So there's a chance to throw those nades and not have them know that you're actually using it to go somewhere else.
Yep.
See if that changes now. They actually do get someone in the secret now. It's a great adjustment, really.
Glaive getting ahead of it.
Which I do say so myself. That's a nice spot for him to be in. And look, they throw the outside smokes and they don't cross, so Kind of exactly what is just perfect for the CTs.
A-pop, free, good for one. Kenny trades it, and a second from Kenny S. He's wary of a player above. Nexa, one and done out from Mini. 2v2. They know Glaive's backed by Mini. Nico's smoke will deny him vision, but oh, the crawl out from Zipex as Glaive lines up the kill through smoke. Nico sees the man in the rafters, tapping for it, gets the spray down. Glaive with a slight health advantage. But Nico's gonna fall back, taking further damage, faking the plant once, and coming back out for the kill.
Oh my god, he's walking up the left. This is gonna be hard to read. Glaive knows what's about to happen.
Oh, but he can't stop it!
Damn. Damn. Dude. Well, that's kind of exactly the round I expected, but not the outcome that I expected. Glaive got that info early. G2 tried to throw a fake outside with the smokes to go somewhere else. And a huge clutch. I mean, the trades outside were nice. And the other thing is, they didn't wait long enough that Astralis could use that information right away. So technically the rotations didn't change a lot, but maybe the focus did a bit more upstairs. But still, they traded out favorably into the 2v2. But yeah, still at the moment, I feel like they've still got ramp in their back pocket as far as I'm concerned. Because, listen, Zipex got 7 kills, you know what I mean? Like, we're trying to bring an end to bullying, of course. We don't like bullying, but if somebody's having a bad game, it never hurts to pay him a visit or two.
Yeah. Let's go check in on him. Wait, what is this? Nexa with a P250.
What the hell is going on?
There's so much money. They have so much money in their back pocket, and they're going to come into this limping. But they are going to challenge onto ramp. Zipex, easy pickup versus Nexa. Maybe a gun would have made a difference.
They picked that one up. They rushed downstairs. No one's in position.
Magisk. He's going to swing that door wide, challenges through it, and Aminex Mac 10 is enough to get the kill. Hunter's SMG is in position, and somehow the lesser weapons versus Astralis is how G2 take 14. This has to be a misread on the buy.
Well, one thing they did get right was that there was lacking head armor on 3 people. They got Zipex headshot. Device doesn't even have head armor. We saw the same thing.
Right? Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, but what's so
that
crazy
was the triple op they tried to rush against.
Yeah, how is their buy so bad? Yeah. I don't even know. I know they didn't spend their money, but what the heck? I mean, I guess we were at a critical juncture where G2 are the ones that don't have any loss bonus.
Sure.
And they were so low that if they lost, they could have potentially gotten to 15. So they throw in a round where they try to get the kills, maybe get a bomb plant, and know they have a good strat. There's a strat that's good behind it. And also a strat that doesn't require high guns, right? You need the gun you can run with to entry.
Of course.
They even sacrifice the pistols.
Hunter's deep position into control stairs works out wonderfully with Yump. Aminex challenging into decon, perfect. They've got so much money now.
Yeah, they stabilize their economy in one fell swoop. They put Astralis on an eco.
Oh.
I mean, it's crazy, but it works.
Big brain plays. Zipex, he gets the back of Aminex, can't connect the kill. And this was just Desert Eagles across the board for Astralis. We saw Magisk and Glaive take damage, but still open with the 5v4, and Hunter waits for no man as he charges down into Magisk, getting his second, and Nexa.
Ramp.
He's gonna go for the bomb plant. Glaive trying to catch him with busy hands, leaves Dupree 1 versus 4. It is in stunning fashion with the lesser weaponry that G2 have enabled themselves to rob a 14th and 15th round. Not only Launders giving themselves an economic backbone, but completely crushing the coffers of Astralis with that last one. And as if to send a message, Nexa deletes Dupree with 2 map and match points on the line, seeking revenge for their opening group result that had so many close maps within it. Is this the way G2 top it all?
This is one of the most exciting games I've watched. I feel like I've been saying that a lot, but man, that's awesome. I feel terrible Zipex having a tough game, but hey, they didn't even go ramp this half until the last 2 rounds. So it's about time they gave him a chance to prop up his KD. He just couldn't deliver. They punish it 2 rounds in a row on the low buys, and they saved it. They had that in their back pocket the whole time. Even after the early 5-round start on CT side, they didn't even bother with it. Hard to read, man, for G2. Lots of cool stuff we're seeing so far. Very confident half, but could it be the ultimate adjustment? Glaive, Glass Cannon AWP. To pair with Device's AWP as well. 2 ops on the map, and we don't know what round G2 have in store for us.
Door swung open. Nico, damn. Costly post up. But he's not dead yet. Device moving that sniper into secret. This could be what gets Hunter killed, but he just dropped off of Silo, in fact.
This is a bit redundant, I feel like. Glaive and Device are outside holding on. They've got something of a crossfire, but yeah, I think like Glaive needs to find a way to be in a more impactful position at this point in the round.
Okay.
And the Device has this lockdown, you know?
He is back by secret stairs. 1 incendiary and 1 flashbang on Zipex towards ramp. There is no utility anywhere else on the map for Astralis. And those utility belts overflowing for G2 start to get emptied outdoors.
They
3 smokes up.
They missed the molly.
Device able to hold his angle, but I mean, it's not like he can go peeking out. Magisk will be dropped to 22, and Nexa splits out from Hut. There's his second kill. Kenny S gets the 1 in heaven, and now if they can shut down the last 2 members of Astralis, G2 16-13, Device comes peeking, and he goes down. Zipex with a lot to prove after a very quiet CT side, after a very quiet Nuke, in fact. He's got 3 players to bring it back. He gets the first one just down beneath him. Nexa fires a shot. Oh, a second kill from Zipex. 34 health. He's got on top of Bomb. It's a 10-second defuse. Nico, he's crawling forward, but he doesn't realize yet. Oh my god, it's down to 2! Zipex denied as G2 arrive, topping Group 3!
What an extraordinary win, and to almost have the Zipex clutch at the end. Some dignity frags for him. It's almost like everybody wins, but ultimately, G2, this T side, the performance from Nico, that Dust 2 as well, and all of the differences in all of their gameplay made this a very exciting match. I mean, there was just so much to unpack. I was enthralled the entire time. Tactically speaking, individually speaking, really cool stuff.
Dude, that economic play at the end of the T side as well, right?
Ramp, yeah.
It leaves us with questions, so maybe we'll get answers as we throw this one over to the analysts.
Thank you to our 2 favorite hot dog commentators as we ended with a hot-styled round. That was close. That was far too close. And we talk about Nico, right, having magic moments throughout these games. Well, he certainly delivered coming into this last map. But most importantly, we spoke about Astralis in the last series, the amazing series between these 2. Being the clutch gods, right? For all of them. They were winning the key rounds. This time around, Nico was putting in the clutch work himself.
Nico was an absolute X factor in these clutches because if you go back to 12 scoreline, this point, I'm losing my voice from that victory. At this point in time, Astralis were taking the same road they had in their first series. They were winning the clutches. We've seen Device with moment of absolute brilliance, finding some floor bang, as Connor referred to, and I was getting very scared. Astralis looked to be on point. They were dominating their CT side, closing off all the doors for G2s. But this is where Dave surprised me, and this is where you're right. We need to praise Nico. He was instrumental in just getting over the last hurdle.
It was a fantastic comeback from G2, let's be honest, because you're right. After that second half, you know, you thought to yourself, if G2 are going to make this comeback, they'd have to win 8 out of the remaining 9 rounds, and they did. You know, they won 8 out of the remaining 9 rounds. The way they did it with clutching, with rather convincing plays as well, it was not like every round wasn't close. You know, there's a few of them were super, super close, but all these clutches, all this action coming out of Nico, all this action coming out of G2, it was just fantastic to see. I don't think Astralis played a bad Nuke game. I just think G2 were better today. And just, you know, just to point it out, Nico 2 days in a row dropping a 30 bomb on Astralis. That is just some stellar stuff.
Really solid Counter-Strike, big clutches, big important rounds coming in there. And I think, Maniac, one thing you've got to look at when it comes to this G2 lineup is this is only just the beginning. This is only just the start. It's the first event with only a few days practice before it.
Yes, it is just the beginning, right? And part of me is screaming to be careful about the honeymoon period because I want to get all excited about G2. They will have to prove to us that they can find a healthy way of functioning and, you know, looking at mid-term, long-term together, building up. Now, what we know is that in terms of individuals, in terms of talent, they have everything they need to beat pretty much anyone right now. That has been proved, and they are the winners of the Group 3. Now, let's give them some time. What I've seen from G2 has made me a believer that it is possible for that lineup to function on different maps. Now, we need to see how they react when they go through tough periods, when they have tough loss, because that's also part of being a team. But the first sign we've seen are really good.
Yeah, the first signs are looking good. And for Astralis here, Nuke, a home pick map, one they love, one they've been able to put out the bag so many times there. But just today, the individuals weren't there, like we mentioned on the first map.
No, they lacked a little bit of everything. You know, it's the small percentage. It was a weird game, right? Because it was going back and forth all the time. T2 starting out by getting off to a really, really good start. Then Astralis answering back with four out of 5 rounds in a row. And then it's G2 again winning a couple of rounds in a row. Then back to Astralis winning a lot of rounds. And then G2 winning a lot of rounds. So it was back and forth in these small, you know, intervals for both teams. I don't think Astralis played a bad Nuke game. I don't think the individuals of Astralis, like, it was not like they didn't show up. They were just not at the same level as G2. And when you look at a game like this, when it's a close one, you have to go from 2 angles, right? Is it one team playing really, really good, or is it the other one playing, you know, some lackluster Counter-Strike? I think that Sipnix could have played better. I think that Astralis as a whole could have played better, but G2 made it tough for them. G2 were a good playing Counter-Strike team, and that's why it maybe looked like Astralis weren't playing good.
And right now, we could be looking at a third map if it wasn't for this incredible eco play.
You're right, James. I believe I found a moment where everything was decided for G2, and Connor even called it an economy play. Please keep an eye on the purchases coming out of G2. P250, MAC-10, UMP. These are choices because they want the speed. They want the movement to overtake the ramp. Xip is getting instantly traded with the UMP, and this is where you can see the speed and what these weapons will provide for you. Everyone from G2 is just looking to close the gap and be as close as they can from the players of Astralis. We see the MAC-10 prevailing here. We'll have the UMP once more from Hunter, and then another kill coming in from the MAC-10. That right here is a risk from G2. They had the money. They could have gone with AKs all the way if they wanted to, but they decided to go for a different weaponry because they wanted to push that ramp and they wanted to storm it, and it worked. And I think this was the deciding round for the whole series.
Yeah, really did turn the tables on it. And when they're going that fast-paced at you, Astralis, they had the better weaponry. They're in a good position. That was going to be the key round for them, but they did not expect that. And it was the timeout that was called just before it, and that's where it's pivotal positioning.
Yeah, they caught him a bit off guard, right? Because you could see Astralis, they were setting up for expecting an outside push, which G2 had done a lot throughout that game. You can also see the marginals in this game, right? Sipnix gets 1 kill, and the other guy, he dinks down to 10 HP. Had Sipnix got that second kill, it could very well have been an Astralis round. You know, that would probably take out the pace from G2, and basically they wouldn't have enough manpower to swarm that lower bomb site. So it's those small nuances in the game that decided it. It's 13-13. It doesn't get closer, so you're spot on. That was the key moment for G2. But again, if you're an Astralis fan, you're going to think to yourself, we're talking 10 HP. We're talking one more bullet from Sipnix. That could have been the difference. But that was the way the game was going today. Last time they faced, it was the marginals going the way of Astralis. Today, G2 were the better team, and they deserved that. You know, I felt they were the better team playing as well.
And what we've got something here, right, is potential for more great matches between these two.
Yeah.
This was exciting on both games. We called the first matchup between them one of the best games of the year, and this one certainly delivered as well.
It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And to be honest, sure, there were quite a few mistakes here and there. Both teams not peaking right now. Astralis with Magic and Glaive and Xipnix, sorry, coming back. You have Nico obviously stepping in for G2, recent roster change. So not to say these two teams were at peak performance, but the amount of clutches and individuals' brilliance we've seen in these two series, and the pressure as well in these rounds, we were at the edge, edge of our seats in the green room, just shouting at every situation. So yeah, this was great Counter-Strike. Not the most polished one, but amazing to watch.
And in terms of rating, right, this one, what is most impressive to me is Nico ends this event as the 4th highest rated player of the whole tournament, right, across any group, as a player who is newly fitting in to the G2 system.
And that is after having a horrible series against MIBR. He was the worst performing player in that series earlier on today. So the fact that he can bounce back and proceed to put on 100 plus ADR over 2 maps against Astralis for the second day in a row, by the way, that is absolutely insane by NiKo. This guy right here on your screen, you can talk about his stint in Faze. You can talk about him being an in-game leader. You can talk about, how it's been for him the last couple of years within Faze. What you cannot take away from this guy is that he's one of the most talented individual Counter-Strike players in the world. When it comes to aim, when it comes to how crisp it is, you cannot take that away from him. You can argue that as an in-game leader, maybe he wasn't the right choice for Faze. As a player, maybe he dictates too much on the team. Maybe he takes a lot of space away from a guy like Kenny or a guy like Nexa. But what he brings to a team is one of the best skill sets that Counter-Strike has to offer, and that you gotta respect.
Well, we've got the man himself ready to give us an interview after a big win, his first under the G2 banner. NiKo, it's good to see you, my man. And I'm going to start with this one straight away. How does it feel to you? You spoke about it already, right? The pressure being off, not having to be an in-game leader. But do you feel like you're just getting better and to get towards that form we know and love of you of old?
Yeah, definitely. I feel really good in the team now. They are doing a lot for me as well, and I feel like very comfortable. I don't know what happened in the MIBR's game, for example. I was just totally like out of control of everything. I couldn't get anything going my way, and it was just like very weird game. But I'm glad that I stepped up versus Astralis. It just seemed like that I just have a good way of playing versus them, and I think, yeah, so far like I'm like happy with how I'm doing, like both just individually and how much I help with the team and how much like we just click together as well, which is really good to see. So yeah, great feeling so far. Hopefully we're gonna keep it up.
Now, you had a rematch against Astralis, and we on the desk painted the first matchup you had against them as one of the best series that we've seen throughout this year during this crazy online period. Going into this second game and going into Nuke, how much were you able to look at from the previous game and take into this one?
Yeah, honestly, like the game we played against Astralis yesterday was terrible. Or like not terrible, but it was not nearly as good as we did today. Like we immediately, like when we woke up today, when we got to practice, we immediately added some new stuff, some new variations of new smokes, and that helped us come back on T side. Obviously, like all these clutches seems to be like going our way most of the time versus them. So that helped us complete the comeback, I would say. But yeah, we just improved really fast from yesterday Nuke versus them. So yeah, we just worked with what we had, and yeah, I'm really glad that we managed to close it out this time.
NiKo, first of all, congratulations for the result. That was amazing. Your start with this lineup has been amazing. What do you say to people who think that's just a honeymoon period? How and why would you guarantee that this is going to be a long-term success for you?
Honestly, I don't really feel like it's a honeymoon. I think that like even now, like yes, we play great, but there's like so many mistakes that we have like sometimes done with, like during like all these plays. So yeah, it's a great mood in team right now, and that helps a lot. But I don't think it's like we are playing good because of the honeymoon period. I believe that we can do much better than what we are doing right now, because we are actually committing a lot of mistakes, if like you can see while we're playing. So, but yeah, it was the most important thing was just that we clicked really together. We understand each other very well, and if we keep that up, like we are gonna improve a lot more than we are right now.
It's interesting, you talk about mistakes, and I just want to have your opinion. What are the areas where you think you need to improve the most? Because for you, you've just met this new lineup, you're starting to play together. Where do you think you need to improve the most?
I think that we need to improve on anti-ecos, first of all. Like when against anti-eco, when we're playing, we are losing so many anti-ecos. Not only, like sometimes we win the anti-eco, but we lose like 3 to 4 guys when it's not necessary. So that's the one thing we really have to work on. And on the other hand, like we just have to add some like new stuff, some new variations, which we don't really have right now because we didn't have time. But I think like the biggest focus is just making sure that like we don't lose the anti-ecos and making sure that like our default is really strong and that we have like many options out of it. Because if we get to our default, everyone is feeling comfortable with, you like that's why, for example, Astralis is a really good team. Like they have that structure, and once you get the structure, like being really strong, you're gonna be one of the best teams in the world. So that's definitely the goal we are heading to.
NiKo, it's not a secret that you struggled a little bit against MIBR this morning in the first game, and it's not a secret that what you did here against Astralis was absolutely fantastic. Can you try to walk me and the viewers a little bit through what goes through your mind when you have to mental reset from a game where you don't do too well, going into a game where you just absolutely own Astralis?
Honestly, I don't know. Just like as soon as I started versus MIBR, I just noticed that like it's not me playing. I was so lost playing the game. Like maybe it was their style as well. I'm not really used to how they play. They were like not really doing too much outside, but they're like exploding inside a lot on Nuke. I'm talking about, and then on Dust 2, it was just I don't know. I just couldn't get into the game at all. Like I couldn't get them to play my style. Basically, I couldn't read them. Sure. I couldn't do my plays that I usually do. So that was the biggest problem versus MIBR, and I didn't really change anything. Like I didn't change my mindset for Astralis. I just went for a walk after the win versus MIBR, and I just sat down and I did what I usually do. So nothing has changed much. It's just that maybe that's just the style that Astralis is playing is totally different than what MIBR. Maybe that's the reason. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't change anything pretty much. So yeah.
No change in sensitivity, nothing like that. Nico, it's not a secret that the last couple of years, it's been all about Saivu, it's been all about Simple. Is 2020 and 2021 finally the year where we can add you to the conversation about being the best player in the world?
I mean, it's definitely my goal to achieve that. First of all, we just have to make sure that like we get as a team at top 1, because if you're not like a top 1 as a team, I don't really see myself being the best player in the world, because I just don't think it works that way. So if we achieve that as a team we are top 1, I believe that I can take them on for being the best player in the world. I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
Now, Nico, you've had a lot of criticism, right, from going from Faze to this team, what you're doing. Now, I know you very well. We all know you on the desk. I want to give you the chance, right, to say something out to the community right now, because I'm looking forward, and I think a lot of us are looking forward to seeing what G2 Nico can do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited as well about the future, so not much to say though. So I'm just happy that we are doing very well so far, and if you keep it up, you're going to be very, very dangerous.
You really will. You really will. Nico, congratulations once again. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you at the full finals.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Interesting. I really like the bit about, they are not playing my style, or rather, I could not make them play my style, so I couldn't have the impact. And this is where I think for the viewers, sometimes it's hard to grasp that some players, no matter the talent they have, no matter the power they have, some styles fit them. Some ways of approaching Counter-Strike fit them. And maybe the game versus MIBR wasn't the case for Nico, but this one versus Astralis, definitely. And he proved it in 2 series.
And maybe that was part of the reason for why MIBR was such a tough team to play against, both for G2, FURIA, and Astralis for that matter. Because it wasn't only about G2. MIBR, they put up a fight against every single team they played against this tournament, and they got to play against FURIA, they got to play against G2 and Astralis. They did a good job. MIBR, and apparently they're tough to play against.
Well, guys, as we're getting towards the end of the show, we best have a look at a bit of a champion moment here for one man. He doubled down. He did the opposite of me, and you doubled down in a really strong way, Maniac.
I believed.
So we're done now.
I mean, I don't know if we keep these results, right? I just want to say the G2 I've seen versus Astralis in that first series, right? When they lose at the very end of Inferno, they gave me enough to believe in that comeback. They gave me enough to believe that they could take on Astralis in another BO3. I did not think it was going to be a 2-0. I did nothing too, honestly. I just thought the 2-1 is possible, but it just so appears that I'm even more right than I think I was, so that's just nice.
Smartest man in the room, huh?
I mean, that would be you, right?
That's true.
Because, 100% and all that. We'll get back to that anyway.
Scrawny was the king, boys, so you can just argue about this all day.
It's okay,
right?
I'll be his valet.
Ah, okay.
That work?
We'll take it. We're allowed to have it.
All right, cool.
It sounds nice. It sounded very French. Yeah, we'll just let you have it. Why not at this point? But what we should also do, right, is take a look at what's coming next here at Blast. We'll be moving on into the showdown. That's right. The full series has ended for now. But next up is the showdown. We have the teams that got eliminated on your left-hand side. We have the invited teams that we've put out today, and the 3 teams that came through the qualifier. There are 16 teams here. Some of these names are considered to be some of the best in the world. Some of them are brand new teams that have just been built. There's a Juggernaut in there, there's a Colossus in there, and I want to see that matchup for sure. But there's also a Team Liquid who has spent a lot of time not playing recently, and we don't know what we're going to get. The NA teams really did not hit the mark this time around, but they need to show up with more time in Europe for the showdown when it comes to it. But most importantly, only 2 out of 16 teams will go forward. And I love this. Both Maniac and Pimp tried to look at the graphics real quick. It's just team numbers. We don't know who's going up into it, but look how deadly this format is. And just for everyone at home, that's single elimination best of 3s. There's no, oh, you've won one game, you lose a game, we got another chance. No. It's down and out. You've got to bring your A game. And then NA teams, well, I don't think a single one's going to make it.
Oh my god, the drawing for that bracket is going to be so cutthroat, so incredibly hard. It has a very old school feel to it when you see that bracket coming out both sides, right?
It's like World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. That's how the feeling to it, exactly. And you've mentioned some of these teams playing in that showdown is going to be insane. Also, VP, right? They've looked a little bit better right now with the Kinder.
Oh,
it's
he's
interesting to follow, right? He's an absolute beast. So it is pretty much impossible right now to say who is going to win these two coveted spots for the full series.
Do you think an NA team will be able to grab one of them spots?
I don't know. Complexity count? Not really.
No, they're not an NA team. Don't even try that.
I don't know. I do believe that we'll see better coming out of the NA teams, though.
I actually, you know, I'm going to be looking at Flashpoint and seeing what the teams are doing there.
Sure.
And then coming to Showdown, that's going to give us a good idea. MIBR, can they keep up that crazy performance? Can Henry's Cloud9 deliver some huge upsets and some big numbers on an early build of a team? Can my UK boys and Endpoint upset anyone? I'm hoping for a win. I'm hoping for a push forward, you know. I might wear a Union Jack suit. You never know.
Go all in, James. Go all in.
I always do.
You're asking some good questions because the thing with MIBR is, can they keep up the level we saw in this group stage? There's definitely a chance for them to go far in this bracket. On the other hand, you know, can FURIA stay as bad as they were in this group stage? I highly doubt it. You know, them coming into Europe now, stay here for a couple of weeks, put in the practice. That should be enough to refine that level of form they had coming into Europe in the first place. So, as you said, it's going to be incredible tough to take one of those two spots. I'd be surprised if we don't see an NA team at least get close to it.
Close to it, sure, but I'm a bit scared for EG because we saw their Twitters as well. They went home during this period, right? So I'm hoping they're coming back to Europe soon because they really ain't going to have anyone to be practicing against in NA.
Right, and you don't really see how that's going to be an improvement to go back to NA, practice there, then move back. So maybe some things we don't know about the situation. That being said, though, yeah, I do agree. We should see an evolution coming out of the NA team, staying in Europe, you know, getting acquainted to the rhythm, getting back to the level of competition, and definitely a better phase during the showdown.
Well, guys, it has been a pleasure. We are done with our showdown. This has been an absolutely fantastic event. We've had fun from start to finish. We've seen some of the best Counter-Strike so far this year, but it is nowhere near done. Make sure you are back to join us for the showdown in just a few weeks. But while you wait, get yourselves ready, strap yourselves in, because the wild ride will be continuing. We'll see you next time.